The bodyguards behind saw this and hurriedly shot to rescue their companions. However, in the airport at this time, a large number of zombies appeared unexpectedly. The zombies heard his gunshots and rushed towards him frantically. Ah tilde, the bodyguard screamed and followed in the footsteps of the previous bodyguard. Yeh tilde. Davy's other subordinates dared to stop when they saw this. They kept retreating in fright and fled back desperately. Wait, where are you going? Seeing this, Davis became even more terrified and shouted. However, that subordinate ignored him at all and disappeared in a blink of an eye. As a powerful person, how beautiful he was in the past, how downhearted he is now. In the face of life and death, except for the two dead bodyguards, no one paid any attention to him. And it won't be long before the bodyguards who were desperately trying to protect him will also want to kill him madly. Of course, in the face of zombies, not everyone is afraid. Reporting live for you from Vale Airport, a Vale Pharma opponent attacked a security guard. We can see that the security guard is dead, but now the security guard has attacked the senator's bodyguard in the same way. 35. It turned out that the female reporter who followed Davis saw the scene of the security guard being bitten and then biting the bodyguard. Not only was she not afraid, but she even broadcasted it live next to her. That nerve is big, let a person ashamed. For the sake of performance, she also worked hard enough. Of course, if it is the general case, those opponents will only attack Davis, not reporters like her, but she ignored one thing, that is, those at this time are not opponents at all but zombies. Ho ho ho, 39. Soon, a zombie behind the female reporter was attracted by the female reporter and rushed towards her. Wow tilde, the little brother who was carrying the camera saw this. Without hesitation, he dropped the camera, turned around and ran away. Just kidding, this doesn't look like an opponent, it's a monster. If you don't run, you will die. Eddie, why did you stop? How? Ah tilde, the female reporter was facing the camera, and she didn't know how much chaos had deteriorated behind her at this time, and she was puzzled when the photographer left her to escape. This is the scoop, it would be a pity to miss it. These people are just against Davis and will not attack them. The female reporter turned her head in confusion and was greeted by a bloody mouth. Renai, looking at the chaotic scene, Claire was stunned. If you get bitten, you will bite someone else. This scene is all too familiar, just like in Raccoon City. In other words, what Chu Feng said is true, the airport is really in crisis. When she came back to her senses, her first reaction was to protect Renee. Boom. However, he ran into a long-haired man head-on. The man turned his head, glared at her fiercely, and turned to leave. Curtis Miller, 35. Claire watched the man leave and suddenly came back to her senses. Isn't that the opponent Curtis? This man she had seen on the TV news was detained for opposing research on Wolf Pharmaceuticals. How could he be here? Claire didn't understand and didn't think about it anymore and was ready to run towards Renee again. However, after such a delay, Renee has disappeared from the crowd. Renee, seeing that Renee was missing, Claire was so anxious that she kept calling to find Renee. Roar. A zombie was immediately attracted by her call, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards her. Claire was so focused on looking for the little girl that she didn't pay attention at all, directly thrown to the ground by the zombies. Hoo-ho-ho, the zombies madly bit down on Claire's neck. With the bite force of a zombie, if bitten, it must be terrible. What's even more terrifying is that the virus will turn people into zombies very quickly. As expected from the Raccoon City, Claire reacted very quickly. In the nick of time, he stuck his hand on the zombie's neck so that he would not be bitten by the zombie. But only temporarily. The power of the zombies is endless and tireless, but Claire can't stand it for long. Puff. Just when Claire thought she was going to die here, a dagger flew from behind her and shot into the zombie's forehead with precision. The zombie slowly fell softly. The long-lost system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Chu Feng feels very cool. After the Raccoon City crisis, he has not found zombies to kill for a long time. His level has also been stuck at tier 3 with no progress. The zombie outbreak at the airport today was a good opportunity for him to level up. Chu Feng. Claire turned around and saw that the person who saved her was none other than Chu Feng and said in surprise, Rinny is over there. If you want to save people, hurry up and go. For flowers. Facing Claire, Chu Feng just nodded lightly, pointed to the direction that Renee had left and said, he didn't really want to save Claire, he just did it. Claire got Chu Feng's instructions, looked over, and saw that Renee was running out of the crowd. She seemed to be looking for the old woman. Thanks, Claire thanked Chu Feng and ran in the direction of Renee. Boom, 35. At this time, after a crashed passenger plane made an emergency landing, it did not slow down and rushed towards this side frantically. All kinds of seat zombies were crushed and smashed along the way. In the face of such a huge passenger plane crash, ordinary people will inevitably avoid it. However, Chu Feng looked at the passenger plane that hit him with excitement and went up to him. It's just a passenger plane. With Chu Feng's third-order Magneto ability, he doesn't take it seriously. He remembered that the passenger plane was full of zombies, and when he took control of the passenger plane, he would kill him happily. Facing the huge passenger plane that was rolling over all the way, Chu Feng directly activated the electromagnetic force field and was ready to control the passenger plane. Claire, who was about to leave, turned around abruptly when she heard the loud crash. Just saw the airliner crash into the lobby, and Chu Feng did not escape. If the passenger plane continued to move forward, Chu Feng would definitely be crushed to pieces. Claire looked at Renee, who was about to disappear into the crowd in the distance, and then looked at Chu Feng, who was about to be run over by the passenger plane. After hesitating for a while, she still rushed towards Chu Feng firmly. If a child is lost, he can be found again, and when a person dies, he is really gone. Chu Feng saved her life. She must not watch Chu Feng be hit and killed by the passenger plane. Be careful. In an instant, Claire rushed towards Chu Feng desperately. What? Chu Feng was about to take control of the crashed passenger plane when he turned around when he heard the sound, just in time to see Claire jumping in front of him. Before Chu Feng understood what was happening, Claire rolled him to the side while holding him. Boom! The nose of the huge passenger plane swept past where Chu Feng stood just now, crushing the chairs in the various halls all the way forward. Dang, dang. A large number of fragments shot out, but Claire kept Chu Feng under her protection. No matter how those fragments scratched her back, she would not let go. Feeling Claire's warm embrace, Chu Feng was stunned. What is this woman doing? Desperately protecting him. After a long time, everything was calm. At this time, Claire opened her eyes. Chu Feng also opened his eyes, and the two looked at each other. What are you doing? Chu Feng looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, felt the oppression of Chengdugsheng and asked in doubt. Chu Feng was trying to control the passenger plane, but Claire didn't know which tendon was wrong and even threw him down regardless of the danger to his life. I said, Claire, although you are indeed beautiful and in good shape, you can't press him like that. Now that the plane has landed, what does it mean that you are still relying on me? What for what? I just saved your life. After Claire made sure there was no danger around, she got up from Chu Feng and said. From Claire's point of view, if she hadn't sacrificed her life to save her just now, Chu Feng would have been crushed to death by the passenger plane. Chu 387 Feng didn't thank her even if she didn't, but she still looked puzzled and didn't understand what was going on, which made her angry and funny. She didn't understand that since this Chu Feng knew that there would be zombies erupting here, he could also knock down a zombie with a dagger. Such a person's hands and reactions should be good. How to look at him, it seems that his mind is not very smart. He didn't even realize that she had just saved his life. You saved me. Chu Feng was about to cry when he saw that beautiful and cute Claire with a little naivety. He didn't know whether to be moved or to laugh. With his current ability, he can withstand a nuclear explosion for a while. Does he need Claire's rescue? It was the big plane just now. If Claire hadn't knocked him down, he could have held it down with his hand. Nonsense, or do you think you still have a chance to talk to me now? Hey, what happened to you just now? You came forward when you saw the plane coming. Do you know how dangerous you were just now? 35. Seeing that Chu Feng was here, Claire didn't even know that he had just been rescued by her. She was very dissatisfied with Chu Feng's delayed response and said angrily, "It seems to be saying I saved you and that's your attitude. I'm so p***d. I wouldn't have saved you if I knew it earlier. To save you, I almost died here. In the end, you didn't even have a word of thanks." She didn't understand what happened to Chu Feng. Normal people would have run for their lives when they saw the plane crash. Only Chu Feng did not run away but even rushed up stupidly. I can control it with my hand, why do I hide? Chu Feng was even more confused. With his Magneto third-order terrifying power, it was easy to control a crashed plane. Why did he hide? He ha ha ha. You want to take control of the plane that crashed. Do you know how big, how long, and how heavy it was? After listening to Chu Feng's words, Claire couldn't hold back. She was directly amused by Chu Feng and gave Chu Feng a roll of eyes. Needless to say, this Chu Feng was absolutely frightened to say that he wanted to control the crashed passenger plane. You must know that the passenger plane is only 340 meters in length, and that is a behemoth. You Chu Feng are like an ant in front of it. Chu Feng dares to do this kind of thing, either a lunatic or a fool. She couldn't understand how could she take risks for a fool. Boom, just as Claire sneered, the door of the plane opened. In a quiet airport, such a sound is very harsh. Ho ho ho, a hoarse sound of zombies came from the passenger plane. Boom. A zombie walked out of the passenger cabin door staggeringly because the passenger plane did not put down the ladder, so the zombie walked to the door and fell directly out.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. With the appearance of the first zombie, the second, the third, the fourth, zombies kept walking out of the cabin door and they kept falling off the plane, making a loud noise. Impossible, none of this is true. Claire watched the zombies come one after another in front of her, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to Raccoon City, the moment when the terrifying zombies roamed. Not only are there zombies at the airport, but the entire plane is actually full of zombies. No wonder the plane did not slow down after the forced landing. It turned out that it was already occupied by zombies. It is estimated that there is no one alive on the plane at this time. Monsters, a lot of monsters, what to do? The fat man in Davis was very lucky. He didn't die in the plane crash, he survived. Looking at the staggering zombie standing up, his face was horrified. The zombies in the airport are already scary enough, his two bodyguards are all dead, and now there is another plane of zombies. What a joke, they will all die here. Hoo 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 hoo. The many zombies that got off the plane seem to have finally discovered Chu Feng and the others, and they all got up from the ground and rushed towards the crowd. A lot of zombies. It seems that today is my lucky day, see how I. Chu Feng saw a large wave of zombies rushing towards him, and instead of being surprised, he stepped out and was ready to start harvesting the zombies. This time, he did not come by mistake. Judging from the situation, there were hundreds of zombies on the plane alone. Killing them all, Chu Feng is one step closer to the fourth rank. Run. It's just that Chu Feng's words hadn't been finished yet. Claire on the side saw that Chu Feng didn't know how high the sky was and wanted to go up to deal with the zombies. Hey beauty, what are you doing? Didn't you see me killing zombies? Chu Feng was pulled by Claire and ran backwards, speechless. What the hell is this stupid woman doing? You say you run if you want, why do you want to pull him? This is points, a lot of points, just waiting for him to harvest it. What are you pulling him for? That's a zombie. You can only kill it with a headshot. You don't even have a dagger, so what are you killing? Run will be finished when the zombies are surrounded. Others don't know the horror of zombies, but Claire knows it. Hundreds of zombies, even with a large number of hot weapons, can't deal with that many. You alone, you don't even have a 5.8 small dagger. You dare to rush up, you will die. Also kill zombies, kill your head. If you don't run at this time, you won't be able to run until you are surrounded by zombies. Although Chu Feng is a bit arrogant, he reminded her of the zombie outbreak and saved her life when she was most dangerous. She must never let Chu Feng die in vain. Okay. Chu Feng wanted to scold Claire, but he felt the warmth from Claire's palm, saw her earnestly saving people, and then saw Claire's back cut by debris in order to save him, so he couldn't say anything. For some reason, Chu Feng felt a little warm. He only had one relationship with Claire, but she took risks for him several times with the weakness of an ordinary person just to rescue him, which made Chu Feng very heartwarming. In the zombie apocalypse, there are not many beautiful and loving people like Claire. After a while, everyone entered the corridor. Hoo-ho-ho. A wave of zombies appeared in front, blocking the way. Everyone wanted to go back and find another way to leave, but behind them was already blocked by a large number of airliner zombies. This time they were attacked from back and forth in a dilemma. Claire led the crowd to the left and right, but they were unable to break through. Instead, they began to be surrounded by zombies. There are too many zombies to rush out. Do you have any other way? Davis looked at the zombies in front and back with a look of horror. He doesn't want to die. He is a volunteer and there is a lot of glory and wealth waiting for him. God, who can save us? Watching the zombies encircle, the chances of everyone leaving are getting slimmer and slimmer. Davis' female assistant began to pray to God. Damn, do you have anything as a weapon? Everyone's legs were weak in the face of the zombies, let alone fighting. The scene actually relied on this Claire alone to support the scene, so as not to be eaten by the zombies. Once surrounded, those people were immediately desperate. However, Claire is very strong. Even at the age of 20, she has not given up any hope of life. Now that you are surrounded, look for all available weapons to break through. Weapons? How could I possibly be armed? My bodyguards have them. As a counselor, Davis was always protected by bodyguards when he went out, and he never thought that he would need to fight on his own. And he is a fat man. Where does the fighting power come from? 6699. Claire rolled her eyes, saying that she didn't say anything. The bodyguard was already dead. Is this okay? The female assistant looked left and right and handed Claire an umbrella. This is still to be used for Davis Sunshade. This umbrella might be the only weapon on her body. That's it? Anything else? Claire held the umbrella with a look of weakness on her face. Surrounded by so many zombies when they had to break out of the siege, they put together an umbrella. Even the Valkyrie can't carry her. Oh, and this. Seeing that Claire was angry, the female assistant touched her jacket pocket, took out another coin and handed it over. Well, it's not as good as this. Claire looked at the coin in the female assistant's hand and was about to cry. What is the use of a coin against zombies? How about that umbrella? What coin is that? Chu Feng looked at the coin and was a little surprised because it was an ancient coin and it was impossible to use it in this era. He was very curious, how could this female assistant carry such a coin? This, which was handed down from my mother, said that carrying it would bring me good luck. 99. The female assistant stroked the coin and explained. What the hell brings good luck? Does it look like good luck now? Davis was furious when he heard what the female assistant said. What good luck can a coin bring? Now is bad luck if you take a risk. A pocket knife is more reliable than this coin. Bringing a coin is useless. As everyone knows, he is even more unbearable. At least a female assistant can provide an umbrella and coins, and he doesn't even have coins. I'll fight the zombies in a while and let's walk through the corridor together. 35. Claire rolled up the umbrella and placed it in front of everyone, preparing to use this umbrella to cut a bloody path for everyone. For some reason, Chu Feng felt inexplicable joy when he saw Claire holding an umbrella and preparing to fight the zombies. But her firm and serious expression made Chu Feng unable to laugh. This is really a strong girl. Your mother didn't lie to you. This is indeed a magical coin that brings good luck. Can you lend me a coin? Chu Feng looked at the female assistant and said with a smile, when of course, but what's the use of it? The female assistant only used this coin to pray and never thought it would come in handy. Seeing that Chu Feng needs it, he does not refuse. But she wondered, what is the use of such a coin? Don't underestimate this coin, we all depend on it to break through. Chu Feng faced the coin a little empty, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, directly manipulating the electromagnetic force to make the coin levitate. In the eyes of others, a coin is useless, but in his hands, Chu Feng, it can become the most terrifying weapon in the world. What? It's suspended. Impossible, how can the coin be suspended? Seeing that the ordinary coin was actually suspended under Chu Feng's void, both Davis and the female assistant opened their mouths and their eyes widened in disbelief. The female assistant has been carrying this coin for more than 10 years and the coin can fly. How could she not know it? Davis looked at the floating coin in disbelief. Because it was close, he could see it clearly. It was not magic. The coin was really suspended. But the question is, how can the coin be suspended? Could it be that, as Chu Feng said, it is a magical coin that can really repel zombies? Are you ready? I'm going to rush. Claire in the front did not see the situation behind. She held the umbrella and gritted her teeth, her eyes full of determination. Roar! Zombies didn't expect a human to use that ridiculous umbrella to deal with them, and they looked down on zombies too much. With a roar, he pounced on Claire. Claire held the umbrella without any fear and went up to it directly. She knew that the longer the delay, the more zombies gathered around, and the less likely they were to break through alive. So she broke out, directly using the umbrella as a weapon. 387, and rushed towards the zombie. Get ready to fight zombies to the death with this ridiculous umbrella. Go. Just when Claire was carrying her umbrella, she was about to fight the zombie recklessly. Chu Feng pointed at the coin and the electromagnetic force field vibrated all over his body. The coin turned into a bolt of lightning and was ejected directly. Puff. The zombie was headshot by a coin before it could reach Claire. Bangs. 35. The first zombie's body softened and fell down. What? Before the umbrella that Claire held up had fallen, she found that the originally aggressive zombie suddenly fell down with a puzzled look on her face. Because the aisle was dark and the coin attack was sudden, Claire didn't realize that the zombie was headshot. She didn't understand at all what was going on with this zombie, why it suddenly fell to the ground and didn't move. Doubts are doubts, but Claire has a strong desire to survive. Seeing the zombies fall, continue to rush forward. Puff. Boom, the coin turned into a cold light and the second zombie also fell head-on. Claire's raised umbrella stopped in the air, and she became even more puzzled as she watched the second zombie fall again. Hoo-ho-ho, more zombies rushed to Claire's side without fear of death. Claire didn't have time to think and continued to greet her with an umbrella. Whoosh whoosh puff puff, Chu Feng used the electromagnetic force field to control the coin and began to madly shuttle among the zombies in the corridor. Wherever Chu Feng's fingers moved, the head of the zombie was pierced by the coin. The cold light flashed frantically like a slaughter dance at the fingertips, dazzling. Boom, boom, boom. After a short stagnation, all the zombies in the entire corridor fell almost at the same time. In an instant, a large number of kill reward reminders sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 3 ordinary zombies, get 30 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 6 ordinary zombies, get 60 points. So what is that hard coin? How is that possible? Claire didn't find it the first time and didn't see it clearly the second time. Until Chu Feng controlled the coin to attack the zombies frantically for the third time, Claire finally saw the cold light flashing on the coin and exclaimed, "Whoosh." The zombies in front of the corridor have been cleaned up, and Chu Feng also recalled the coin. At this time, Claire just turned around and the coin missed Claire's gaze. In an instant, Claire's pupils widened, looking at the coin with shock and disbelief. The moment she missed the coin, she clearly saw that the pattern on the coin was the coin that the female assistant just gave her. The recalled coin was also suspended at Chu Feng's fingertips, emitting a weng-weng vibration. The blood on it was thrown away directly, and there was not a trace of blood on it, and it was as clean as when the female assistant lent it to Chu Feng at the beginning. As if it never left, but it has actually killed a wave of zombies. God, the coin of the gods, the coin of the gods. You are right, this is a coin that brings us good luck. Awesome, really awesome. Looking at the ordinary coin, Davis widened his small eyes and stared at the coin with greed in his eyes. He did not expect that such a small coin could have such magical powers. After a few back and forth, all the zombies in the passage were killed. With this coin, he is equal to an extra life. That is simply to have the greatest treasure in the world. This is really my coin. The female assistant was also dumbfounded. Her mother had told her before that the coin would keep her safe. She still didn't believe it, and it was just a memory of her dead mother in her pocket. However, she never thought that one day she would be saved by this coin. Yes, this is your coin, ma'am, returned. Chu Feng smiled and nodded to the female assistant. Although the coin was very cool, it seemed that Chu Feng had no intention of possessing it and returned it directly to the female assistant. Davis, who was on the side, looked at the coin with greed. I can't wait to go up and grab the coin immediately. However, he is a member of the righteousness after all, so naturally he can't rob it so blatantly. But in his heart, he has already decided that this coin is his. Originally, he just wanted to make T-virus-infected people at the airport, and then he went out to launch an antiviral serum, and the stock of Will Pharmaceuticals, which he supported, would rise like crazy. And because he was on the scene, no one would suspect that he was operating in secret. But he never thought that a plane of zombies suddenly landed in the sky, disrupting his original plan. Davis, who was still feeling unlucky at first, discovered the treasure of coins, which was simply more joyful than the rise in stocks. Of course, although Davis concealed it well, he couldn't escape the eyes of Chu Feng, a traveler. He had long known that the T-virus in the airport was made by Davis, so he had been staring at him for a long time, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly when he saw his greed towards the coin. Ah, good, 35. The female reporter hurriedly put the precious coin away carefully, not to mention how careful it was. Hoo-ho-ho. At this time, the passenger plane zombie brigade finally approached, roaring and rushing towards it. Walk, Chu Feng took the lead and ran straight ahead. Claire, Davis, and the female assistant followed without any hesitation. Boom. Everyone quickly entered a lounge and locked the door. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I said, why don't we keep killing zombies with that coin? After he was safe, Davis was still obsessed with the coin and asked with a puzzled look. This coin can be controlled with the mind, killing the invisible, but it needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and can only be used once in 24 hours. 99. Chu Feng knew what Davis was thinking, so he pretended to speak and was talking nonsense. Under normal circumstances, Davis is a good guy and a bad guy has nothing to do with him. Davis asked people to spread the first wave of the T-virus at the airport. Those people were not related to him, nor were they from Kyushu, and he didn't want to pay any attention. Besides, he can't level up without zombies. However, Claire has been protecting him, making Chu Feng feel very warm, and he has written down this favor. Chu Feng remembered that in the original plot, if he didn't show up, this guy pushed Renee off the zombie horde when he was finally rescued, almost killing Claire. This has something to do with Chu Feng. He cheated on Claire, so Chu Feng also planned to cheat him before leaving. Oh, so it is. Davis suddenly realized. Yeah, Tilda, at this moment a little girl's scream came from a distance. It's Renee, we have to go out and help. Claire was still a little interested in the magical coin that Chu Feng said, but when she heard the child's scream she couldn't sit still. She heard it really, it was Renee's voice. Her friend put the child in her temporary custody, and now that she is in danger she must go and save her. It's too late, can't we help good money Zhao? 35 Davis is selfish, and naturally he will not take risks for others and directly refuse to help. He didn't take into account that when he was chased by zombies just now, it was Claire who saved him. Now that Claire's friend is in trouble, she never thought of repaying this kindness. If you're going, then I'll follow you. On the contrary, the female assistant saw this and knew that she couldn't do anything, but she still planned to help. After all, she was also rescued just now, and no one wants to be abandoned by others when they are in distress. I'll go with you. Chu Feng took a step forward and said. He took note of Claire's favor for saving him just now. Now that she needs help, Chu Feng has no reason to refuse. And Chu Feng came here to kill zombies, so saving Na Renee is also a good way to go. Claire looked at Chu Feng, showing gratitude. It will be on the shelves tomorrow, whether a book can survive or not. The first order is very important, please subscribe. Oh my god, you two are really crazy. You don't stay in such a safe place and you have to go out to save people. Linda, you can't go out, you are my assistant, and I must keep your life safe. Seeing that Chu Feng and Claire were about to leave, Davis didn't stop him, he was already safe, and he didn't care if they lived or died. But the female assistant did not let her go. Of course, it wasn't Davis who cared about her life or death, but the precious coins on her body. This, Linda hesitated, don't look at the zombie crisis now, but after that she still has to work. She had to listen to what Davis said. But she really wanted to help. It's okay, just stay. Chu Feng also saw Linda's embarrassment and said, okay, then be careful. Although Linda wanted to help, she also understood her skill and going out was also a drag, reluctantly give up, creak. The door opened and Claire looked out the door and found that the zombies outside had left, let out a long sigh, and carefully went out with the ridiculous umbrella. Chu Feng looked a little funny from the back. With him in the apocalypse, Magneto and 387 will have no worries. Of course, Claire didn't know that Chu Feng was strong, so he still opened the way ahead. Chu Feng did not keep up immediately but waved to Linda. Linda stepped forward with a look of doubt. Chu Feng motioned her to come closer. Linda hesitated for a moment but still put her ears closed. Chu Feng almost whispered into Linda's ear. What? Linda was startled when she heard Chu Feng's words and looked at Davis, making Davis look puzzled. She didn't understand what Chu Feng was about to leave. Remember, seeing that it was almost time, Chu Feng asked. Remember, don't worry. Linda also knew that this was an opportunity to make a fortune and nodded gratefully to Chu Feng. Chu Feng then left the door and walked towards Claire. Hey, what did you just tell her? Muttering, seeing Chu Feng coming over, Claire asked with a puzzled look. She didn't understand why Chu Feng whispered to Linda before leaving. It seemed that the two of them were somewhat close. Nothing. Chu Feng is reluctant to say more in this regard. After all, the fact that Claire was almost killed by Davis happened in another time and space. In this time and space, it will not happen. To vent her anger for such a thing, she didn't believe it when she said it. Claire choked directly, and a nameless anger rose in her heart. For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the two of them whispering. But then Claire reacted, she shouldn't be so angry. Who does Chu Feng whisper to and who is close to her? What does it have to do with her? Why is she so irritable? Claire is very puzzled. Since Steve died, she has been unable to get out of the past, so she is single so far. It stands to reason that she will not care about anything. But watching Chu Feng whispering to other women, she felt a little uncomfortable. She hurriedly shook her head, shook off those strange emotions, and regained her composure. Claire held the umbrella with a nervous and cautious look on her face. This channel has been powered off, and the sun is about to set outside, so the channel at this time is very dim. The entire passage is like a sleeping monster, opening its mouth wide open and waiting for the two to enter. Tap, tap. The corridor was very quiet, and the footsteps of the two who were originally small were amplified a lot, making it very clear on the quiet passage. Chu Feng could even hear the beating of Claire's heart. Obviously, even though she is brave, she is still a woman after all, and she is still extremely nervous when facing the unknown terror. Rennie. When the two approached the intersection, Claire called out. For the average person, it should be as quiet as possible. But they were looking for someone, and if they didn't say anything, how would they know where Renee was? The passage was originally very quiet, but after Claire's voice was amplified by the passage, it gave people a sense of depth. The atmosphere at the scene was even more depressing. Caffey. No answer is not a good sign. No sound was heard, which made Claire feel bad. If Renee was there, she would definitely respond. But no one responded, stating that the sound just came from farther than they heard, meaning they had to go further afield to find someone. Claire gritted her teeth and quickly stuck her head out. The umbrella in her hand was ready to attack the zombies at any time. However, the turning of the front corridor did not contain any zombies, and it was still empty. Obviously, because of the scream from Renee in the hall just now, a large number of zombies that had followed them had already run away. Claire didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Call. Seeing that there were no zombies, Claire let out a sigh of relief. Snapped. At this time, Chu Feng couldn't bear the oppressive atmosphere created by this woman and patted Claire's shoulder directly. "Yeah, what are you doing? Don't scare me." Claire jumped up suddenly like a kitten with fried fur and turned around quickly. When I saw Chu Feng, I let out a sigh of relief. "You're scaring me? I wasn't nervous at first, but when you do this, I'm terrified. I'd better go ahead." 9. Chu Feng is speechless. These are just some ordinary zombies and their combat power is really not very good. If Chu Feng was alone, he would not be afraid at all. But under Claire's cautious and repressed atmosphere, he felt a little hairy himself. Chu Feng really didn't want the woman to continue walking forward. If he continued like this, he became nervous even when he was not nervous. "Come on, can you? You don't have a weapon." 99. For Chu Feng's volunteering, Claire's suspicious look, and for Chu Feng who even wanted to control the plane, she was very worried that he would rush randomly in front of him. "If you rush into the zombie group, you will be miserable. Rest assured, I have my measure." 35. After Chu Feng said, he directly grabbed a handrail in the corridor. The electromagnetic force field vibrated, and a welded steel pipe was easily removed by Chu Feng, holding it in his hand and continuing to move forward. Mumble he this. Claire, who originally despised Chu Feng, watched Chu Feng pull the handrail off the wall and the whole person was dumbfounded. She opened her small mouth and widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng with disbelief. "Oh my god. That's a steel handrail welded on the wall for the convenience of the disabled. Was it torn down by Chu Feng like this?" Claire didn't believe in evil and pulled the remaining steel pipe, but the steel pipe didn't move at all. Could it be an accident? Chu Feng just happened to pull a loose steel pipe. "Why are you standing still? Let's go, don't want to save people." Chu Feng turned back and saw Claire standing there with a puzzled expression and urged, "Oh, come on." When Claire heard the words, she reacted and quickly followed. The two turned the corner and found that there were still no zombies there. Before the two could breathe a sigh of relief at the end of the other side of the passage, Renee's scream came again. No, it's Renee. Claire was still extremely cautious just now when she heard Renee's scream again, no longer cautious, carrying the umbrella and rushing towards the voice. "Woman." Chu Feng looked at Claire, who was completely different from front to back, and shook his head. Fortunately, Renee's voice was too sharp, which directly caused all the zombies to go in her direction, and there were no zombies ambushing along the way, otherwise Claire would be in danger. The two followed the sound and moved forward quickly, and after a while returned to the hall. At this time, they also finally saw Renee. At this time, Renee was hiding under the rows of benches, crawling around constantly. The zombies were blocked by rows of chairs, and it was not easy to catch Renee, but only temporarily. As the surrounding zombies gather more and more because of Renee's scream, Renee is also more and more dangerous. "Ronnie." Seeing that Renee was in danger, Claire exclaimed. Some zombies heard Claire's voice and turned to look at Claire. "Claire." Renee was overjoyed when she saw Claire and wanted to crawl to Claire's side, crying, "Bang." 35. However, the next moment, a zombie arm suddenly stretched out from the seat and grabbed Renee. Tilda. Seeing this, Renee hurriedly avoided and crawled back again. "Hold on, I'm here." Chu Feng, the zombies in the hall are relatively sparse and they move very slowly. As long as we rush quickly, we should be able to escape before the zombies are surrounded. 5. Seeing Renee's crisis, Claire's mind changed. She directly estimated the situation on the spot based on her experience in Raccoon City. The speed of the zombies is very slow. As long as she rushes fast enough, there is a good chance that she can rush to Renee's side before the zombies close. After all, she took the umbrella and rushed towards Renee. Chu Feng nodded and rushed forward. Roar. 55. In front of him is a zombie rushing towards Claire. Bang. 35. Claire smashed an umbrella directly at the zombie. Claire's strength is really not small. The umbrella was broken instantly, and the zombie was also staggered and fell due to the heavy blow. Claire seized the opportunity and continued to charge forward. Hoo-ho. 35. 2 more zombies rushed up. "Give me the steel pipe and I'll make the way." Claire spoke to Chu Feng. "Give you, for this steel pipe." Chu Feng did not hesitate and handed it to Claire directly. Claire took the pole, swung it at the two zombies in front of her. Don't say, Claire's skills are really good, and she only heard 2 bangs, and the 2 zombies were knocked to the ground by her in a blink of an eye. However, there are too many zombies around and Claire's strength is not enough. The steel pipe can't hit the head and is quickly caught by a zombie. Damn, Chu Feng helped. Seeing this, Claire was in a hurry. She was not as strong as a zombie. If she was entangled, it would be dangerous. She could only ask Chu Feng for help, hoping that Chu Feng could help her to get the steel pipe back together. Okay, Chu Feng seemed to have misunderstood what Claire meant. He heard Claire asking for help, and without thinking much, he took out a pistol from the storage space and fired directly at the zombie. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and the zombie holding Claire's body softened and fell down. At the same time, a system reward reminder also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. What? You still have a pistol, why didn't you tell me earlier? Claire was stunned when she looked at the zombie whose head was shot by Chu Feng. She didn't expect that Chu Feng was still carrying a pistol, and she was surprised. She came all the way with Chu Feng, and she didn't see Chu Feng carrying a gun. You didn't even ask, Chu Feng shrugged. All right, better to have a gun, give it to me. Claire didn't care why Chu Feng was carrying a pistol. Her marksmanship was done by killing zombies. I saw hope when I saw the pistol and said to Chu Feng without hesitation. Give you. Chu Feng didn't hesitate and threw the pistol to Claire directly. He has a lot of guns, let alone asking for them. There is no problem with sending them directly. Crack. Claire grasped the pistol skillfully. Roar, a zombie rushed in and Claire took aim instantly and opened fire. Boom, the zombie was instantly headshot. Hoo-hoo, another 2 zombies rushed in. Boom, Claire still got 2 headshots. Hoo-ho-ho. More zombies rushed towards her and Claire opened fire frantically. Boom, 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 boom. 35 Claire's marksmanship is extremely proficient, and every time he takes aim and shoots, he seems to be on the move. As for the zombies, she fired continuously, shot her head, and in a blink of an eye, she fell down 4-5 zombies, which was indescribably heroic. Of course, at this time, Chu Feng was not idle either. Seeing that Claire had taken the pistol without hesitation, he decisively took out another rifle from the storage space. 0 flowers, get ready for a big fight. Kakaka. It's cool to shoot zombies for a while and it's fun to shoot all the time, but here comes the problem. Claire fired like this and she quickly ran out of bullets in the pistol. Damn, out of ammo you, where did you get that rifle? Seeing that the pistol was out of ammunition, Claire wanted to ask Chu Feng if he still had bullets, but when he turned his head, he was completely dumbfounded. Chu Feng was holding a rifle and firing at the surrounding zombies. Rifle pistol. Chu Feng may be hiding in his pocket, but what the hell is this rifle? What? Chu Feng turned back and asked with a puzzled look. He was shooting just now and it was too loud to be heard. Hoo-hoo. Another few zombies rushed towards them. Give me the rifle, you reload. Seeing more zombies rushing over, Claire didn't have time to think about it, said. Oh, here you are. When Chu Feng saw that Claire wanted a rifle, he handed it to her directly. He has a lot of guns and he doesn't care about this one at all. Duh. Claire deserves to be a woman who grew up under a lighthouse and experienced the crisis of Raccoon City. She is really good at controlling firearms. With a rifle in her hand, the combat power exerted is no weaker than that of a soldier. It took a few shots to bring down a zombie, and after a while a path was cleared. Chu Feng was not idle either. Seeing that the place where they came in was about to be surrounded by zombies, he did not hesitate to directly take out a bazooka from the storage space and directly aimed at the closed zombies behind. Crack! Chu Feng pulled the trigger directly. Boom. A rocket flew directly from the rocket launcher and shot at the closed zombies. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, instantly blasting the closed zombies away. We have to hurry up, otherwise the zombies will close and we will. Wow, why do you still have a bazooka? Claire had just cleared a path with her rifle in front of her, worried that the zombies would close behind her, and was about to continue reminding Chu Feng to hurry up. However, the moment he turned back, he saw Chu Feng carrying the bazooka and launching it towards the closed zombies behind him. Startled, he exclaimed. She felt that the whole person was going crazy. How did Chu Feng do it? Why did he have a bazooka in the blink of an eye? Pistols can be put in trouser pockets and rifles can be hidden in jackets, but your bazooka is exaggerating. Could it be that Chu Feng can still carry an arsenal on him? Helicopter above the airport. Infected people will attack others, anyone without exception. 35. A person who is bitten will attack others without exception. 35. Only by destroying the brain can the spread of the virus be stopped. 39. Kakaka. The handsome Leon explained to Angela and Greg while checking the pistol. As a Lighthouse state agent, Leon also experienced the Raccoon City case. As soon as the zombies at the airport appeared, he was immediately dispatched to take over the scene, so I know the weaknesses of zombies very well. Shooting the brain. Angela Zhu, who was sitting across from her, frowned with a blank expression on her face. Angela, who is a special response team, has never experienced a raccoon incident and doesn't even know about zombies. Shoot in the head. Leon looked solemn and reminded again. 66. 99. Angela and Gray looked at each other silently, 387, and felt that this Leon was crazy. Where did the zombies come from in this world? Still headshots, are you sure you are the agent sent from above, not the funny guy sent from above? Arrive. Leon looked at the roof of the airport below. Without hesitation, he slid down the rope skillfully. Crack. As soon as he got to the balcony, Leon loaded his bullets immediately and looked around vigilantly to prevent a sneak attack by zombies. Seeing that there was no danger, he walked towards the balcony door. Not to mention, that move was pretty cool. Angela and Greg also descended with the rope. Swish. 99. Leon was very cautious. When he came to the door, he did not open the door immediately, but made many gestures to the two of them, instructing them to get ready, and then the door suddenly opened. As soon as the door opened, Leon immediately aimed his gun at the stairs. He didn't relax after seeing that there were no zombies below. He continued to aim down and gestured to let the people behind him come forward, and he would cover at any time. Angela and Greg at the back were also made very nervous by Leon, and they hurried forward to investigate. The three of them alternately covered and probed forward. It can be said that they were extremely cautious. No way, the zombies that Leon said were too scary. If they were really zombies made by the T-virus, then they couldn't relax for a moment. Duh. While the three of them were looking cautious, they suddenly heard a lot of gunshots coming from the hall. There are survivors, quick. When Leon heard the gunshots, without hesitation, he quickened his pace and walked towards the hall. In the hall, Chu Feng's rocket has really stabbed a hornet's nest. With such a big movement, it immediately attracted all the zombies around and rushed towards everyone frantically. I already have a bazooka, what's wrong? Chu Feng was puzzled when he heard the words. Of course he has a bazooka, not to mention the police arsenal that was robbed in Red Bear City, and there are also a lot of gun shops robbed, not to mention that he has replenished a lot during this time. No wonder he has a bazooka. What's wrong? What did you say? Can you be more exaggerated? Claire felt bad all over. You suddenly took out a pistol, but you can still take out a rifle. Now you even have a bazooka. What are you talking about? Are you a magician? Can you make it more exaggerated if the weapon comes out when you say it? Exaggerate? Yes, Chu Feng was worried about using too much strength to attack Claire. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to ask him to show his strength. What are you waiting for? Shh. Crack, cack, clap. In an instant, a large number of firearms appeared around Chu Feng, and there were thousands of them. Just looking at this battle makes one's scalp tingle. This weapon is more than just an arsenal. It can be equipped with an army at all. Duh. Boom, 99. In an instant, thousands of weapons fired at the same time, and the terrifying bullets poured out like a torrent, shooting at the surrounding zombies. The zombies around were like harvested wheat, falling down one after another. And Chu Feng's mind is also popping up the system reward reminder. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 ordinary zombies and get 100 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 100 ordinary zombies and get 1,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 200 ordinary zombies and get 2,000 points. Not long after, the hundreds of zombies around were wiped out by Chu Feng. And Chu Feng's points also increased to 5,400 points. Although it is still far from the 100,000 points of the next upgrade, Chu Feng is still very happy. SHH. Seeing that the surrounding zombies were eliminated, Chu Feng waved his hand directly, and all the thousands of firearms were taken back into the storage space by him and disappeared into the air. Mumble, Chu Feng, who are you? Claire looked at Chu Feng's mouth slightly open, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face shocked and unbelievable. God, that's more than 500 zombies. Even in the heyday of Raccoon City, she couldn't do this. And Chu Feng actually did it. He even took out an arsenal and wiped out hundreds of zombies in an instant. Is this really a human? Claire originally thought that Chu Feng was just an ordinary person, but now she thinks about it. Chu Feng can predict the outbreak of virus zombies, dare to stop the crashed plane, can kill zombies with coins, and even pull out an arsenal. Where is he holy? Like you, a survivor of Raccoon City. Chu Feng did not hide his words. Good you, Chu Feng, you hide so deep, you have such ability, why didn't you say it earlier? Claire looked at Chu Feng and said angrily, you didn't even ask. Chu Feng said innocently, asterisk hole, I won't tell you if I don't ask you. Just look at me like this and make a fool of myself. Claire was so angry that she greeted Chu Feng with a fistful of fists. This Chu Feng is too hateful, obviously so strong and with so many weapons. In the end, he didn't say anything, just watched her fight zombies with a broken umbrella along the way. Don't you think it's annoying? When she thought that Chu Feng was so strong, yet she kept protecting him as a weak chicken, her cheeks became hot. The fist under the hammer became more violent. Chu Feng reached out subconsciously and grabbed Claire's fist 5-8. Claire raised her head subconsciously, and the two eyes collided with each other at close range, as if a violent electric spark was aroused. Chu Feng found that Claire at this moment looked so beautiful and moving, and didn't think it was crazy. And Claire was also attracted by Chu Feng, looked at each other but couldn't move her eyes. Chu Feng seemed to be full of secrets. The sense of mystery and unknown made her unable to extricate herself, and her heart beat faster. The two got closer and closer. Chu Feng could even hear Claire's breathing. Claire. Just as the two were about to collide, a strong flashlight struck down and shone on their faces. Leon's surprised voice appeared. Leon. Hearing the words, Claire raised her head and was stunned when she saw Leon and the others coming downstairs. She never thought that Leon, her former partner at a critical moment, would suddenly appear. Your boyfriend? Leon thought that rescue was needed here, but he never thought that he would bump into his old friend Claire here. What surprised him even more was that Claire was with a strange man. Ah, no, you misunderstood. This is Chu Feng, whom I just met today. Only then did Claire realize that she was still intertwining her fingers with Chu Feng at this time, and hurriedly let go of Chu Feng's hand, subconsciously panicking and explaining. She and Chu Feng just met today. How could it be that kind of relationship? Just really misunderstood. Understood, Steve has been gone for so long. It's time to start a new life. Your daughter is lovely. Hearing Claire's explanation, Leon had an understanding expression on his face. He didn't believe that the two had just met, and when he saw Renee behind them, he showed a clear expression. Are the children that old? He didn't even know when he got married. Daughter. When Chu Feng and Claire heard the words, they turned their heads together, only to realize that Renee had already climbed out from under the bench. He was staring at a pair of cute big eyes and looked at the two of them curiously. That means 20 is like saying, go ahead, my father always kissed my mother like this. Chu Feng and Claire looked at each other with a feeling of wanting to cry but not tears. The misunderstanding was still unclear. What's going on here? 35. Leon glanced at the zombie corpses around him with a puzzled look on his face. The death of these zombies is very strange, and they were all headshots. What's even more bizarre is that they also form a circle, as if caused by an army firing simultaneously from the middle. But the problem is that the center is Chu Feng and Claire. He is a colleague with Claire's brother, and he is an old friend with Claire again. Does he still not understand Claire's ability? Certainly not her. And even if an army came, it would not be possible to put it in such a small place to defend it. Such traces gave him a strange feeling. When Claire heard the words, she was ready to explain. I don't know, that's what happened when we arrived. 35. Seeing that Claire was about to speak, Chu Feng quickly interrupted. Both the umbrella company and the top executives of the lighthouse country are looking for him. He doesn't want to reveal his identity and cause unnecessary trouble. Ah, yes, that was already the case when we got here. 35. Claire is not stupid. Chu Feng said so just because he didn't want people to know his secret, so I didn't say more and winked at Renee. That Renee is also well behaved, so she doesn't say anything. Okay, anyone else? 35. Seeing that Claire didn't say anything, Leon didn't ask and asked, there are two more people in the lounge. Claire thought of Davis and the female assistant and pointed in the direction of the lounge. You two pay attention, I'm going to save people. Leon, who is also a daring artist, gave Angela and Greg an order and walked to the lounge. The zombies at the airport were basically cleaned up by Chu Feng, and Leon was naturally unimpeded all the way and quickly brought the fat counselor and female assistant out. Everyone kept going all the way and went directly to the gate of the airport. Boom! As soon as Chu Feng and others arrived at the door, the violent spotlight hit everyone's face directly. Kakaka. Rows of soldiers were already standing by and they all aimed their guns at them. Finally out, 35. I am here. I am coming out. When Davis saw this, not only was he not afraid, but he was happy, raising his hands and shouting continuously. He is a senator, and he has a lot of face, and someone must recognize him. Sure enough, several soldiers saw that it was the senator who came out and assigned a few people to come forward to help. Action. The other soldiers saw that the main rescue target had escaped, and without hesitation, they rushed into the airport and began to eliminate the zombies. Of course, they didn't know that there were actually no more zombies in the airport. Basically, they were wiped out by Chu Feng. Chu Feng and others ignored the soldiers' actions and walked out. Renai, 35. At this moment, outside the barbed wire, an old woman from the White Elephant Country shouted loudly. Seeing this, Renee couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards the barbed wire. A person wearing a protective suit quickly stepped forward and pulled her to prevent any physical contact between the two. This is a T-virus, and it is dangerous if it spreads. My God, how are you? The old woman was very excited and wanted to go forward but was stopped by someone outside. I was scared to death, it was full of monsters, Renee said while crying. Seeing the adoptive mother and daughter meet, Claire relaxed, her mission is also complete. Thank you, without you, it would be difficult for them to see each other again. Claire turned to look at Chu Feng, grateful. Chu Feng nodded and accepted Claire's thanks. Not long after, Chu Feng, Claire and others were taken to the tent for inspection. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, several trucks with the print of Will Pharmaceuticals drove in directly. What the hell is going on here? How did the Will Pharma drug get here? 35 Claire was stunned when she saw the trucks. Now the whole Beacon country is boycotting Will Pharmaceuticals, and now the company's drugs are here. Didn't they take over the umbrella company to study the T-virus? It is estimated that they did this attack, and now they are still sending medicines. What are you thinking of? This is the T-virus vaccine. A gentle middle-aged man appeared behind Claire and said, "You are?" Claire saw the puzzled look on the visitor's face. Let me introduce, he is the chief researcher of Weir Pharmaceuticals, Frederick, who is developing the vaccine against the virus. The kind you are particularly familiar with. Davis also came out from behind the tent next to him and opened his mouth to explain 387. Is it the zombie virus that was infected in the hall? Claire asked suspiciously. Do you think it was planned by Will Pharma? It's ridiculous. Vaccination, that's what they're researching, ways to prevent the spread of zombies. For Claire's doubts, Davis explained with a mocking expression. The meaning is obvious, we are good people, not bad people. See, no, we're not working on T-viruses, we're working on antidote. Is this? Am I guessing wrong? Claire was dumbfounded after hearing what Davis said. If it was really planned by Will Pharmaceuticals, how could they possibly study the T-virus vaccine, also send them here? Could it be that she wronged the company? Is this company really not researching the T-virus but a vaccine? You guessed right, they did it. Just when Claire thought that he had wronged Will Pharmaceuticals, Chu Feng, who was beside him, said with certainty, "What nonsense are you talking about? If we did it, how could we possibly have sent the vaccine? And I'm also a victim. If I really did it, do you think I'd be stupid enough to run into the airport?" When Davis heard Chu Feng's words, he felt a little stunned. He secretly thought that it was not good. Did Chu Feng know about their plan? But it's impossible. Who is Chu Feng? How could he possibly know their secret? What happened? Leon just got on the phone with the above and learned some possible inside stories. Seeing that there was a quarrel here, he quickly came to check. Not only him, but Angela also heard the sound and walked over. The senator said that Will Pharma was here to deliver the vaccine, and we suspect there is something wrong. Seeing Leon coming over, Claire said. It is true, Leon had just spoken on the phone with the above. He knew something about this matter, and he said affirmatively. You know? Claire was stunned when she heard the words and asked in doubt. Now she is a little bit confused. Leon said there is no problem, and Chu Feng said there is a problem. Now she can't tell whether there is a problem with this Will Pharmaceutical. It stands to reason that there are people above Leon who should know more, but Chu Feng made several predictions in a row, and he said everything. So she can't deny Chu Feng's statement, not to mention that Chu Feng's statement is closer to her speculation. But the question is, if the senator did it, why was he there? This makes absolutely no sense. Yes, just didn't know it would be so fast to use the application. The opponents are spreading the T-virus, so President Beacon will allow them to secretly develop a vaccine for the T-virus to deal with the destruction of the opponents. 5 Leon told the news he got. He did get the news, but he didn't expect it to move so fast. Maybe because of the attack, the T-virus vaccine is the medical resource of the Beacon country, and it can be purchased anywhere in the whole Beacon country within 24 hours. Frederick also spoke up. My God, it's all our fault for saying that. Claire felt a little remorse after listening to Frederick's words. She is actually one of the opponents of Will Pharmaceuticals, but she just thought they were studying the T-virus, so she opposed it. Now it seems that the opponents are the source of the spread of the virus, and Will Pharmaceuticals, which they oppose, is the savior of the Beacon nation. I don't want to argue with you on this. How about it, Orientals? You are mistaken. We are good people who bring hope to the world. 35 Davis saw that their suspicions were cleared by Leon and they became the savior of the people. He was very happy and proud. When Claire, Leon, and Angela heard the words, they all acquiesced. Opponents unleashed the virus, and the suspected Will Pharma came up with a vaccine to save the people, and they were not wrong to say they were good people. Even Claire, who always felt that there was something wrong with Wolf Pharmaceuticals, had to admit that they really had nothing to doubt. Really? I don't think so. Faced with the factual evidence presented by Davis and Frederick, most people would have believed them. However, Chu Feng is different. He is a traveler and can see the world through the perspective of God. The conspiracies of the two had nowhere to hide in front of him. What do you mean? Don't tell me even now you still suspect that I did this thing. You don't even think about it, I really did it. Would I be so stupid to involve myself in it? Seeing Chu Feng's sarcastic look, Davis got angry and said, "Yeah, if the congressman did it, how could he himself be involved in the zombie apocalypse at the airport? Why did he do this?" Claire, Leon, and Angela couldn't find the reason why Davis was in such danger, and they all thought that Chu Feng, the opponent, was too firm and ignored the facts. You have a lot of stock in Wolf Pharma, and if you keep the protesters going, you're done. However, if the T-virus can be released first, the zombies can be made, and then the company will send out the vaccine, then the stock of Wolf Pharma will rise sharply. So you say who will be the beneficiaries? Senator Davis. Chu Feng looked at Davis and said word by word, "SHHHHH." For a moment, Claire, Leon, and Angela looked at Davis. If Davis really holds a large amount of Wolf Pharmaceuticals stock, then he has the motive to take risks. It's possible that he did this. How do you know I have a lot of stock? Hearing this, Davis exclaimed. He never thought that this Chu Feng would know that he owns a large number of shares in Will Company. This is hell. But the moment the words came out, he immediately realized that he had leaked his mouth and quickly covered his mouth. Damn, it's really you. When Claire heard the words, why didn't she understand that this guy really sent someone to do it? He has stocks and a motive for committing the crime. You nonsense, if I really want to improve the stock, it is impossible to entrust the opponents. They are all people who want my life. 55 Davis tried to make the last struggle. In fact, he was speechless himself. He did not expect this matter to be so big. His original intention was to release a few, and then take the opportunity to launch a T-virus vaccine to restore the reputation of Weir Pharmaceuticals. I didn't expect this to be a disaster for the entire airport. But now, it's just an excuse for him to shirk. Indeed, if you just want to use the T-virus for advertising, you only need to release a small part of it. There is absolutely no need to hand the T-virus into the hands of opponents, and even passenger planes are also involved, causing such a catastrophe. Leon frowned and analyzed. Although Davis had a motive for releasing the virus, the motive for releasing the virus on such a large scale doesn't make sense. Frederick on the side felt bad. This damn Chu Feng, I don't know where it came from. How does he know everything? Or run away quickly so as not to let the fire burn yourself. That's because he was also sold, and his original intention was to create a small-scale infection and advertise the T-virus vaccine, but unfortunately another person didn't think so. I said yes, Frederick. Chu Feng looked at Frederick, who kept retreating and wanted to get away. Huh. In an instant, Claire, Leon, and Angela all looked at Chief Researcher Frederick. Even Davis looked at Frederick. He felt that something was wrong. Let you infect a few people, and you actually brought in a plane of zombies. Didn't this kill him? Good money, Zhao. Now it's your turn to explain it to me. Oriental. I don't know what you're talking about. As you said, a small release of the virus can serve the purpose of promoting a T-virus vaccine. Why would I make it on such a large scale? Of course, Frederick would not admit it himself but refuted Dayu. Yeah. You also said that it can be achieved on a small scale. He doesn't need to do it. Isn't that killing the senator? Angela on the side listened to Frederick's words and felt that Chu Feng's reasoning was untenable. One of them is the chief researcher and the other is a special advisor. It is not surprising that the two of them joined forces to create this virus in order for the stock to rise. But the question is, if Frederick is so big, wouldn't that kill the big shareholder, the senator? How does this benefit him? Not at all. Claire and Leon also looked puzzled. This thing can't be explained. Even Davis was puzzled. He also thought that Frederick did the hands and feet, but he and Frederick were grasshoppers on a rope. He couldn't figure out why Frederick wanted to expand the situation. It's very simple. Frederick never thought of selling the T-virus vaccine to make money from the beginning, but planned to sell the virus. So he needs a big experiment to prove the horror of this virus. Don't Weil Pharma have a lot of opponents? They are the best executives, 35. As long as he sells them some T-virus, those opponents will naturally attack, and the whole airport crisis will be his bargaining chip. I said yes, Frederick. Seeing that Frederick was still struggling to the death, Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and continued to speak. Frederick himself never thought of making money through vaccines, and while Pharmaceuticals has so many opponents, it is simply impossible for this company to make money from selling T-viruses. Instead of spending energy to manage this company that was under attack, it is better to directly push the company and sell it to others. Of course, he himself said that the T-virus is so powerful that others do not believe it. It needs to be proved. This is also why he will directly sell the T-virus to opponents and let him spread it freely. The bigger the momentum, the better. This 387 is a super advertisement for him to sell T-virus. Suck. When Claire, Leon, and Angela heard the words, they all gasped. It was the first time they had seen someone as ruthless as this Frederick. To advertise to sell T-virus and create such a large-scale zombie crisis, this is simply a beast. Even Davis was sweating down his spine. At this moment, he finally knew that he had been tricked by this Frederick. He had never planned to make money with him from the beginning, but planned to make money by himself. He was taken advantage of and almost died at the airport without knowing it. You are talking nonsense. These are all your inferences. Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, you are slander and I can sue you. Frederick was completely panicked when Chu Feng explained everything. He didn't understand how Chu Feng knew everything about him. What he did was so secretive, and even Senator Davis, who was with him, was toyed with and applauded by him. And Chu Feng, an Oriental man who appeared out of nowhere, was unbelievable. But he is not so easy to admit defeat. What if Chu Feng knew all his plans? Without proof, everything is only Kaffee inference. Can Chu Feng produce evidence? He couldn't get it out. SHH, in an instant, Claire, Leon, Angela, and Davis all looked at Chu Feng. Frederick is right. These are all the inferences of Chu Feng. Reality is about evidence. Chu Feng said that he betrayed the company, sold the T-virus to foreign countries, and created the airport incident. Do you have any evidence? Evidence, isn't it over there? Chu Feng heard that Frederick still didn't give up and wanted evidence. He pointed to the trucks with the T-virus vaccine and said, 6699. In an instant, Claire, Leon, Angela, and Nud Davis were all speechless. That's the T-virus vaccine. Frederick provides a life-saving vaccine. The only thing it can prove is that Frederick is a good man. Chu Feng said he was the final boss, but the evidence you showed was that he was a good man. Is Chu Feng crazy? Ha 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 ha, your name is Chu Feng, right? I admit that your reasoning just now is very exciting, but I'm glad you finally proved my innocence. Frederick was really scared just now that Chu Feng could really show evidence that he was the big villain behind the scenes. Then he must die. However, Chu Feng pointed to those vaccines as evidence. That vaccine can only prove that he is a good man, a great man. Then what is he afraid of? This Chu Feng, after all, was just an unintentional inference, which just happened to be the same as his conspiracy. Chu Feng, don't make a fuss. He took out the vaccine. It can only prove his heart to help the victims. Are you mistaken? Claire pulled Chu Feng, indicating that if Chu Feng has any other evidence, he can show it. Your evidence can only prove that he is a good man. Have I said the evidence is a vaccine? Just when everyone thought Chu Feng was crazy, Chu Feng looked at everyone and said calmly, "What?" The moment Frederick heard that Chu Feng said that it was not a vaccine, his body trembled and he looked at Chu Feng's face with fear. What happened to this man? Does it mean that he really knows everything? Does he even know what's under his car? This is impossible. You guys go and search the entire vehicle to see if there is anything unusual. Leon is worthy of being a special agent and has the fastest response. Chu Feng is referring to the vaccine in the car. If there is no problem with the vaccine, then the problem must be in the car. Yes, several soldiers were ordered to quickly search the vehicles. Frederick's forehead was sweating and his eyes were rolling. He felt like he should go after he got the airport data. Well, now stuck in. It's a bomb. There are bombs here too. 35, get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. The soldiers quickly found the bomb that Frederick had planted under the car, and without any hesitation, they immediately rushed out. Running to an open area where no one was there, he threw it out without hesitation. Beep beep, boom, 99 boom. After the time bombs were thrown out, they exploded quickly, setting off a huge shock. At this moment, everyone understood what the evidence Chu Feng said was. It's those bombs. If Frederick was really kind enough to send the vaccine, why put a bomb on it? Apparently, he had no intention of vaccinating the survivors at the airport from the T-virus from the outset. He is the biggest hidden boss of this event. Don't move, none of you are allowed to move or I'll kill her. Seeing that Frederick could no longer hide it while everyone was attracted by the explosion, he took out a pistol from his waist, held Claire hostage, and said coldly to the people around him, SHH. Leon and Angela also drew their guns at Frederick almost at the same time. Put down your arms, you can't escape. 35. Leon stared at Frederick and said coldly. He was a little regretful and arrogant. He thought he could subdue Frederick at any time with his skills, but he didn't expect that he would carry a gun. He also held Claire hostage, which was a problem. I can't escape and she has to be buried with her. Step back and put the gun down. Frederick looked at everyone with a ferocious expression and was very emotional. Leon and Angela had no choice but to put down their guns and slowly back away. However, one of these people did not retreat but walked slowly towards Frederick. This person was none other than Chu Feng. According to the normal plot, Frederick almost killed Claire in the first place, and now with him by his side, how could such a thing happen? Chu Feng looked at Frederick as if he was looking at a dead person, and the woman he was looking at dared to threaten. Damn, I said, stand back, or I'll kill her. I know your relationship. I can see the look she looks at you. You don't want her dead. Seeing that Chu Feng continued to step forward even under his threat, Frederick was angry. He put the muzzle directly on Claire's temple and threatened. Although Frederick didn't know what relationship Chu Feng had with this Claire, but as the manipulator behind him, he still has an eye for people. He could see that Claire's gaze towards Chu Feng was not like an ordinary person's, indicating that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Using her to threaten Chu Feng would be the best. However, he didn't know how ridiculous it was to use a gun to threaten someone who controlled the electromagnetic force. Chu Feng, leave me alone. This B*******D has killed so many people. He must not be allowed to run away. Claire didn't want to let the biggest hidden conspirators escape because of herself. If he is allowed to escape, he will surely sell the T-virus. At that time, life will be wiped out. Shut up, if you dare to say more, I'll shoot you. Frederick hurriedly yelled when he saw that Claire was more difficult to control than he thought. Then you shoot. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field unfolded all over his body, directly covering the surrounding 100 meters, and looked at Frederick with a mocking expression. What did you say? You don't care about her? Frederick was stunned when he heard the words. He thought that Claire cared about Chu Feng and Chu Feng must also care about Claire. However, what he didn't expect was that his threat was exchanged for Chu Feng's ruthless sentence, you shoot. Could it be that he kidnapped the wrong person? Not only Frederick but also Leon was stunned. Isn't this Chu Feng Claire's man? What's the situation? His friend has put down his gun. Why does Chu Feng not care about Claire's life or death? Claire was also stunned. Although she hoped that Chu Feng would not care about her life and death, in fact, she still cares about Chu Feng very much in her heart. Hearing Chu Feng say this, even though she asked for it, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Of course I do. Chu Feng did not hide his emotions and said. Claire, who was originally in a low mood, heard Chu Feng say that she cared about her and her eyes lit up. For some reason, a sweetness appeared in her heart. Turns out he still cares about me. Then you let me shoot. You're playing with me? Go to hell. Frederick was already out of control when Chu Feng revealed the conspiracy, but now Chu Feng dares to play him. Frederick couldn't bear it any longer. He moved the gun away and pulled the trigger directly at Chu Feng. No, 35. Seeing that Chu Feng was in danger, Claire desperately broke free from Frederick's restraint and blocked the muzzle of the gun that shot at Chu Feng. Chu Feng saved her life. She also saved Chu Feng's life, and then Chu Feng saved her, and now she is ready to save Chu Feng again. It was unclear who the two owed whom, but she couldn't watch Chu Feng die in front of her. She would rather die if she could. Crack, however, the imaginary scene of Claire being shot down did not happen. After Frederick pulled the trigger, it got stuck and no bullet came out. Damn it, 99. Frederick was stunned. He didn't expect this well-maintained gun to get stuck. Crack. Frederick pulled again, but the pistol didn't fire. This is impossible. Frederick was sweating on his forehead and he felt like he was going crazy. He didn't understand what happened to him today and why he was so unlucky. It's okay to meet a nemesis like Chu Feng, but the well-maintained pistol is still stuck at a critical moment. Claire is not easy to mess with. Seeing that Frederick's shots were unsuccessful several times, he didn't hesitate, grabbed Frederick's arm and threw it over his shoulder. Bang. Frederick thought he was holding a weak girl, but he didn't expect this girl to be so violent. He was thrown directly to the ground, almost out of breath. Seeing this, Leon cooperated, tacitly rushed up immediately and twisted Frederick's hand behind his back. Then, Angela threw a pair of handcuffs directly. Crack. Leon took the handcuffs and handcuffed Frederick directly. Chu Feng originally planned to kill this Frederick, but he did not think that he would be dealt with by Claire. Sure enough, Claire is no ordinary girl. Am I being too violent? Seeing Chu Feng looking at her in a daze, Claire thought that Chu Feng disliked her for being too violent. No, that's fine. Zero seeking flowers. Chu Feng was stunned but did not expect Claire to have such a gentle side. However, her character is very gentle, but she is stronger when fighting. Claire is so good. Chu Feng adjusted Claire's messy clothes and said with concern, do you know how dangerous the move just now is? Don't block bullets indiscriminately next time. Chu Feng was very moved by the scene that Claire had just sacrificed herself to save him. In fact, he did not expect that Claire would risk her life for him. But he didn't want Claire to take risks for him. Aha! Claire nodded surprisingly obediently. No damn B asterisk 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 D Chu Feng, I won't let you go. Even if he was handcuffed, Frederick still shouted angrily, wishing he could rush over and strangle Chu Feng to death. He was in control of everything, and prosperity and wealth were waiting for him. But when Chu Feng revealed the conspiracy, he was not reconciled. Take him down. Leon waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to take the culprit down. Yes, the soldier took the order and led Frederick out. Is this gun bad? Leon reached out to pick up the pistol that Frederick had dropped, wanting to check what was going on. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and an electromagnetic force field covered the past. Bang, 99 ding ding ding, puff. As soon as Leon picked up the pistol suddenly went off, the bullet hit the car next to it, then bounced back to the telephone pole and then bounced out. How come? Frederick yelled that Chu Feng was high and was startled when he heard the gunshots behind him. When he turned around, a bullet sank directly into his forehead. Frederick's eyes were wide open until he died, and the hapless Frederick didn't understand what was going on. What just happened? I don't know, he was killed suddenly. Leon, you killed someone. What murder? The prisoner wanted to escape and was shot dead on the spot. Those who escorted Frederick were stunned, and they never thought that the prisoner would be killed suddenly. And the person who fired the shot was Leon, an agent sent from above. But do they dare to provoke them here? That is the man who directly obeys the president. So I just found a reason and fell on Frederick. Anyway, this scum is dead and no one cares about what he says. Senator, do you know who Frederick was looking for to spread the T-virus? When Leon saw that Frederick was dead, he was going to interrogate, but the clue was interrupted directly and he turned to Davis. He did it all. How do I know? I didn't even know he found an outsider. Davis looked bewildered. He admitted that he did want to spread the virus and then provide a vaccine to revive Wolfarma's stock. But it was all Frederick's doing and he himself was put together and nearly died at the airport. He really didn't know about this. That would be troublesome. If the spreader can't be found, there may be a second, third time. Unfortunately, Frederick is dead, otherwise we can know who the spreader is from his mouth. Angela on the side sighed and said, originally they could ask Frederick who he had dealt with and who spread the virus. This can avoid a second zombie crisis. But now that Frederick is dead, their lead is broken. Everyone thought for a long time without a clue. Chu Feng, do you know who spread the T-virus? Claire on the side thought that Chu Feng had reminded her at the airport that there was a zombie crisis at the airport. Claire guessed that Chu Feng should know who Frederick was dealing with to spread the T-virus, so he asked. Of course I know. Chu Feng said truthfully. No you don't say it. Angela raised her eyebrows when she heard the words, her beautiful eyes widened, and she said angrily to Chu Feng, didn't you see that they were all devastated for the next wave of attacks? Now that you know, why are you standing there watching them anxiously? This is too much. You didn't ask. Seeing Angela's anger, Chu Feng said calmly, he knows a lot about the plot of this world, you didn't even ask him. I can't let him babble and tell the secrets of the future when he sees it. Don't be considered crazy. Angela was almost choked to death by Chu Feng's words. What Chu Feng said was really okay. They analyzed and deduced by themselves and they really didn't ask him. Officer Angela, don't be impulsive, calm down. Seeing Angela's anger rising, Claire quickly grabbed her. She could understand Angela's mood very well. It turned out that she was almost killed by Chu Feng. Chu Feng was obviously too powerful. He didn't say anything if she didn't ask, and kept watching her fight zombies with an umbrella. Now Chu Feng knows who Frederick is dealing with and who the spreader is. They discussed it by themselves over there without asking him and he didn't say anything. She could understand Angela's mood. Chu Feng, who is the spreader this time? 35, Claire asked after seeing Angela calm down. Curtis. Chu Feng didn't hide it and said, what? It's impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? Angela, who had calmed down originally, heard that she was going to rush towards Chu Feng again and spoke angrily. Angela, calm down. Leon didn't expect that Curtis Angela would be so restless and pulled her back. Just now, Chu Feng was able to find out the mastermind behind the whole incident, Frederick, so he shouldn't talk nonsense. There must be some basis for Chu Feng to say so. He didn't understand why Angela was so impulsive. Calm down, Curtis is my brother. Seeing Leon pulling her, Angela said, she felt that Chu Feng was deliberately making trouble with her family. Just now they didn't ask, Chu Feng didn't say anything. Now she said it, but she was talking about her brother. Isn't this nonsense? Curtis is her brother. How could the murderer she is chasing after is her own brother? Possible. I bumped into him when the first wave of chaos broke out at the airport. Claire on the side heard what Chu Feng said about Curtis, and immediately remembered that she had bumped into that Curtis during the first wave of chaos at the airport. Curtis is one of the leading opponents. He made a deal with Frederick and got the T-virus, which doesn't seem to be a problem. And he was at the scene at the time, and the suspicion was undoubtedly very large. In this way, Chu Feng's words are very credible. I knew it must be him, and he was one of the diehards of the new research facility. 99 Davis, who was on the side, directly agreed with the words. My brother wouldn't do such a thing, Angela affirmed. That was her own brother, and she didn't believe he would do such a thing. He was arrested for threatening Will Pharmaceuticals. 39, he simply demanded that the truth be made public. 99, unfortunately, others don't see it that way. If he's not a terrorist like you said, why don't you bring him here? Let him say it himself. Go now. Angela and Senator Davis directly quarreled over whether Curtis was a spreader. Angela is adamant that her brother did this because Curtis just wanted Will to reveal the truth, and Davis insisted that Curtis did it because he was the fiercest among the opponents. If Angela believed that his brother was all right, why not bring him in and ask? Humph. Angela was annoyed but could not prove her brother's innocence. She turned and walked towards the equipment car. She doesn't believe that her brother is that kind of person. She will go to him now and ask to understand. After all, she directly hung all kinds of pistols, rifles, and body armor on her body. Do you think it's appropriate to bring so much equipment to meet your brother? Seeing Angela bringing so much equipment and preparing to leave, Leon was a little worried. Boom. Angela didn't speak. She closed the car door forcefully, her eyes showing determination. If it wasn't for her brother, she would give him his innocence. If so, she will capture him with her own hands. Let's go, there's nothing wrong with us. Chu Feng didn't want to get involved in Angela's family affairs. Seeing her leaving, he pulled Claire and was about to leave. Wait a minute, you said my brother has a problem, you have to go with us. 35. If you're right, it's really him, and I'll arrest him with my own hands. If I find out that you framed him, I will never let you go. Just as Chu Feng was about to leave on 5-8, Angela stopped Chu Feng's path and spoke viciously. Originally her brother was fine, but now you drag him in and you want to leave? No way. You sure? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words and looked at Angela. Angela had no idea what it meant to let him go. To be honest, Chu Feng is also quite sympathetic to Curtis. A crisis broke out in Raccoon City and his wife and children died. After leaving alive, the truth of Raccoon City has been concealed. Like Alice, Matt, and Jill, he just wants to reveal the truth about Raccoon City. Instead, he was used by others and became a chess piece. Chu Feng knew that he would inject the G virus and turn into a monster. Chu Feng will definitely get a lot of points for killing him, but he admires people like Curtis and doesn't want to get this wave of points. Sure. Angela nodded and affirmed. Then what are you still doing? Let's go. When Chu Feng saw Angela as his sister, he didn't worry about his brother being killed by him. What should he worry about? Get on the bus first, you're welcome, and sit directly in the driver's seat. You know where my brother is and you're leaving. Angela was stunned when she heard the words, watching Chu Feng twitching. What is the situation of this Chu Feng? He was not willing to leave just now, but now he is so active. And do you know where my brother lives? You're leaving. I don't know, but I know he's definitely not where you think he is now. Chu Feng affirmed. According to the plot, Curtis should have burned down his cabin and went to the headquarters of Will Company to grab the G virus. At this time, if they went to Curtis's residence, it basically didn't make any sense. That being the case, don't waste your time and go directly to the headquarters of the Will Company. You know that? Then where do you think my brother is now? Angela was stunned. Dio. Where is her brother and her sister doesn't know, do you know? You think, what would you do if you were the survivors of Raccoon City and wanted to uncover the truth about Raccoon City? Chu Feng looked at Angie 20 and Leon, rolled his eyes and said, Will Pharmaceuticals. Angela and Leon are not stupid but very smart people. When Chu Feng reminded him, he immediately understood and spoke almost simultaneously. Boarding. Chu Feng said no more and motioned for the two to get in the car quickly. I'll go as well. Seeing that Chu Feng was leaving, Claire prepared to follow. Claire, it's dangerous there. Seeing that Claire was going to follow, Chu Feng refused directly. No, but listen to me. All right. Claire wanted to follow, but Chu Feng felt that it was too dangerous and didn't want Claire to follow him to take risks, so he decisively refused. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Although Chu Feng's attack power is strong, his defense power is weak. In case of an explosion, it is very likely that he will not take care of Claire, so it's best not to let her go. Seeing this, Claire could only nod her head in agreement. Boom, the car started, carrying Chu Feng, Angela, and Leon on the road. Soon disappeared from the road. No, we can't let Chu Feng take risks alone. Claire returned to the tent and thought about it, but she still couldn't worry about Chu Feng. After hesitating for a while, in the end, he couldn't rest assured. He grabbed a car and chased after Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng was not familiar with Angela and Leon, and this incident also involved Angela's brother, so the three did not speak along the way. The atmosphere at the scene was very depressing. Look there is fire. 39 Leon was sharp-eyed and soon saw a fire on the outskirts of the city. That direction seems to be where my brother lives. Quick turn. Angela looked at the firelight with anxiety in her eyes and immediately wanted Chu Feng to turn around and head to Curtis' residence. No, keep going to Will Pharmaceuticals. There's a fire there that he's burning down his house. Chu Feng was right. He must have gone to Will Pharma. If we pass now, we will be behind him instead. Leon directly rejected Angela's proposal. If there is no fire there, they can still go and see. But just because there is a fire over there, it means that Chu Feng's inference is correct. Curtis must have gone to Will Pharma, or he would not have burned down his residence. It seems that he is determined to capture the G virus. While speaking, Leon glanced at Chu Feng and frowned. Dread appeared in his eyes. He found that this Chu Feng was definitely not as simple as Claire's boyfriend. This person easily solved the behind-the-scenes truth about the zombie crisis at the airport, pulled out that Frederick. In just a few more words, Curtis's trace was closely guessed. If he didn't know in advance, then this person's reasoning ability would be terrifying. Such people are fine if they are friends, but if they are enemies, they are in danger. Squeak, 99. Not long after the car came to the front of Will Pharmaceuticals, a roadblock stopped the car directly. Bump over. Angela cared about her brother and said directly, bang, 99. As soon as Chu Feng stepped on the accelerator, the car hit the railing directly. Beep beep. A large number of sirens sounded directly throughout the gate. A heavy metal gate fell directly and the entire entrance was about to be sealed. Not good. This is what happened. Leon didn't expect that the door of this company looked very ordinary and there were hidden secrets inside. As soon as the alarm is triggered, it will be locked immediately. As far as this heavy metal door is concerned, it is estimated that even the explosives may not be able to break open. This wave is careless. Then what? Angela was also in a hurry. If the door was closed, they would be trapped at the door, and it was not certain whether they could leave the door, let alone enter the interior. Let me do it. Seeing this, Chu Feng said lightly, you come. Leon and Angela looked at each other with a puzzled look on their faces. The alarm has been triggered and the explosion-proof door has fallen. Could it be that Chu Feng can't be forced to open it? Open the door. Chu Feng waved his hand at the huge explosion-proof metal door, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, directly forcing the movement of the internal organs. Crack! Although the siren was still blaring, the door that had been closed was slowly closed. What's the matter? The siren is still ringing, but the gate is really open. Seeing that the door that was locked was opened immediately after Chu Feng's words, Angela's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. For a large company like Weir Pharmaceuticals or a company that develops T-virus vaccines, security is not weak. Ordinary people simply cannot force it. However, Chu Feng opened the door with such a light sentence, and the door of the strongest security opened by himself. This is too much fun. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, and 387 Giera would not have believed it was true. Chu Feng, who the hell are you? Leon looked at Chu Feng with a solemn expression. It would be understandable if Chu Feng used some hacking techniques to get in. But Chu Feng just said to open the door, and the door of the strongest security of Will Pharmaceuticals will automatically open, which is an exaggeration. Who is this Chu Feng? An ordinary college student. Chu Feng has become accustomed to the shock his ability brings to others, and he doesn't care, he said casually. Big college student or ordinary? Damn it, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. Why make excuses like this? Leon and Angela twitched at the corners of their mouths. In the face of Chu Feng's light-hearted answer, it was obvious that they could not satisfy their conjecture. Angela is the captain of the Special Response Team, and Leon is the direct agent of the Lighthouse President. What they couldn't do, Chu Feng did it with just a few words. A person like you is an ordinary college student? How about a liar? Liars do not believe. Come on, hopefully we'll be there first. Chu Feng saw that the two did not believe and did not explain. Facts are often the most incredible. Believe it or not, he was telling the truth. The car roared on the accelerator and kept going. Boom! However, just as their car passed through the gate, a huge explosion sounded from the building of Will Pharmaceutical in front. A huge shock wave swept in directly. Boom! The huge shock wave hit the car and lifted the front of the car. The Magneto Gene vibrated in Chu Feng's body, and the electromagnetic force field unfolded, directly controlling the entire car, pressing the car back to the ground abruptly. Bang! The windshield shattered and fell to the ground. Are you all right? Seeing the shock wave passing by, Chu Feng raised his head and asked, I'm fine too, damn it. Leon and Angela got up from their seats and pushed the broken glass away. When they came back to their senses and looked at the building, they were stunned. The originally grand and majestic high-rise building turned out to be dilapidated in the explosion. Go 35 Chu Feng knew that he was still a step late. Apparently, the Curtis Frederick deal was more than a T-virus. In order to let Curtis use the G-virus, Frederick also gave him the password of the building. Otherwise, he would not be able to infiltrate the company so easily. Now it seems that Curtis has arrived one step ahead of them. Crack! Leon and Angela pulled out their guns, followed closely behind and stepped into the gate. Around the building, there is a sound from the security system of Will Pharmaceuticals. Attention everyone, there is an error in the system. Please stop all activities and evacuate immediately until security measures are restored. A lot of passages were blocked. We split up to make sure to find Curtis before he could use the G-virus. 35. Leon looked at a 3D map in the center and said, "No, if I'm not mistaken, he should be in District 4 at this time. This place is where the G-virus is stored. We can go directly." Chu Feng did not agree to Leon's request for division of troops, but pointed to the 4th area on the map and said, Chu Feng remembered that the G-virus was stored in the 4th district. Curtis must be there. How do you know? Leon and Angela were stunned when they heard the words and looked at Chu Feng with surprise. Did Chu Feng come in? Why do you know that the G-virus is in Zone 4? Why does it feel like he is at home and knows everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is the biggest. It's right to go to the 4th district. Chu Feng knew that this matter was difficult to explain, so he didn't explain it at all and went straight to the 4th district. Leon and Angela looked at each other, hesitated, but chose to follow. Although they don't know how Chu Feng knew that the G-virus was in District 4, there is one thing they can be sure of, that is, Chu Feng did not guess or miss it. They didn't have eyes and eyes at first, and it didn't matter what he said in the past. Not long after, Chu Feng came to a passage, because after the explosion, the lighting tools had been destroyed, so the passage was very dark. Chu Feng took out a pistol directly from the storage space. You don't have a weapon, so let me. Angela saw that Chu Feng was not armed, so she wanted to go ahead. Before she could finish her words, she was surprised to find that Chu Feng was picking up a pistol, turning on the small flashlight on the pistol, and was stunned. She didn't see Chu Feng holding the gun just now. Where did he get it from? This is not scientific. Not only Angela, but also Leon was dumbfounded. No one pays more attention to Chu Feng than him, but he really didn't find Chu Feng with a gun along the way. And when he left the airport, someone specially checked it. If Chu Feng had a gun on his body, it was impossible not to find out. However, it was so strange that Chu Feng really took out a pistol as if by magic. This made the two of them sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, Chu Feng didn't attack them. If he wanted to attack them, I'm afraid they would have already fallen. Hey, what are you still doing? Let's go. Chu Feng had walked a long way and found that Leon and Angela were still in a daze and urged. Leon and Angela looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes, nodded to each other, and then followed. The aisle is dark, and if there is no flashlight, you can hardly see your fingers. Woo-hoo. The three were walking, and in the front passage, a female researcher sat on the ground, crying with her back to the crowd. There was a lot of blood on her body, and she seemed to be injured. Hold on, ma'am, and I'll get you out. 99. Seeing that the woman was injured, Angela quickly stepped forward to help the woman. Roar. However, just as Angela helped the woman up, the woman suddenly turned her head, revealing a bloody mouth, and bit Angela. Seeing this, Leon didn't hesitate. He raised his gun to aim and was ready to shoot. However, Chu Feng was faster, pulling the trigger directly after raising the gun without even aiming. Don't mess around. Oh, Leon was startled when he saw Chu Feng shoot indiscriminately. Angela was so close to the woman that Chu Feng's gun-lifting movements were irregular at first glance, and he fired without aiming. He used a gun all the year round, and the moment Chu Feng shot, he judged from the flashlight that Chu Feng's gun was not aimed at the female zombie at all. This shot will definitely hit Angela, hastily shouted to remind. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Feng had already pulled the trigger. Bang, 35. The gunshots sounded, but what Leon was worried about didn't happen, and the female zombie was headshot and fell down. The system's kill prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. What? This is impossible. For a moment, Leon was dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes hard with a look of disbelief. As a top agent, his understanding of guns has surpassed too many people. His eyes never missed. Just now, Chu Feng's shot was definitely not aimed at the zombies, but after he shot, the zombies actually shot their heads. Can you believe such a thing? What are you doing? Why did you shoot? 35. Angela still doesn't understand why Chu Feng shot. She is rescuing the wounded. Why did Chu Feng shoot this woman? This is also too much. She's dead. 99 facing Angela's question, Chu Feng said lightly. She's dead? What are you talking about? She's just a poor wounded man in an explosion. When Angela heard Chu Feng's explanation, she was almost mad. This Chu Feng is also going too far, killing people, and even looking for such a nonsense reason. She is dead? How is that possible? Good money Zhao, she was still moving just now, but she just suffered some injuries on her arm. How could she be dead? Have you ever seen a dead man move? Angela, it's true. 35 seeing this, Leon said affirmatively. He couldn't be more familiar with the appearance of the woman just now. She was definitely a zombie. If it wasn't for Chu Feng's quick shooting, it is estimated that Angela would be dead by now. What the hell happened to you? Are you all crazy? She's not dead, I'm pretty sure. She was still able to move just now. You've seen the dead meat. Hell. Angela felt that the whole person was crazy. She thought that Leon would be on her side, but she never thought that even Leon thought that the woman was dead. These two people are just crazy. How could a dead person move? But before she finished speaking, she saw a large number of figures swaying in the passage. When her flashlight shone on those people, she could see that they all looked terrifying. Some even had half of their faces gone, but they were still unaware and they felt horrified. Dead people really move. Roar. A zombie opened its bloody mouth and kept staggering towards Angela. It looks like a human, but the roar is really not like a human. Don't move or I'll shoot. Seeing a large number of researcher zombies keep approaching, Angela still can't conclude that these people are really dead, as Chu Feng said. After all, they are really still in action. But that threat means a lot. So Angela raised the rifle directly, aimed at the person who came, and issued a warning. However, that person had already become a zombie. How could he obey the warning and continue rushing towards her? Boom! Angela had no choice but to shoot. However, she was very restrained with this shot and hit the zombie's leg directly. The bullet of the rifle is still very powerful. The zombie was shot in the leg and the inner bone was broken, losing its balance and falling down. However, even if the leg bone was broken, the zombie researcher continued to climb towards her without any signs of pain. This is impossible. Angela was stunned, looking at the zombie that twisted and crawled towards her even if her leg was broken. At this moment, she finally realized what Chu Feng meant by the dead. If a normal person was shot in the leg, he would definitely scream in pain. How could he continue to crawl towards her like now? Boom. At this moment, the glass of the laboratory behind shattered, and several zombies broke the glass, blocking their back path. Chu Feng and Leon looked at each other, and without any hesitation, one person was in charge of one direction and started frantically firing at the zombies in the corridor. Leon is worthy of being a special agent. He shoots very restrained, and he almost saves bullets to perfection. If he doesn't shoot, he'll kill the zombie head. Such marksmanship is worthy of being the #1 agent of the Lighthouse country. And Chu Feng is stronger. He has electromagnetic force control, and he has also advanced to the 3rd rank. How scary is the 3rd order Magneto? Say so. Because the kinetic energy of the bullet is too strong, the 1st order and 2nd order generally stay on the problem of changing the deviation of the bullet's trajectory. The 3rd order is different. It is directly to let the bullet turn at will, which can be called precision guidance. Boom. Just hearing a gunshot, a bullet flew out of Chu Feng's pistol with huge kinetic energy, breaking the air and flying towards the first zombie. Puff! The first zombie was headshot and fell head-on. However, the bullet continued unabated, and when it broke the first zombie, it continued to move forward 387, turned a small corner and hit the temple of the second zombie. 99, the second zombie fell down. And the bullet that Chu Feng shot still kept going and continued to turn around, harvesting the 3rd, 4th, and 5th zombies. Puff puff. A series of headshots sounded, and in a blink of an eye, all the zombies in the entire corridor were killed by Chu Feng's bullet. At the same time, in Chu Feng's mind, a large number of kill prompts sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 3 ordinary zombies, get 30 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 6 ordinary zombies, get 60 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 8 ordinary zombies and get 80 points. In the blink of an eye, 20 zombies had been eliminated by Chu Feng in an instant, and the 200 points were successfully credited to the account. Chu Feng's points have also increased to 5410 points. Of course, it is still a long way from upgrading to the 4th order points, but it is also a small step. Chu Feng is still very happy about this. Mumbling this, impossible. Angela saw that Chu Feng only fired 1 shot, and 20 zombies fell all at once, and the whole person was stunned. She looked at Chu Feng, opened her mouth wide, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock and disbelief. As the captain of the special response team, she has seen many people with good marksmanship. She had seen even the shooter who was 100 steps through Yang. However, one bullet knocked down 20 zombies. Forgive her shallow knowledge, she has never seen it before. One bullet. No matter how good your marksmanship is, you can only kill one zombie. But what the hell is Chu Feng? One bullet and one piece. How did he do it? The bullet seemed to turn automatically. But the question is, how can the bullet turn automatically? This is totally unscientific. Even if the bullet can turn with the impact of the bullet, it can shoot through 3 zombies, and only 4 zombies will die and it will definitely stop. How could it be possible to penetrate so many zombies? This is not something humans can do at all. At this moment, she felt that either the world was crazy or she was crazy and had hallucinations. Otherwise, how could it be possible to see this completely contrary to common sense gun skills? Chu Feng, need my help. The zombies have all been eliminated. How is this possible? There are not many zombies behind him, only 6 heads. Before Leon's magazine had been emptied, all the zombies had been killed by him. Leon believes that there are few zombies behind him, and there are many zombies on Chu Feng's side, so he must help. However, what he couldn't believe was that his speed was fast enough after finishing the 6-header on his side. However, Chu Feng's side is faster, and the 20 zombies have been eliminated long ago, faster than him. He is the #1 agent of the Lighthouse Country. In terms of marksmanship, if he says he is second, no one dares to say #1. But even if he is like this, it takes time to deal with 6 zombies. And Chu Feng dealt with 20 zombies faster than him. What the hell? Could it be that Chu Feng doesn't even need to aim when he shoots? Not right either. Even if Chu Feng shoots without aiming, he has to change the magazine after firing the bullet. 20 zombies were all beaten within a few breaths. How can that be? What's even more incredible is that these zombies were all headshot by Chu Feng. What is even more incredible is that the positions of those zombie headshots are all different. It was as if Chu Feng kept turning various directions to fire at the zombie. But the passage is so big. Can Chu Feng still run through it, shoot a few heads on the left, then shoot a few heads on the right and shoot a few heads in the front? Forgive him for his shallow knowledge, he couldn't figure out how Chu Feng did it with such a killing method. Angela, what just happened? Leon asked blankly. Chu Feng killed all the zombies with just 1 shot and killed 20 zombies with 1 shot. Angela felt like she was going crazy. She grabbed Leon's shoulders, shook her desperately, and said with an unbelievably excited expression, Angela, calm down. What the hell is killing 20 zombies with 1 shot? When Leon heard Angela's words, he was even more confused than he was. He thought he had heard it wrong. Angela actually said that Chu Feng shot down 20 zombies with 1 shot. How is this possible? Could it be that these zombies are very obedient and queue up for Chu Feng to be shot? But that's it. How do you explain the bullet holes in all directions? This makes absolutely no sense. Is Angela crazy, or is he crazy, or is the world crazy? It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. He really killed all the zombies with 1 shot. Angela was even more excited when she saw Leon's disbelief. You really knocked down 20 zombies with 1 shot. Leon got the exact affirmation and knew it was true, because he also only heard a gunshot behind him. In other words, although it is hard to believe, Chu Feng really killed 20 zombies with 1 shot. However, this is too subversive of human imagination, so Leon asked Chu Feng again, wanting to hear what Chu Feng said. It's a shot, what's wrong? When Chu Feng heard the words, he turned his head in surprise and asked with a calm expression. It seems to be saying that killing 20 zombies is all. Is it strange for 1 bullet? Puff. Hey, what is your expression? Have you ever seen someone who can kill 20 zombies with 1 shot? 35 Leon was so angry at Chu Feng's words that he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood and roared in the loudest voice in his life. Caffey, what is a shot? What's wrong? Defying the sky, brother. It's nothing to turn over 20 zombies with 1 bullet, so what is counted? Have you ever seen someone who can turn over 20 zombies with 1 shot? 35. Angela also nodded her head like a rattle, which meant that she had never seen it before. This shot of 20 zombies is really awesome, and it's still awesome. Listening to what you guys said, it seems really. There is a fire that burns a wave of zombies to death, and I have never seen anyone else do this. 99 After listening to the 2 of them, Chu Feng realized that his strength seemed to have become awesome. He didn't even notice. Like Alice, she was able to use her mind power early in the morning to burn a wave of zombies into charcoal with a fire. Getting used to the strength of his teammates, he hadn't noticed it for a while, so was he already that powerful? Wait, what did you just say? Have you ever seen someone set fire to a wave of zombies? 39 Angela was keenly aware that something was wrong in Chu Feng's words. Chu Feng seemed to have said just now, what has he seen someone burn a wave of zombies to death? It doesn't sound like a problem. As long as you give an oil barrel, ordinary people can lead the zombies together, and they can do it. But when these words came out of Chu Feng's mouth, she felt that this must be unusual. How do you say it? It's the use of mind power to control flames to burn zombies. The effect is much better than my control of metal, and the best effect against corpse tides is that the ability to sustain is not good. Chu Feng recalled the scene of Raccoon City and Alice fighting zombies together. He fought with hundreds of guns on one side, but Alice alone used her mind to burn out the zombies on one side, which was more efficient than him. But unfortunately, that kind of consumes a lot of thought power and cannot be used all the time. Metal control, so you killed all those zombies at the airport. Leon heard the metal's control of this ability and immediately realized a problem. Chu Feng's behavior of destroying 20 zombies with one bullet this time was different from that of the airport. But there is one thing in common, and that is weird. If Chu Feng can really control the metal and make the bullets turn, then it is not surprising that he can control a large number of firearms to kill zombies at the same time. At the same time, it also explained why there were so many bullet casings in a circle at the scene, and the zombies also fell in a circle. There is one thing that doesn't make sense, that is, there are at least hundreds of guns that can cause that kind of damage. But where did Chu Feng get so many guns and where did they put them? I did it. Chu Feng didn't hide it. Later, he had to deal with Curtis, who was infected with the G virus. These abilities could not be hidden. It would be better to say it later so that they could be prepared. At least know that he can control the metal and it will be more tacit in the fight later. Sure enough, it's you. Who are you? A power user. Leon was shocked. So to speak, of course I'm more used to being called a mutant. Chu Feng corrected with a calm expression. I think you're crazy, you are a mutant and so are your friends. You can also use your mind to control flames to burn zombies. Why don't you say that someone can't be killed? Bragging. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Angela couldn't believe it. She has never seen anyone in this world who can control flames with mind power, nor does she believe that there are superhuman things. And control the flames, why don't you say that there are still people who can't be killed? Can you brag a little bigger? Yes, my friend Matt's recovery ability is very strong. As long as he doesn't get a headshot, he is almost immortal. When Chu Feng heard the words, thinking of Matt who was infected by the mutant reptile virus, he said, Matt's recovery ability is indeed strong. Even if his body is punched in a hole, he can't die. The bullet was hit and the wound healed in a blink of an eye. As long as he doesn't get shot in the head, it's okay to say he can't be beaten to death. You are not human. Leon and Angela were completely speechless. They suddenly discovered that they seemed to be following a great monster to kill the monster. I have one more question. No, 299, where's your gun? Also, why didn't you hide it this time? Leon looked at Chu Feng and frowned and asked word by word. When he was at the airport, he asked, and Chu Feng concealed it, but now he uses his abilities without hesitation and told them everything. This is obviously abnormal and inconsistent. I don't say it at the airport because I don't want to cause trouble. Now it's because we're going to be in trouble later and we need to cooperate. As for where the gun came from, you don't understand this. Anyway, after you see the G virus variant, you will not be surprised by my ability. Chu Feng looked at Leon and Angela and explained with a sincere expression. I can accept this reason. It seems that the monsters we are going to deal with are not ordinary. As a special agent, Leon can still have his own judgment on whether what others say is true or false. The look in Chu Feng's eyes just now and the way he spoke did not seem to be deceiving. There is only one answer. The G virus variant that will be encountered later may be more terrifying than they think. Okay, time is running out, let's continue. I hope Curtis has not been injected, otherwise this battle is inevitable. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he didn't explain anymore, just stepped out and continued to walk forward. Leon and Angela looked at each other with complicated expressions and quickly followed. Not long after, the three came to District 4. This is a syringe. Angela's eyes were sharp, and she quickly noticed that there was a syringe next to the open box on the ground. She picked it up and saw that it was empty, as if the contents had been injected. Looks like we're late, 35. Chu Feng did not focus on the syringe, but looked at a dark shadow walking out of the darkness in the distance. SHH. Angela also found the man who came out of the shadow, and without any hesitation she pointed her gun at the man who came out of the shadow. Curtis. However, when Angela saw the person coming, her body trembled and she exclaimed, lost her voice. Although she had heard from Chu Feng before she came that Curtis was the disseminator this time. However, she has been telling herself in her heart that her brother is not that kind of person. He will not spread the T virus, nor will he steal the G virus. However, the moment Curtis stepped out of the shadows, her last hope was dashed. The presence of Curtis here means that Chu Feng's inference is true. He is really the spreader of the T-virus in the airport, and the empty box and syringe on the ground all indicate that the person who used to be the closest to her is now the person she hates the most. Why is she in the army? Isn't it to protect ordinary civilians? However, his brother is a destroyer of the people. Now she is more willing to come out to others than her own brother. Angela, Curtis slowly walked towards Angela. Crack, Angela has not forgotten her mission. She said that if Curtis really did this, even if it was her own brother, she would not be soft-hearted. Thinking of the hundreds of ordinary people who died at the airport, Angela's tangled eyes gradually became firm. Her brother is a kind person. He is not a person who kills ordinary people for his purpose. He is not her brother. Angela raised the rifle in her hand and aimed at the man in front of her. What? Curtis suddenly stumbled, screamed in agony, and even knelt on the ground, which seemed very painful. G-virus is a constantly mutated and unstable virus. It is more difficult to fuse than the T-virus. The pain of breaking and reorganizing the gene chain is that the system will force Chu Feng to sleep, not to mention a sober person. Curtis has been tough enough not to lose his sanity and will. Curtis. Angela's already firm eyes were aroused at the moment when she saw Curtis's painful fall. Although she can train herself to be an emotionless soldier through various trainings, when facing her close relatives, her inseparable affection still prevails rationally. Angela called out, put down her weapon, and rushed over. Watching Angela put down her weapon, Chu Feng knew that a battle at the peak was inevitable. You are injured and you need to see a doctor. Angela looked genuinely concerned. However, Curtis just shook his head. When he made this choice, he knew that he would surely die. He is not afraid of death, only afraid of dying worthless. Why Curtis? Angela looked at the pained Curtis and asked suspiciously. Angela didn't understand that Curtis had lost all her relatives except her. It stands to reason that he should understand the pain of losing a loved one better than anyone else. Angela doesn't understand why Curtis spread the virus at the airport. Doesn't he know that it will kill many people and destroy many families? I can't forgive them for covering up the truth about what happened in Raccoon City, and I refuse to let the Lighthouse executives rewrite the truth as they see fit. 99. So when I know the truth, I swear. I vowed to make the truth known to the public no matter how much I would pay for it. But he also told me, I can't let it get any worse. Even if it was deserved, I can't. Can't let disaster reappear in this place where I was born and raised. That's why he left me. Why did he blow up this place? Curtis stood up with difficulty and said everything, the Lighthouse Country's consistent style. If something goes wrong, it will be resolved directly. Even the survivors are leveled. And Curtis is one of the survivors who should have died in Raccoon City but managed to escape. His wife and daughter all died in Raccoon City. All he wants is to prove to the world the truth about Raccoon City, the inhumane experiment conducted by the top executives of the Lighthouse State and the Umbrella Company. What did he do wrong? But it was suppressed by the entire Lighthouse Country. No Lighthouse executive wants the Raccoon City thing to get out. So he went to extremes. Since you are unwilling to announce the truth about Raccoon City, he will spread the T-virus to let the world know that zombies really exist. And he will also be injected with G-virus, become a monster in person, and show up in the outside world. What he has to do is to let people all over the world see the horror of this biological and chemical weapon, the despicableness of the high-level Lighthouse Country, and the horror of the Umbrella Company. Let people know what the hell is going on in Raccoon City. Do justice to the family of his dead wife and children, which this country owes them. Looking at Curtis, who was speaking slowly, Chu Feng was also moved and quietly avoided it. Although he knew that Curtis had been injected with the G-virus, he would soon mutate into a monster, and after that, his consciousness would completely disappear and he would become a monster. But Chu Feng still did not choose to kill him immediately. In fact, in Chu Feng's heart, he understands Curtis's behavior very well. Alice, Matt, Jill, Dr. Charles, aren't they all working hard to expose the raccoon incident? For such people, Chu Feng admires from the bottom of his heart. If Curtis, like Matt, can still recall human consciousness after turning into a monster, Chu Feng will not fight him. But the G-virus is not the same as the T-virus. There are strains of the G-virus that in turn control the body, and the mutation doesn't stop in the first place. This is a flawed weapon. He will gradually become a monster who only knows how to kill, which is also doomed that Chu Feng can't keep him like he did to Matt. This, after listening to Curtis's motives, let alone Chu Feng, even Lion, the first agent of the Lighthouse Country, was in awe. If he could, he didn't even want to fight that Curtis. He is also a survivor in Raccoon City. Among the large number of survivors, Claire chose to help others, Chu Feng chose to jump out of the accident, and he chose to embark on the road to eliminate the T-virus, and more people chose to demonstrate. The poor Curtis chose to resist violently. Although they have taken different paths, they can understand each other's reasons for doing so, and they all have a common goal to avoid the recurrence of human tragedies like Raccoon City. At this moment, he finally understood why Chu Feng didn't want to come over. Such an admirable fighter, if possible, he would not want to fight. Ta-ta-ta-ta, just then the door opened and a group of soldiers poured in. The laboratory of Will Pharmaceutical Company was invaded. How could the people on it not respond to such important matters? As early as after Chu Feng and the others set off, they also set off as a whole team. In fact, from the perspective of the top of the lighthouse, they are not wrong. After all, the T-virus can make people into zombies and the infection is still so strong. If the truth is announced, it will be a worldwide panic. No one can bear such consequences. But the T-virus has already appeared and they can't stop researching vaccines, so Weir Pharmaceuticals will take advantage of the situation. Nothing to lose here. Kakaka, a large number of soldiers aimed their guns at Curtis in the field. Tread. Facing the large number of soldiers, Curtis stepped out and blocked Angela behind him. Curtis knew that this was his dispute with the country, his last roar and defiance as a survivor of Raccoon City. And his sister has nothing to do with this matter and should not be involved in this war. Wait a moment. Angela saw that Curtis was going to face dozens of armed soldiers and wanted to step forward to stop him. She knew very well that Curtis was no match for them. To go up is to die, and she didn't want to watch her last relative die. There is nothing to stop it, and after a while I will be able to show the world the irrefutable truth in my own way. And you will be the first witnesses. Drink. Curtis directly shook off Angela's hand, looked at the soldiers with guns with hatred and said slowly. As Curtis spoke, his body was constantly mutating. In a short while his shirt was torn and his entire right arm turned into a terrifying sharp claw. The shoulders turned into a huge eye which looked very terrifying. The two soldiers directly pulled Angela away. Curtis did not attack when he saw this. This was his war with the upper echelons of the lighthouse country, and it had nothing to do with his sister. Fire. Seeing Angela being pulled away, the leader of the squad did not hesitate and directly gave the order to fire. No matter what reason Curtis had, they couldn't let him out of here. Otherwise, there will be a huge panic and disaster outside, so Curtis had to die. Dozens of soldiers around him frantically pulled the trigger, and a massive amount of bullets poured out crazily hitting Curtis. After all, Curtis just merged with the mutation of the G-virus and the strength is not very high. Under the terrifying firepower, he has no ability to resist at all and can only raise the huge claws to protect his head. Zero Flowers, his body was quickly bruised and bruised. Do not seeing her brother being attacked, Angela cried out in pain. However, she was pulled by two soldiers and could not go forward at all. Cease fire. 39 Stop firing, stop firing. Seeing that Curtis was shaky, the leading captain directly told everyone to stop firing. Those soldiers also felt that Curtis was dying and stopped firing. Boom. Curtis stood unsteady and staggered, but in the end he couldn't support it and collapsed. The target mission was aggressive, and resisting arrest, we have killed the target. The captain of the soldier directly communicated and reported to his superiors. Is this what you mean by a strong opponent? Leon on the side watched that Curtis fell and asked Chu Feng next to him. Chu Feng didn't speak, just watched silently without saying a word. If Curtis is really so easy to die, then he is not worthy of the title of the big boss. This firepower is not enough to deal with Matt, but to deal with Curtis, so be it. Seeing Chu Feng's solemn expression, Leon turned his eyes back to Curtis with a puzzled expression. It's already like this, can it be said that he can still be resurrected? Dujujudu. Warning, deadly virus strain detected in Garden District, request for reply. Warning, deadly virus strain detected in Garden District, request for reply. Sure enough, the next moment the entire base turned on a red light and the laboratory echoed the system's warning sound. At the same time, Curtis, who had fallen to the ground, actually stood up again. Team leader, the soldiers behind him reminded in horror. What are you kidding? My subordinates have beaten you to pieces. The captain was shocked when he heard the words and hurriedly raised his head. When he saw Curtis, his face was full of horror and disbelief. He just saw with his own eyes that Curtis was turned into a hornet's nest by his own men. However, he just lowered his head to report and then raised his head. Curtis had already stood up again. This is not scientific at all. However, before he finished speaking, he was instantly slapped to death by Curtis. Ah, 35 duh duh duh. The soldiers behind him looked horrified and opened fire again. The terrifying bullets poured out as if they didn't want money, but they hit Curtis as if they were tickling. Curtis swiped his claws frantically. One claw was a wave of soldiers being shot away, and one claw was a wave of soldiers being shot away. Those heavily armed soldiers were as vulnerable as leaks. It's just abusive. Crack! An artilleryman filled the grenade directly and aimed at Curtis in the field. However, the next moment he could not find the target. A dark shadow blocked the light above his head. Ah tilde. The grenadier screamed and was directly killed by Curtis. Bang, 35 boom, the grenade gun fired out of control, hitting the soldiers directly. The explosion sounded and there was another casualty. My leg. Several soldiers covered the wounded, but were caught up by Curtis, who had turned into a monster. Boom! Another grenadier finally seized the opportunity, aimed at Curtis and fired with a bang. The huge grenade flew directly from the gun hall and shot at Curtis. If Curtis is hit, no matter how strong his body is, he will be killed. However, Curtis, who has mutated again, is also stronger and can respond to such a high-speed moving grenade. Boom! Curtis waved his paw directly and the grenade bounced off. Boom! The terrorist grenade was thrown upwards, blasting the overpass above. When the overpass fell, the artilleryman was buried instead. The two soldiers who were holding Angela had been scared and ran away, so how could they care about Angela? Angela, who broke free, looked at the one-sided slaughter in the arena with fear and confusion in her eyes. She didn't know what to do or what to do. One is his close relatives and the other is his comrade in arms. Who can she help and who will she help? Why at this level are you still unwilling to take action? Leon frowned as he looked at the indifferent Chu Feng and said. He had two small pistols on him which were of no use at all. He really wanted to know how strong the so-called mutant Chu Feng was and whether he could fight against Curtis, who fused the G-virus. After Curtis blasted the surrounding soldiers to death, he turned to see Angela. His eyeballs began to vibrate, and Curtis, who was controlled by the G-virus, had lost his mind and began to walk towards Angela. Obviously, the G-virus is different from the T-virus. It expands not by infection but by making offspring. Among the people here, only Angela is a woman, a beautiful woman, and a woman of the same blood as him, so he targeted Angela. Tap, tap. Curtis walked towards Angela step by step, ignoring the attacks of the soldiers who were not dead yet. Damn. Seeing this, Leon drew out his dual guns and shot at Curtis frantically. His marksmanship was accurate, but hitting Curtis was of no use at all. Ordinary bullets can't even break through Curtis's skin, let alone kill him. It's just scraping. Roar. Curtis roared, stepped forward, and rushed towards Angela. At this time, Angela wanted to run, but there was nowhere to escape. If he is caught by Curtis, he will have a wedding on the spot. At this critical juncture, Chu Feng stepped out and stopped in front of Angela. Crack. In an instant, a large number of firearms appeared crazily, and in the blink of an eye, a spherical firearms defense belt was formed. Duh duh duh. In an instant, thousands of guns fired in salvo, frantically firing at Curtis, who was rushing towards him. Thousands of weapons fire at the same time. What is that scene? That's an entire army of people firing at the same time. In an instant, the sound of gunfire was loud, and a large number of bullets poured out frantically as if they didn't want money and shot at Curtis. Ah tilde, even if Curtis's body defense is strong, under such terrifying force output, he can't stand it. After being beaten 403, he screamed and retreated. What? Okay, a lot of weapons, the airport zombies really killed him. Angela and Leon were shocked and disbelieving when they saw the thousands of weapons appearing almost at the same time. At this moment, Leon finally understood how the 500 or 600 zombies in the airport died. It was Chu Feng who killed them, and Leon finally saw how Chu Feng's gun appeared. However, even if he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't see where Chu Feng's weapon was placed. Mumble, well, what's that? Gunslinger? My god, guns, lots of guns. Who is this person? How can he control so many guns? Thousands of guns fired at the same time. God, he alone is equivalent to an army. It's impossible. How can there be someone in this world who can control so many weapons at the same time, and where did his weapons come from? It suddenly appeared. 5. Fortunately, he attacked the monster. It should be his own, otherwise it would be miserable. Dude, now we are saved. The soldiers around who were beaten to pieces were all dumbfounded when they saw Chu Feng take action. One by one, their mouths widened, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. Control thousands of weapons at the same time, needless to say how spectacular the scene is. Where is this person? It's a gun fortress at all. Just looking at it is exciting. Not to mention watching him frantically fire. As soldiers, they are quite familiar with weapons, and they are never surprised when they see weapons. However, thousands of salvos like this are still under the control of the same person. They have never heard of it, not to mention that they have met. That is, Chu Feng opened fire on Curtis, not the enemy. Otherwise, those soldiers felt that facing Chu Feng, they couldn't even hold a breath and they would be wiped out in an instant. The morale, which had fallen to a low point, had recovered. Kakaka, just when everyone thought that Curtis was going to be solved by Chu Feng, Curtis's body mutated again and his muscles doubled. Ding ding ding, those bullets hit him but they couldn't break through his defenses. Roar. Curtis raised his head suddenly, stared at Chu Feng with bloody eyes, roared and stepped on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and he was like an arrow from the string, blasting away all the bullets, all the way like a broken bamboo blasting towards Chu Feng. A sharp claw like a reaping scythe of the god of death slapped Chu Feng head on. Chu Feng, be careful. Seeing this, Angela behind her exclaimed and reminded loudly. She wanted to help, but Curtis' charge was too fast. She couldn't help at all. Of course, she couldn't help either. SHH. However, just when Angela was nervous, thinking that Chu Feng was going to be slapped to death by that Curtis, a strange thing happened. Chu Feng's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and flew upside down, narrowly avoiding Curtis's fatal blow. And his own body is also suspended in the air. Huh, it's incredible, he's flying, he's flying. Oh my god, it's impossible, how can humans fly? Crazy? Yes, I must be crazy. What did I see? Flying people. What kind of monster is he, Superman? Mumble, I saw God today. The surrounding soldiers looked at the floating Chu Feng, their mouths wide open, their eyes widened, and their faces were shocked and unbelievable. They never thought that Chu Feng could still fly. Or really mean literally, fly up, I'm a good boy, hey, this is insane. How can humans possibly fly? As far as his anti-scientific ability is concerned, it is estimated that even if Newton knew about it, he would have to cheat. They thought they had seen God and performed a miracle. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person fly? Of course, what they didn't know was that what Chu Feng had awakened in his body was the Magneto Gene, which could control the electromagnetic force of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Not only does it have nothing to do with God, but it is more scientific than science. Is this the mutant? It's unbelievable. Leon raised his head and looked at Chu Feng floating in the sky with a shocked expression on his face. Chu Feng said earlier that he can control metal, but he didn't say that he can still fly. Mutants are so terrifying. What? He flew. Angela was also dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She never thought that Chu Feng, who was about to be shot to death, suddenly flew up. Who is he? Not only them, but also Curtis was stunned, showing a look of astonishment. Although he has become a monster, some human instincts and common sense are still there, and he can't figure out why a human can fly. The way Chu Feng is able to levitate and fly is that he can generate a magnetic field so strong that it essentially polarizes the magnetic field of the atoms inside the diamagnet. By controlling the magnetic force, he turned himself and other substances into magnetic substances and lifted the object through the repulsion between the magnetic fields. Whether it is a ferromagnet, a paramagnet, or a diamagnet, nothing in nature can escape Chu Feng's palm. Chu Feng is a veritable king of all things magnetism. Of course, such a flight consumes a lot of money, and it is possible to stay in the air for a short time, but it is really unbearable for a long time. So Chu Feng just suspended and avoided and soon returned to the ground. Roar! Curtis saw that Chu Feng had returned to the ground, and he directly picked up a piece of cement on the ground and threw it at Chu Feng. Whoosh! The cement block was like a cannonball, shooting straight at Chu Feng. The power is so strong that even a car can be smashed in an instant. If he attacked Chu Feng, he would instantly smash Chu Feng into mashed flesh. Seeing this, Chu Feng was not afraid. He waved his hand and he put away all the firearms around him. At the same time, with a thought, the surrounding metal steel plates flew directly over, blocking those cement blocks. Roar. Curtis saw that the long-range attack was still ineffective against Chu Feng, so he ignored him and turned his head and rushed towards Angela again. His goal is to have children, and he is not so keen on Chu Feng's grades. Since he couldn't kill Chu Feng, he simply continued his unfinished business. Although Angela didn't know why Curtis rushed to her repeatedly, but the sense of crisis was still very strong, she turned around and fled without saying a word. Boom, 35. However, Curtis was so fast that he came to Angela in a blink of an eye. Under the claws of the giant claw, Angela is about to be taken away. Angela. Leon wanted to rescue him, but he couldn't get involved in this monster's battle at all, so he could only exclaim to remind him. Angela turned back just in time to see the giant claw falling, getting closer and closer. For a moment, Angela was desperate. Is she going to die here? Boom. Just when Angela thought she was going to die in despair, a shadow flashed past and knocked her down. The two narrowly escaped Curtis's sharp claws and rolled several meters on the ground before stopping. Feeling the warm embrace, Angela was immediately stunned, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Angela looked up, just to see Chu Feng's slightly immature and determined face. For some reason, this face that was supposed to arouse the desire for protection now makes her feel particularly at ease. It seems that as long as there is Chu Feng, nothing can hurt her. Are you all right, 35? Seeing Angela's dumbfounded expression, Chu Feng thought she was injured and asked, I'm fine. Angela didn't expect those strange thoughts to arise. This Chu Feng is obviously much younger than her. 0. As the captain of the Special Response Team, she has been managing the law and order in Harvardville, and she does not know how many young people like Chu Feng have been protected. But it was the first time that he was rescued by such a person, and he was still held in his arms, made her a little confused. It's all right. Seeing that Angela was all right, Chu Feng was ready to let her go. SHH. However, at this moment, a huge claws attacked Angela again. Chu Feng had no choice but to take Angela and roll away again. Drink. Chu Feng's Magneto Gene vibrated, the electromagnetic force field unfolded, and the void grabbed the surrounding metal steel and kept stopping in front of the two of them. However, Curtis's claws are not steel but better than steel, and they are madly grabbing against Chu Feng. The steel plate was directly broken by the sharp claws. Chu Feng kept holding Angela back and kept waving his hand. Boom bang bang, those steel bars buried under the cement kept sticking out as if they had life, crazily wrapping around Curtis's feet. SHHHHH 35. Curtis kept waving his claws to break the steel bars. Roar. Curtis was about to break free from the shackles of the steel bars, and he raised a huge roar to the sky, staring at Chu Feng with bloody eyes. Grandpa still doesn't believe he can't kill you. Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field suddenly exploded, directly expanding to 100 meters, pulled towards the huge metal sky bridge overhead. Kakaka, booms 35. On the huge overpass that was more than 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, those steel nails bigger than a bowl were madly bounced off, and the entire overpass was twisted and swayed crazily. My God, he's about to demolish the bridge. Can such a big bridge be controlled? This is too scary. Who is the monster? Run, run. The surrounding soldiers were shocked when they saw that Chu Feng was going to demolish the overpass. One by one, their eyes widened, their mouths widened, and they looked in disbelief. Even if Chu Feng could control the metal, it would be terrifying if he could even control the overpass. You know, it's an overpass of more than 10 meters. The weight of this steel is at least dozens of tons. Is this something human can control? At this moment, they couldn't even tell who the monster was. Chu Feng and Curtis. Seeing that the overpass was about to collapse, the surrounding soldiers screamed in terror and fled. Any mutants or monsters? Leon yelled and ran out quickly. Roar. At this time, Curtis, who was trapped by the steel bars, finally cut off all the steel bars and charged towards Chu Feng again with a roar. Drink. 39. The Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field around him contracted wildly. Boom. The overpass above it couldn't bear it any longer, and it crashed down. Curtis heard the sound above his head, and the moment he raised his head, he was hit by dozens of tons of 5'8" huge steel, and he was buried in an instant. The overpass smashed down, and the shock wave that set off sent Chu Feng and Angela flying, and the dust set off covered one side. The surrounding soldiers carefully carried their guns forward one by one, wanting to see if Curtis was dead. However, the ruins were so large that Curtis's body could not be seen at all. Cough, are you all right? Chu Feng got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and stretched his hand to enjoy on the ground. I'm fine, thanks. Angela grabbed Chu Feng's hand, stood up, and said gratefully. Then Angela looked at the huge ruins next to her and said a little lonely, Is he dead? 99. Not yet. Chu Feng didn't hear the kill reminder, so he was definitely authentic. What? This isn't dead. The surrounding soldiers shuddered when they heard the words, this is a flyover. Dozens of tons of steel smashed down and the boulder should have been broken. It's not dead. Beep beep, boom, swish. 55. At this moment, a beep alarm sounded throughout the laboratory. Then one by one the sprinklers were turned on and a large amount of water was sprayed from it, covering the entire garden area. What the hell is this? 35. Those soldiers smelled the pungent smell and looked puzzled. A pure solution of ethanol, Chu Feng said calmly. What the hell are you disinfecting us? The soldier cursed. No, it's disinfecting the entire building. Chu Feng said, what's the meaning? The surrounding soldiers looked puzzled, did not understand what this meant by disinfecting the building. At this moment, a huge beep from the Research Institute's computer sounded overhead. What the hell? At the gate of Will Pharmaceutical, Claire, who came over, looked at the dilapidated Will Pharmaceutical with a puzzled expression. She didn't understand that she was just a while late. What happened here? Chu Feng, thinking of Chu Feng, Claire rushed into the building without hesitation. What the hell? We're still inside. After being reminded by the computer, all the soldiers were dumbfounded, automatically blow up, but the problem is they are still inside. If this place is destroyed at this time, wouldn't they just die here? You go, I'll hold him back. Chu Feng looked at the ruins and said with a solemn expression, bring everyone to the center lounge area fast now, right now. Seeing that this place was about to be destroyed, Leon ordered without hesitation. Several living soldiers saw this and hurriedly supported each other and went to the central elevator. Kakaka, boom bang bang. Curtis, who had not moved, his body continued to mutate, and even the terrifying power of dozens of tons of ruins could not be suppressed, and it shook violently. Boom. Curtis directly lifted the huge steel plate of the overpass, stood up directly, and let out a huge roar in the sky. His original human face also gradually disappeared, and a tail like a steel whip grew out behind him, and almost no human form could be seen. Chu Feng. When Angela heard the sound, she turned around and saw the huge figure that was broken open in the ruins. She was worried that Chu Feng did not get on the elevator and turned back directly. Angela. Seeing this, Leon was worried that Angela was wrong and ran back after him. Combined, the electromagnetic force field vibrated around Chu Feng and directly controlled the surrounding metal to gather in the middle, trying to trap Curtis. Bang, 99. However, when Curtis saw the elevator rise, he let out a roar, and his huge tail slapped the ground, jumped up, and just avoided the gathering of the metal and flew into the air. Crack, 35. Angela wanted to shoot when she saw this. 20 was stopped by Leon. Shoot here and will be affected too. Leon looked at the pure ethanol solution scattered in the surrounding air and said, this air is full of pure ethanol solution, and a little spark can make the entire base fall into a sea of fire. This amounts to premature self-destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Curtis was not hindered and was directly attracted by the mobile soldiers in the elevator and kept jumping on the flyovers above. At this time, it became very difficult for Chu Feng to continue to attack. The farther the distance is, the more mental power Chu Feng consumes to control, and the less precise the control is. A few dozen meters away, it was very reluctant to deal with Curtis. Hell, it's the monster, he's up. The soldiers in the central elevator were about to cry when they saw Curtis, who kept jumping. I thought he was dead, but he was still alive. Forget it, he actually ignored Chu Feng and pursued them instead. They wanted to hide, but there was no way to hide in the elevator. Boom, Curtis was not polite and bumped directly into it. Bang. Chu Feng looked up, only to see a large amount of glass falling in the sky. Curtis, who was completely the G-virus, was also fierce, not only attacking the elevator. Even the top dome is not spared. This is a battle. It's just demolishing the house. A lot of glass fell madly down. These glasses are inherently sharp, and under the acceleration of dozens of meters high, they are like sharp blades. Once attacked, it would definitely be stabbed to death on the spot. Drink. The Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field all over his body covered all metals. Crack. Around 10 tons of metal were rolled up by Chu Feng, forming a huge protective umbrella over everyone's heads. Ding ding ding. Although the huge glass shards like blades are very powerful, it is almost impossible to break through Chu Feng's defense. Boom. After tearing down the roof, Curtis roared in victory and jumped back again. It fell directly behind Angela. Angela turned back and could see Curtis's huge eyes staring at her, not to mention how infiltrating it is. Get down, 95. Chu Feng shouted directly to Angela. SHH, Angela fell down obediently. Curtis still didn't understand what was going on. Dozens of tons of steel roared directly and banged on him. Oh, tilde, Curtis screamed and was blasted out directly. The blow directly seriously injured him. Chu Feng was about to kill him with a knife, and at this time a computer beep sounded around. The countdown to the automatic bombing program starts, 2019-18-17. Run, 39. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng rushed towards the pool in District 4. This place is going to be purified. Alice is not there. He can't control the flames. It would be miserable if it got burned. Leon and Angela didn't hesitate to hear the words, and they resolutely ran with their lives. 1. Crack. At the moment when the countdown reaches 1, the ignition device in the base instantly emits sparks. A large amount of pure ethanol solution around was instantly ignited, and a terrifying explosion broke out, sweeping everything around. This explosion is not just the central garden but covers 4 surrounding areas. The employees who turned into zombies were instantly submerged and burned to ashes. PFFT 35. At the moment of the explosion, Chu Feng, Leon, and Angela finally rushed to the pool and jumped down. The fire above was raging and it continued. and all around is water. Chu Feng and Leon are better. Leon is an agent, almost omnipotent. While Chu Feng lives in southern Kyushu, things like diving should not be too simple. But Angela couldn't. She didn't know water at all and choked quickly, watching Angela drown in the water. Chu Feng thought that, according to the development of the plot, Leon should kiss Angela and give her oxygen at this time. However, when he looked at Leon, he found that Leon had no intention of saving Angela at all, but instead watched Chu Feng keep signaling. It seems to be saying, "Brother, hurry up and give her oxygen." When Chu Feng saw that Leon actually took the initiative to let the beauty away and let him come, he was a little dumbfounded. "Brother, shouldn't you do this job? Besides, didn't you always think that Claire and I were boyfriend and girlfriend? Do you want me to do something like this?" However, what was ushered in was Leon curling his lips in the water, signaling to Chu Feng to hurry up and hug you. Now, what's the matter with kissing to save someone? If you don't hurry up, people will die. Such a big beauty, can you really have the heart to watch her drown and die? Gollum, 99. Chu Feng hesitated here, and Angela was bubbling and she was choked on by the water and fainted. "If you don't save people, I'm afraid she will die here." Chu Feng was helpless, rolled his eyes at Leon in the water, swam forward and kissed Angela. A lot of oxygen was pumped directly into Angela's lungs. Angela, getting oxygen like most drowning people, will catch any life-saving straw. With the oxygen, she directly grabbed Chu Feng like an octopus. Now Chu Feng can't escape even if he wants to run. The door to the building's control room was pushed open. Claire entered directly and quickly and could see a lot of camera images. But at this time, the camera is almost full of burning flames. Die, 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 the indoor garden is falling. The home screen also shows this huge tip. Originally, the central area where Chu Feng and the others were fighting fell directly to the ground, revealing a bottomless huge pothole, and the flames were burning like crazy. My God, what's going on here? Claire was a little confused. She didn't understand why she came so late. Why is it like this here? No, it has to be stopped. How should I do it? This way, it should be fine. Claire is also a little genius. Seeing that the central area falls, the pressure inside is getting higher and higher, so he directly turns on the exhaust compressor and the hot burning air is exhausted. The flaming flames gradually went out. Angela is worthy of being the captain of the special response team. She has a very strong quality and opened her eyes in a short time. When she saw Chu Feng, who was close at hand, she was stunned for a moment. She never thought that Chu Feng would save her again when she was most in danger, and kissed her. She instinctively pushed Chu Feng away, but almost didn't faint again, so she could only hug Chu Feng again. Woo! Chu Feng looked at the flames on his head and knew that he couldn't get out, so he gestured to Leon to break the glass. Leon signaled to understand, pulled out his pistol and fired directly at the glass. Bang! 35, the bullet spiraled out of the water and hit the glass directly. Dang! The glass shattered and the three of them rushed out directly along the water. Fortunately, Claire put out the flame and there was no fire just after everyone rushed out. However, the situation was not much better. Because the park in the central area had already sunk, the three of them rushed out along the water and fell into the bottomless abyss. Just as the three of them were about to fall below, the steel bars in the wall cracked open as if alive, entangling the three of them. The three of Chu Feng fell directly to the ground, breathing the air frantically. He almost suffocated in the water just now and was almost swept into the abyss by the water. Roar! A beast-like roar sounded from above everyone's heads. This Curtis is not dead, he is still alive, his life is harder than a cockroach. No, it's impossible. Angela looked up at Curtis with a look of disbelief. It seems that if you don't do your best today, you won't be able to solve you. Chu Feng stood up and looked up at Curtis, who was crawling fast above his head. His eyes were firm. In an instant, the Magneto Gene was activated, and a more terrifying electromagnetic force field unfolded. The surrounding metal seemed to be pulled, and it actually converged directly on Chu Feng, forming a set of metal armor. At the same time, Chu Feng also slowly floated up. All the metals in the surrounding 4 districts were shaking wildly, and the 4 districts that were about to sink were lifted up again by Chu Feng's terrifying power. Not only District 4, but District 1, District 2, even the dome trembled wildly. This time, the metal controlled by Chu Feng was no longer dozens of tons, but directly reached several thousand tons. Roar! Curtis also seemed to sense the crisis, so he shot directly on the dome and pounced on Chu Feng. With the terrifying power of his complete body, if he is attacked, he will surely die. However, Chu Feng didn't have any fear. Instead, he pushed Curtis, who was pounced. Boom! The entire huge area was pushed out by him as a weapon and shot Curtis directly. Boom! Curtis was directly led into the dome by the huge first area. Oh my god, impossible, Chu Feng actually used the experimental area as a weapon. Suck. It's terrible, it's really terrible, there are thousands of tons of steel in the first district. He can control it, is this his true strength? The mutants are terrible. Seeing that Chu Feng used the entire experimental area as a weapon to attack Curtis, Angela and Leon were both dumbfounded. As far as this area is concerned, at least it weighs several thousand tons. Such a huge volume is no different from a building. In fact, this area is a 7- or 8-story building, and it is not possible to lift it manually. However, Chu Feng pushed them out by himself and attacked them as a weapon, which was terrifying. Ow. Curtis was hit by the first area and wanted to run out of the first area. However, before he could run out, he was hit on the dome, pressing him down. Kakaka, 35, the entire dome actually split open and then wrapped it towards Curtis. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, all metals such as steel bars in a zone are directly compressed inward. A large amount of cement and bricks were all shaken off and fell into the abyss. Just a huge amount of metal squeezed frantically inwards. In a short time, the metal in the entire first area actually aggregated with the dome into a huge metal sphere with a diameter of 20 meters, wrapping Curtis inside. Die. Chu Feng's words came out, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and he pinched the huge metal ball in the sky. Boom! Under the action of the terrifying electromagnetic force field, the entire metal sphere instantly doubled in size. With this terrifying pressure, no matter if there are any bulls, ghosts, snakes, or gods in it, they will be instantly crushed. Tick, tick, 9 blood slowly flowed out from the huge metal ball. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the whole body of the G-virus, reward 3,000 points. When Chu Feng heard the system reminder, he immediately understood that Curtis had been killed. When he heard 3,000 points, he was a little surprised. Very happy, ordinary zombies only have 10 points. This Curtis is equivalent to 300 heads, and it is indeed worth being a big boss. It's not in vain that he spent so much effort here. Now Chu Feng's points have reached 8410 points, which is close to breaking 10,000. If he can keep killing such monsters, his level will increase quickly. But I can only think about it, the G-virus is very precious, and not everyone can integrate it, and the whole world is just one end. Goodbye, Curtis, 35. Chu Feng flinched at the metal ball that was directly 10 meters away. The huge metal ball fell into the bottomless abyss with Curtis's body. Not long after, Chu Feng controlled the metal to bring everyone out. Squeak, 35, the door opened and Claire came out. Claire. Why are you here? Chu Feng was stunned the moment he saw Claire. He thought Claire would stay in the airport, but she never thought that she would come out of the building. Not only Chu Feng, but also Leon and Angela were dazed. Hee. You have to thank me, if it weren't for me you would have been burned to death. Claire chuckled. You put out that flame just now. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words, and then he remembered that when they came out of the water, the flames outside had been extinguished. It turned out that Claire helped out in the control room on the top floor. Nonsense, or what do you think? Well, I'm not bothering you, can you do it without me? Claire said proudly. Chu Feng even thought she was troublesome and didn't let her over. If she doesn't come, you'll all be burned inside. Well, shouldn't it be time to thank me? Okay, it's useful to you this time. Chu Feng was a little helpless. This Claire looks pretty and beautiful, gentle, but more of a strong woman. Just for her courage to charge against the zombies with a broken umbrella, Chu Feng should have known long ago that she could not be left behind. Sure enough, she still came after all. And he also saved their lives unwittingly, which is worthy of the heroine of the Resident Evil series. What does it mean to count? It's all right. Claire was very dissatisfied with what Chu Feng said and corrected it directly. Fine, that's it. Chu Feng was helpless and could only admit it. Chu Feng found that with Claire the atmosphere always became more relaxed. Angela walked slowly to the central patio and looked at the bottomless well. Her brother died after all. You know, we have no other choice. Seeing Angela's low mood, Chu Feng stepped forward and said, in fact, if he could, he didn't want to kill Curtis, but he had turned into a monster. They have no choice. Chu Feng hoped she would understand. I didn't mean to blame you. If it weren't for you, we would all die down there. I just feel emotional. My brother is just one of their pawns, used by others. Seeing that Chu Feng had misunderstood, Angela said slowly. From the moment her brother was injected with the G-virus, she already knew the end. He has become an unconscious monster, and Chu Feng is also trying to save them. She just felt emotional. The people above control everything, and his brother is just a pawn to be used, which is sad, deplorable, and respectable. This does not exonerate Curtis, but we share his fervent hope that the tragedy of Raccoon City will not be repeated. Claire also stepped forward and comforted her. Curtis is indeed a tragic figure who deserves their sympathy. However, what he did hurt a lot of people. A sin is a sin, and it will not be expelled for so-called just reasons. No one can do harm to others in the name of justice. However, in the direction of efforts, in fact, everyone belongs to the same goal. Whatever the choice, at least they are designed to keep the tragedy of Raccoon City from happening again. Now that it's over, it's time for me to go too. Chu Feng saw that it was getting late and his abilities had been exposed, so it was inconvenient to stay here, so he said, "Well, you guys go first, I'll stay here for a while." 35 Angela nodded to Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng nodded, turned around and walked out. Chu Feng, seeing that Chu Feng was about to leave, Angela couldn't hold back and shouted. Chu Feng turned back and looked at Angela's puzzled face, not understanding what else she was doing. "If we have time, let's dive together again." Angela recalled the scene where Chu Feng kissed her in the pool with Chu Feng, hesitated for a while and said, "My pleasure." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he smiled at Angela and turned to leave. "When did you two dive together?" Claire looked at Chu Feng and then at the shy Angela, squinting her eyes with a vigilant look on her face. "You will ask, by the way, what are your plans?" Chu Feng was a little helpless about Claire's curiosity. This was an accident. "And after breaking up this time, I don't know when I can get together, so I said to the two of them, I just got a new assignment and have to go." Leon closed the communicator and said. As the #1 agent of the Lighthouse Country, he was naturally very busy. A helicopter stopped in the square not far away while he was talking. Apparently this was going to pick up Leon. "It seems that this new task is quite urgent. And you?" Chu Feng looked at Claire again and asked. Claire. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, an old lady and a child were waving to Claire by the road at the entrance, and there was a car parked next to them. "Needless to say, I'm here to pick up Claire. You know, someone has come to pick me up and I'll go back to the rescue and continue to help those in need. What about you? What are your plans?" Claire looked at Chu Feng puzzled and asked. She is very curious, where will people like Chu Feng go next? Not only Claire but also Leon are very curious about this question. If possible, he hopes to cooperate with Chu Feng again or even work together. But he also understands that he is from the Lighthouse Country and Chu Feng is from the Kyushu Country, not from the same country. Even if Chu Feng is really willing to work for the Lighthouse, he can't be reused. Instead, he may be investigated and even tested. So he never invited Chu Feng. "Me, I don't know where there are zombies, I will go there." Chu Feng looked calm and spoke lightly. For Chu Feng, wherever zombies erupt, he will go, but this city is certainly impossible to stay any longer. He showed his great ability, whether it was the top of the lighthouse or the umbrella company who wanted to arrest him. "Then can we meet again in the future?" Claire looked at Chu Feng with some reluctance. She had just met someone who could make her heart move, but they were separated so quickly. By fate. Chu Feng remembered that the rescue group had something to do with Alice and belonged to the opponent's group, indicating that they still had a chance to meet. After Chu Feng finished speaking, the magnetic field spread all over his body, and he flew straight up, waved to the crowd, and disappeared into the night sky in a blink of an eye. Time passed, and more than 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In a hotel, Chu Feng got up, entered the bathroom, and started to wash. "Just turn the TV on. We have controlled the spread of the T-virus. Please cooperate with all residents and isolate at home." The news broadcasts the news of the T-virus. Chu Feng smiled knowingly when he heard the words. This virus has been out of control for more than 2 months, and it would have been under control long ago. In the beginning, he still needed to run all over the Lighthouse Country, but now he doesn't even need to run. Basically, if he goes to 2 cities, there will be zombies in 1 city. Chu Feng felt that he couldn't kill him, and the news even said that he had already controlled it. This joke is not funny at all. Of course, the Beacon of Liberty has always been like this, and the newscasters here are all good-natured. Gollum 99 Puff. After Chu Feng washed up, he quickly dressed his clothes, grabbed his pistol, and stepped out. "Boss, check out." Chu Feng came to the front desk and spoke to the innkeeper. Roar, a zombie jumped directly from the front desk. Boom. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng drew his gun and shot. At 35, the zombie was instantly headshot and collapsed. The system popped up a prompt sound directly in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an ordinary zombie and get 10 points. Fortunately, Chu Feng is used to the suddenness of zombies, so he always puts the pistol on the waist where it is easiest to pull out. Otherwise, this wave might have been attacked by zombies. Alas, I wanted to have breakfast, but now it seems that I have no chance. However, at least the rent is free. Chu Feng looked at the zombie. It was the owner of this hotel. It was normal last night, but today it is a zombie. Needless to say, the T-virus has spread here. It is estimated that there is no breakfast today, but the rent does not have to be paid. Chu Feng stepped out of the door. Sure enough, the streets outside were full of stumbling zombies. Another city fell, that's what the news says, it's under control. Who. Because of the gunshots just now, many zombies had already discovered this side. Seeing Chu Feng pushing out the door, they rushed over without any hesitation. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng opened fire directly at the headed zombie. Boom. The gunshot sounded, and the leading zombie was instantly headshot by Chu Feng. Woo-woo, Chu Feng whistled, his fingers moved around the zombies and the bullets moved frantically along his mind like a snake. Puff puff, the zombies that rushed up around also fell crazily. Beep beep. While Chu Feng was busy, the phone in Chu Feng's trouser pocket suddenly rang. Hey, Alice, I'm busy. Chu Feng opened the mouth while directing the bullets to harvest zombies frantically with his fingers. Busy, you big head. Do you know that the zombies are completely out of control now? Just say it, when will you be back? Alice's angry roar came from the other end of the phone, almost deafening Chu Feng. Chu Feng said 2 weeks ago that he would go back, but it turned out to be good. After so long, Chu Feng was still wandering outside. The whole lighthouse country is completely out of control. You are still busy. What are you busy doing? Killing zombies? Roar. Seeing Chu Feng distracted, a zombie suddenly rushed over. Chu Feng swept his gaze and the bullet turned and flew back, directly piercing the zombie's head. I'm surrounded by zombies now. Chu Feng looked at the dense zombies around and said, can't blame him for that. There is no high-speed rail in this lighthouse country, and it is not convenient to travel. The plane was banned again and he could only drive. And the cities he encountered in the middle were almost all occupied and he could only kill all the way, across several states. It's not easy for him. I believe you are a ghost, you can still be surrounded by zombies with your ability. Stop in which city to kill zombies? I still don't understand you. Hurry up, don't give any reason, come back quickly, I can't hold it anymore. Alice's serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Obviously, the zombie outbreak in the whole lighthouse country is a big problem. She couldn't take it anymore. If not, she wouldn't call early in the morning to urge her. Okay, I'll go back right away, really, I promise. Chu Feng heard the words and knew that he had been out for too long and it was time to go back. Hastily promised, this time will not let the pigeons. Okay then you, do. On the other end of the phone, Alice was talking and then cut off immediately. Chu Feng glanced at the phone, frowning, no signal. Chu Feng put the phone away, ready to find a place with a good signal and call back. Not long after, Chu Feng left the town and drove to Alice's base. On the way, Chu Feng tried to contact Alice many times but all failed. No signal. Only at this time did Chu Feng realize the seriousness of the matter. Time passed, another 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, there was still no signal, and even the TV could not be received along the way. Only the voices of some survivors could be heard on the radio. The towns that Chu Feng passed through were all occupied by zombies. It seemed that the lighthouse country had completely fallen. Chu Feng understands that the problem is serious and is eager to meet Alice, so the zombies encountered along the way are basically no longer cleaned up. On this day, Chu Feng crossed the Gobi, galloping all the way on the road and suddenly received a nearby radio alert. This is KLKB, we have 7 people here. In need of emergency medical asylum, 55, we need help, this is KLKB, can anyone hear? Can anyone help us? KLKB, why does this information feel so familiar? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the radio prompt and felt that this information seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Chu Feng thought about it for a long time, then he continued to drive. Creak, 35. Suddenly, a house on the side of the road caught Chu Feng's attention. Chu Feng braked directly and went back a bit and found that the house was written with the English letters of KLKB. This is the place for help mentioned on the radio just now. Chu Feng has a lot of medicines, but he doesn't mind helping by the way. So Chu Feng backed up the car, drove back and stopped in front of the roadside house. It appears to be a repair shop with a motorcycle in front of it. Looking at the motorcycle, Chu Feng frowned, feeling a little familiar. Chu Feng stepped forward and touched the fuel tank. It was hot and it seemed that it had just stopped for a long time. Chu Feng stepped out of the car and walked inside. Inside KLKB, crack, bang, 19. A woman was directly handcuffed and pressed on the table, surrounded by several strong men, including a middle-aged couple. We are surrounded, we need help, can anyone hear? Who can save us, please? The old woman repeated the words on the radio with a mocking look on the locked woman's face. It works every time, Mom. A man did not expect to catch another big fish, still a mermaid, and said Kaio with excitement. Turn her over, I want to see what else she brought. Another man spoke up. The woman who was handcuffed back was turned back, revealing a beautiful face. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely find out that this woman was none other than Alice, who had been separated for many days. I haven't seen each other for 2 months. At this time, Alice is quite haggard. What are you strapped to under, baby? 9. With a wretched expression on his face, the man held Alice's machete and moved it to Alice's belt. He was about to open the belt and do something illegal. Is anyone here? Just when these people were about to attack Alice, Chu Feng's call came from outside the door. Mom, someone's been fooled again. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, the gangsters who were going to act against Alice were Yixiu and said, "Their luck is really good today and the second idiot came so quickly. I really thought someone here needed help. But I don't know, in fact, this is all a trap set up by their family. The purpose is to attract passersby and rob. The men naturally looked for opportunities to kill and the women stayed for their sons to play with. Hurry up and hide, tie this woman up. If she dares to make a sound, she will shoot." 5. The old woman was also ruthless. Seeing that someone was looking for it again, she ordered her 3 sons directly. Obviously, this is another big deal. However, she was also cautious, worried that Alice would make a noise and warn others, so she asked her sons and husbands to take Alice to the back and tie it up. After a while, Alice was escorted to the back room. Several people tied their feet and tied their hands, and they were extremely skilled. Obviously, they had done this a lot during this period of time. Soon, Alice was tied to the chair by them. Gag her mouth. The old woman saw that Alice was tightly bound, but she was still worried and took a rag and stuffed it into Alice's mouth. Woo-woo, just as Alice was about to speak, she was blocked and could only make a faint whine. Anyone there? At this time, Chu Feng's voice was even closer. It's coming fast. 35. The old man heard Chu Feng's voice getting closer and quickly reminded, "Understood, don't worry, look at me." The old woman hurriedly returned to the room just now, picked up the fake doll that had fallen from the ground, wrapped it in cloth, disguised as an injured child, and held it in her arms. And she hurriedly sat back in the chair and began to brew her emotions. The originally grim face quickly turned into a pitiful look, as if she was really a sick child and she had nowhere to seek medical treatment. And her 3 sons also divided 2 to go to another room, preparing to have a 3-pack copy later. Is anyone here? Holding a pistol, Chu Feng walked slowly in the dark house, ready to deal with a sudden zombie attack. But he didn't know that someone had already set up a pocket array in front of him, waiting for a pedestrian like him to be alone. Or someone who loves to come to help. Woo-woo. Not long after, Chu Feng heard a woman's sad sobbing coming from the front. Chu Feng stepped into the door and saw an old woman on the opposite side crying with her back to him. 403. The old woman slowly turned her head back when she heard the voice. Her poor child was dying and she was helpless. She performed wonderfully and even the tears came down. Her acting was perfect. It's a pity that the old woman is not an actress. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw the old woman's familiar face and suddenly remembered it in combination with the surrounding environment. Isn't this the beginning of Resident Evil 3? The old woman pretended to be a rescuer and set up traps with her wife and gangsters to kill passersby. If he remembered correctly, these guys still kept a bunch of zombie dogs in the basement. Alice was subdued just because she was careless and put down her weapon to pick up the child and was almost killed. Now that the old woman has deceived him, do you really think he is stupid? My child, please, please, please save my child. The old woman still didn't know that her plan had been discovered, and she still performed it to the fullest. Holding the fake child, he got up and walked towards Chu Feng. Faced with a poor old woman holding a child, most people will be unprepared and put down their guns to pick up the child. She can take the opportunity to take out the gun hidden under the lining to subdue the other party. Alice was subdued by her move just now. Now she does the same, repeating the old trick. No, it's Chu Feng, don't be fooled, it's a trap. At this time, Alice was in the cubicle, and through the shelf, she finally saw the person coming. Isn't that the Chu Feng that she was thinking about day and night? Alice secretly thought that it was not good and wanted to open her mouth to remind her, but her mouth was blocked, so she could only whimper. She struggled hard, making the chair creak and wobble. Crack. 99. When the old man saw that Alice was dishonest, he loaded the bullet and put it on Alice's head. The meaning is obvious. If you continue to make noise, he will shoot. The other gangsters are also starting to get ready for a gunfight. When Chu Feng heard the movement, he turned to look at the back room. Ah, Tilda, my poor child. He has been sick for many days. Kind-hearted person, can you help my child? The old woman saw that Chu Feng was attracted by the voice and worried that Chu Feng saw an ambush. Once Chu Feng knew of their plan and she failed to disarm Chu Feng, the two sides went to war. It would be dangerous. Without hesitation, the old woman directly transformed herself into a performer and continued to perform, trying to attract Chu Feng's attention. And the pace of her approaching Chu Feng, Kaffee, is getting faster and faster, like a woman worried about her child, seeing the hope of saving her life and can't wait to let Chu Feng see what his child is sick. Sure. Chu Feng looked at the rushing old woman, the corners of his mouth rose, and he said with a smile, "Ah, that's very nice, you're such a good man." Seeing that Chu Feng didn't notice, the old woman turned from sadness to joy and handed the fake child covered in her arms to Chu Feng. And she had already loaded the shotgun secretly, just waiting for Chu Feng to pick up the child. Her shotgun suddenly opened fire behind the wrap. As a woman, she will keep it for her son to play with, and as a man, she does not need to live, as long as the other party's supplies are enough. Chu Feng didn't seem to know that he was going to be fooled, but he slowly lowered the muzzle of the gun. Alice inside saw that Chu Feng was about to be fooled, and her forehead was sweating, and she was so anxious that if it wasn't for the gun but also tied tightly, she would have rushed out long ago. Done. Unexpectedly long time no see, this time Chu Feng will be deceived by this group of thieves. Alice was worried, but the old bastards next to her were happy. Sure enough, 2 months after the apocalypse began, this person is such a liar. Just deceived Alice, but another Oriental person was fooled. Seeing that the car is very luxurious outside, this wave has made a lot of money. Just when Alice thought that Chu Feng was going to be fooled and worried, the thieves around thought that the plan had succeeded and were ready to receive Chu Feng's supplies. Chu Feng, however, did not hesitate, and at the moment when the old woman thought he was about to put down the gun, he suddenly raised the gun and fired directly. Bang! 35 the gunshots sounded, and the old woman's originally smiling face froze instantly. She widened her eyes in disbelief. She didn't understand her seamless trap, seeing that the other party was about to be fooled. Why did the other party suddenly open fire? Where did she act wrong? Where did she make a flaw and reveal her tricks? But she will never know. Boom! The old woman fell, and the dummy in her hand and the shotgun in her hand that was ready to fire on Chu Feng also fell to the ground. Boom! 99 in an instant, the old man in ambush and their gangster sons were all dumbfounded. Looking at the room outside, the fallen old woman looked shocked and incredulous. They couldn't believe that the trap of trying bailing in the past suddenly failed. Chu Feng was clearly fooled, but the moment he put down the gun, he suddenly raised the gun and shot the old woman to death. This is not scientific. Where is the problem? How did Chu Feng see the flaw? Not only them, but Alice, who thought she knew Chu Feng, was stunned. She widened her beautiful eyes with a look of astonishment and surprise on her face. She never thought that Chu Feng was so clever, that he saw the trap of this gang of thieves and even came up with a plan. Deliberately suppressing the gun's muzzle to make the old woman think she succeeded in her conspiracy, and then simply kill her with one shot. Perfect, simply perfect. Mom, hole, I killed you. After a short period of days, several thugs let out a wailing, one left and one right, and rushed out of the rooms on both sides with guns, shooting at Chu Feng with a gun, vowing to kill Chu Feng directly. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and a bullet carrying a hot tail flame was sent from the muzzle, spinning at a high speed and shot towards Chu Feng. If it were an ordinary person, it would immediately be killed by the gun. But unfortunately, they met Chu Feng. It is also Chu Feng, who has advanced to the 3rd rank of Magneto's ability. Chu Feng just glanced at the bullet. The ballistic of the bullet originally shot at Chu Feng was instantly changed, and it was directly deflected and shot at a gangster on the other side. Puff! The bullet went straight through the B's body. Brother, why? The gangster stared at the big brother who shot the gun, his eyes wide in disbelief. Don't they want to avenge their mother? Why would his eldest brother fire at him? What the hell? Could it be that the eldest brother has always been jealous of the more maternal love he received? Otherwise, what would he do if he didn't attack Chu Feng? Boom! With an unbelievable look, the gangster was unwilling to fall. Eddie, brother, what are you doing? Why did you kill the 3rd brother? The man next to the gangster saw that the 3rd brother was shot and killed by the eldest brother. However, his 3rd brother Eddie was no longer breathing. He raised his head and glared at his eldest brother with a puzzled look on his face, not understanding why his eldest brother would fire at his younger brother. I don't know, I'm targeting him, it's him. It must be the ghost of this Oriental. I want you to die. The boss was also stunned. He originally wanted to shoot Chu Feng to avenge his mother, but he never thought that he would shoot his little brother by mistake. In the face of his second brother's questioning, he let out a painful wailing. Instead, he poured all his anger on Chu Feng. If it wasn't for Chu Feng, how could he accidentally kill his little brother? Today, he will turn Chu Feng into a beehive to avenge his younger brother Eddie and his mother. 35. The gunshots sounded frantically, and a large number of bullets poured out as if they didn't want money and shot Chu Feng directly. Facing these bullets, Chu Feng had no fear at all. In front of him, Magneto killing him with metal bullets is really naive and ridiculous. Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and those bullets all shot at another gangster behind Chu Feng. Brother, you are so cruel. If I die, you don't want to live. The second brother is angry. Good, you big brother. You killed the third brother, Eddie, and you still want to kill me. If you don't talk about brotherhood, don't blame him for being unrighteous. Before the second brother died, he raised his gun and shot the eldest brother. This time Chu Feng didn't control the bullets, and those bullets shot at the boss. Boom. After all, the two robber brothers killed each other and fell to the ground. The old man in the house was dumbfounded, and he never thought that the trap for the survivors would suddenly be seen through by Chu Feng, and his three sons suddenly strife and shoot each other. He felt like his whole life was falling apart. Alice, why are you here? Chu Feng stepped over the eldest corpse, walked slowly into the house, and was stunned when he saw Alice. It was only because of the plot that he knew that this group of people were not good people, and if he wanted to kill him, he would do it first. I didn't expect to see Alice here. Isn't she defending at the base? How did she come here? Chu Feng thought of the motorcycle outside the door and instantly knew that it was Alice's motorcycle. No wonder it was so familiar. Woo-woo, 39. Alice's mouth was gagged and she wanted to speak, but she could only make a whimpering sound. Chu Feng couldn't listen to what she was saying at all. Crack, don't come here, I'll kill her if you come again. You know each other, that's better, you don't want her dead. The old man came back to his senses, hurriedly aimed the muzzle at Alice's head, and threatened Chu Feng. If Chu Feng and Alice don't know each other, he might use Alice as a hostage to no avail. But now that Chu Feng knew this woman, it was much easier. Although he didn't understand why his two sons suddenly shot at each other, the weirdness of this matter only started after meeting the Oriental man in front of him. He didn't believe it if he said it had nothing to do with Chu Feng and killed him. Fortunately, Chu Feng knew this woman, so he could threaten Chu Feng with Alice. You dare threaten me? Chu Feng looked at the old man with a cold expression. Chu Feng hated others threatening him the most in his life, especially threatening him with people he cared about. Yes, boy, I don't care what you did to turn my son against me, but you are dead. 99, put down your weapon or I'll shoot her. The old man looked at Chu Feng fiercely and threatened. He has made up his mind, Chu Feng must die. As long as Chu Feng put down his gun, he did not hesitate to fire on Chu Feng, killing him and avenging his wife and children. However, the scene of Chu Feng throwing away the pistol in the old man's expectation did not happen. Chu Feng not only did not put down the gun, but also looked at the old man with a mocking expression and said, Really? Then you shoot. Threatening him with a metal weapon, the Doomsday Magneto, is ridiculous. Shoot if you can. I really thought that Chu Feng was scared. Damn, you think I dare not? 55. The old man was completely irritated by Chu Feng's mocking tone, thinking of the death of his wife and children just now, so excited that he actually pulled the trigger directly at Alice. Boom. Gunshots sounded. The imagined scene of Alice being shot in the head did not happen. Instead, the old man was shot in the head by his own gun. After he opened fire, the bullet did not shoot from the muzzle as before, but instead penetrated the gun hull upside down and shot back on his forehead. The old man opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, his face was unbelievable, and he couldn't rest his eyes. He never thought that his gun would explode, giving him a reverse kill. So far, all the robbers have been solved by Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not hesitate, stepped forward, took out a knife and cut all the ropes that bound Alice. Crack. With the thought of Chu Feng, the handcuffs that locked Alice fell off automatically. Chu Feng, Alice broke free from the shackles and without hesitation threw herself into Chu Feng's arms. It's all right, it's all right. Chu Feng hugged Alice and comforted her softly. He can also understand that he has just been caught by the gangsters and that he is excited by these shocks and crimes. Chu Feng did not expect to meet Alice on the way. By the way, aren't you at the base? Why are you here? Chu Feng saw that Alice's mood was calmer and then asked, It has been many days since the last call. Chu Feng remembered that Alice and Jill and others established an opponents' meeting to expose the experiments of the top executives of the Lighthouse State and the Umbrella Company in Raccoon City. After the zombie crisis broke out, Chu Feng also contacted Alice. Remember, Alice said they built a base in the city to defend against zombies. It stands to reason that she should be in the base. Why did she come here? It was also tied up by these robbers to set traps. If Chu Feng didn't find out, it would be dangerous. What else? You're gone for a few months. You said you were coming back 2 weeks ago, but no one was there. A few days ago, our base was breached and we couldn't get in touch with you. We organized a convoy and went straight to your side, hoping to meet you on the road. I finally see you now, Chu Feng. Why are you only here now? Alice saw Chu Feng's question, raised her pink fist and greeted Chu Feng, while hammering and saying grievances. She feels wronged. You are too embarrassed to say it. You said 2 weeks ago that you would come back, but the result was good and no one has been seen. Just a few days ago, the communication with Chu Feng was interrupted, and the next day it was broken by zombies. There was no other way but to load some of the supplies into the truck and break through. After the breakout, the convoy did not know where to go. In order not to get separated from Chu Feng, Alice asked the convoy to start straight along the town where Chu Feng interrupted last time. In this way, there is at least a great chance to meet halfway. No, she came out to collect supplies this time and ended up encountering this robber. A moment of kindness plus carelessness was tricked. It's also thanks to Chu Feng's sudden appearance, otherwise I don't know what to do. Chu Feng asked Alice Hammer not to resist. After a long time, Alice Hammer was tired, and once again threw herself into Chu Feng's arms and kissed Chu Feng. Woohoo! Chu Feng didn't expect that Alice was so proactive and unprepared that she had not seen her for so long and was kissed straight. Chu Feng felt good and closed his eyes. Wang wang wang. Just when Chu Feng and Alice were kissing each other, a huge dog barked came from a gap in the next room. This is not a safe place. We will find a safe place to talk in detail at night. Chu Feng was awakened by the dog, knowing that there was a zombie dog behind him that needed to be dealt with, and said. The smell in this repair shop was not good and there were still corpses around. Chu Feng didn't want to work in such a place. 39. Alice nodded obediently. She also understood that she was too excited. There are corpses all around, which is really not a good place to do things, so I let go of Chu Feng. Not long after, Alice took back her confiscated pistol, Damascus knife, and various weapons, and then went to the gap with Chu Feng to investigate. Alas, poor man. Chu Feng sighed when he saw that there were really 3 zombie dogs inside, and there were several wrecks beside him. Needless to say, it must be the kind-hearted people who passed by them before who wanted to help, but they were killed by these robbers, who took the supplies and threw them in to feed the zombie dogs. I won't go into detail about how ruthless the robbers of this family are. It's only been 2 months since the end of the day, and it's already so crazy I don't know what will happen in the future. Wang wang wang. I think it was the death of the robber just now, and the smell of blood attracted them. So the zombie dog is very restless now and keeps jumping up while barking, trying to bite Chu Feng and Alice. Obviously these 3 zombie dogs took Chu Feng and Alice as food. Boom! Chu Feng directly picked up the pistol and fired directly at the zombie dog below. Puff! The bullet hit the first zombie dog, did not stop, turned a corner and shot at the second one. Puff! After the bullet penetrated the second zombie dog, it still did not stop and continued to shoot at the third one. PFFT, 35 bang bang bang. The 3 zombie dogs were headshot by Chu Feng and fell one after another. The system prompt sounded directly in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an enhanced zombie dog and get 30 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an enhanced zombie dog and get 30 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an enhanced zombie dog and get 30 points. As the 3 beeps sounded, Chu Feng's points rose by another 90 points. Hearing the system prompt, Chu Feng was stunned. Under normal circumstances, killing a zombie dog is 20 points. Unexpectedly, these 3 zombie dogs turned out to be 30 points each, which is a lot more. However, when Chu Feng saw the corpses, he was stunned. Zombie dogs will also become stronger. These zombie dogs continue to eat and become stronger, so the points obtained by killing them will also increase. Let's go! After Chu Feng killed the zombie dog, he turned and walked out. Alice also followed Chu Feng and left the KLKB repair shop. Die, Alice, where are you? We found a motel. It looks safe and ready to camp inside. Please answer. 99. Repeat. Alice, where are you? We found a motel. It looks safe and ready to camp inside. Please answer. 5. Just as Chu Feng and Alice left KLKB, a familiar voice came from the walkie-talkie on the front of Alice's car. This voice Chu Feng was very familiar with. It was the voice of Claire, who had not seen him for several months. Chu Feng did not expect that after parting, he would hear her voice in this situation. It seems that she is not only in the team, but also has a low position. But thinking about it makes me wonder. Alice and Jill created the opposition together, and the Rescue Association joined by Claire is also a branch of the opposition. It's not surprising that they are together. Obviously, they found a motel not far from the road, and it was difficult to find a place to repair in the desert. They were worried that they would go too far and have no place to repair at night, so they chose to camp in advance. And Alice didn't answer, which made her a little worried, so she kept repeating. I'm Alice, received. Alice picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke slowly. Alice, what happened to you just now? Why haven't you replied? Claire's worried voice came over the walkie-talkie. Apparently, it wasn't the first time she called Alice. It's just that I haven't been able to get in touch with Alice. I don't understand what happened on Alice's side. There was a little accident just now, but it's resolved. I just found a friend and I'll go over now, it's over. Alice pressed the call button and spoke slowly. Now that the crisis has been lifted, Alice feels that there is no need to bring it up, so she just ignores what happened just now. She came out to explore the way and collect supplies, so she knew the way well. When she first came out, she did see a separate motel not far down the road, so she knew the location and was ready to meet the convoy in the past. Friend. Well, come here quickly, it's over. Claire's puzzled voice came from the walkie-talkie and then it turned off. Clearly, Claire was used to Alice finding someone. There are several people on her side and one more person doesn't care at all. Of course, if she knew that this person was Chu Feng, it would probably be different. Come on, the convoy intends to camp at a motel along the way. Alice ended the call and looked back at Chu Feng. Say it, Alice starts the motorcycle directly. And Chu Feng also stepped into the sports car. Boom, boom, boom. The sports car started and followed Alice all the way. Normal people would not choose sports cars in the end times. After all, this thing consumes a lot of fuel, makes a lot of noise, and has a small interior space. There's almost no practicality other than being used for coercion. But it's different for Chu Feng. He has already spent 2,000 points to upgrade the storage space again. Now Chu Feng has a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, a huge space of 10 meters in length, width, and height. There is no problem in parking trucks, and he doesn't care about the actual space at all. In front of the Desert Boat Motel, 5 cars were parked outside. It seems quiet. On the roof of the car, Jill took a telescope and looked at the outside of the entire hotel and finally came to a conclusion. After not seeing her for a few months, Jill is still familiar with the blue vest and the short and medium bob, which makes her more capable and more heroic. Yes, isn't that the case every time? Hippie LJ has reservations about the safety of Jill's claims. After all, they walked all the way, and when they didn't look quiet, they didn't know what ghosts were waiting for them after they entered. Claire, the hotel seems to be safe, we're going in. Jill was also the first sister of the policewomen, and she had no fear at all and made a decision directly. Turn on the walkie-talkie and notify Claire. Okay, be careful. Claire also understood that Jill's decision, unless Alice was there, no one could stop her. So I didn't object, but I still told her to be careful. 0 flowers. Zombies can bite or bite regardless of whether you are beautiful or not. Come on, we're at work. Gil was satisfied that Claire didn't object, slapped LJ and jumped out of the car. It is very lucky to be able to find a motel in the desert that surrounds it for hundreds of miles. She didn't want to sleep outside the desert tonight. Boom, boom, boom. Jill did not hesitate and drove directly to the motel with LJ. Squeak. After entering the motel, the car stopped directly. The door opened, Jill stepped out of his high-heeled police boots and pulled out his pistol for warning. Although his mouth is carefree, in fact, Jill is very careful every time he explores the road. They don't have virus serum, and if they get bitten, it's game over. Crack. The same is true of LJ. Don't look at him laughing and joking all day, but in fact he is also very cautious. The two quickly entered the hotel. The entire hotel was dead silent, except for the messy items. There was not a single living person. No zombies were seen. You go over there, I'll go over here. Jill took a look. The motel was not small, and it seemed that there was no danger, so he chose to split up. LJ's luck has always been good, and her strength is tough enough, so she should be fine. 35. LJ nodded, and the two separated directly from left to right and began to explore the motel. Outside the motel, Claire has been watching Jill and LJ enter the motel with binoculars from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the roar of a car came from a distance behind him. 0. A sports car and a motorcycle quickly drove towards the team. What the hell? Everyone pay attention, there are unknown vehicles approaching. 55. Otto looked suspiciously at the sports car galloping in the distance. Without hesitation, he warned directly. The people in the car became vigilant one after another. This is the end of the world, and the people you meet are not necessarily good people, and you still need to be vigilant. Claire also heard the sound, picked up the binoculars and looked at it. She was stunned. Although the reflection of the glass in the sun can't see the person inside the sports car, Alice in front of the sports car is very easy to identify. Don't be nervous, it's Alice. Seeing Alice, Claire jumped off the front of the convoy and comforted her. Claire looked at the sports car galloping in the distance and didn't mean to be happy, but frowned. She didn't understand how Alice could bring back such an arrogant person. What you have to do in the end is to keep a low profile, and then keep a low profile, try not to make too much noise to attract zombies. This person is very good. If you make a sports car, you can hear the roar of the accelerator for a few miles. If you let such a person follow you, it will be troublesome in the future. When I heard that Alice was back, everyone's original nervousness eased. But they were more curious about the person Alice brought back. Survivors were clinging to the glass windows one after another, wanting to see who came this time. Such a big reaction. Sports cars and motorcycles are very fast, and they are approaching in a blink of an eye. Alice, I know you've always done your own way, but what do you think you brought back? It's... Seeing that Alice stopped the car, Claire stepped forward directly, akimbo angrily. This team is not your one-man team, Alice. You can do whatever you want on weekdays, but you can't bring everyone back. A roar of the accelerator can be heard for several miles. Is it because the zombies can't hear it? Did what? Chu Feng opened the city gate and smiled at Claire. Chu Feng? The moment Claire saw Chu Feng, the whole person was dumbfounded. She never imagined that the person whose accelerator was shaking was Chu Feng, who had been separated for more than 2 months. Immediately stunned. When the apocalypse came, she thought that she would never have the chance to see Chu Feng again in her life, but she never thought that Chu Feng would suddenly appear 2 months after the apocalypse. Of course it's me. What's the matter? I'm not welcome. Chu Feng looked at Claire's anger and teased. It's really you. It's really nice. I thought I'd never see you again. Woo woo. Claire was very excited when she saw Chu Feng. Thinking about the difficulties during this time, she even forgot about everything around her. It's all right, didn't I come to see you? I said we are very destined. Seeing Claire crying sadly, Chu Feng patted her shoulder and comforted her. Chu Feng, can you explain what is your situation? For a moment, Alice next to her was completely dumbfounded, and she straightened her face when she reacted, looking at Chu Feng with a murderous look and gritted her teeth. I originally wanted to open a room with you tonight, but as soon as you came, you hugged the old lady and sister. It's a long story. Claire didn't notice Alice's face, but Chu Feng saw it. This woman seems to be jealous, which is not a good sign, so she chooses to avoid it, want to prevaricate the past. Claire, you know him, why haven't I heard you mention him? Seeing that she couldn't find a breakthrough on Chu Feng's side, Alice quickly moved to Claire. She wants to know what happened between Chu Feng and Claire. Oh, it's a long story indeed, and even if it were, you wouldn't believe it. Actually, Chu Feng is not an ordinary person, but a mutant. I didn't expect him to come to me in person. I met Chu Feng when we were at the airport. At that time, zombies broke out. We fought zombies together, exposed weird pharmaceuticals, and dealt with G-virus together. Alice, you don't know, I didn't know his ability at the time. I was holding an umbrella to protect him. This guy was too bad, he didn't even say it. He kept hiding behind me for my protection. Claire was so happy to see Chu Feng, her mouth couldn't stop at all, and she gestured as she spoke. I didn't see Alice's face getting more and more gloomy next to me. Chu Feng, you have been through so much, why have I never heard of you? You came here to find her. 99. Alice stared at Chu Feng and said mockingly. Could you, Chu Feng, with all your strength, you deliberately hide behind a girl? This is obviously impure motive. Even her abilities are revealed to the bottom of the sky. Do you think she is beautiful and like her? You 403 also fought zombies together, exposed pharmaceuticals together, and dealt with G-virus together. More importantly, the two of them had gone through so much together, yet they didn't even mention it to her. The keen Alice's eyes glanced back and forth on Claire and Chu Feng. Chu Feng's scalp felt numb from Alice's sight. Claire is beautiful, cheerful, gentle, and strong, and it seems that all the optimistic qualities can be found in her. Such a girl, Chu Feng said it was fake that she didn't feel anything. Seeing Alice like this, Chu Feng was reminded of the scene where he almost kissed Claire in the airport, and he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. After seeing Chu Feng's expression, Alice was even more certain that the two must have some serious relationship. In an instant, the atmosphere at the scene became solemn. Why didn't you just meet today? Although Claire is cheerful, she is also a keen woman, and she quickly sensed that the atmosphere was wrong. He looked at Chu Feng and then at Alice with a puzzled look on his face. What Alice said earlier was to explore the way and collect supplies by the way. She thought that Alice met Chu Feng for the first time outside. Now it seems that the two know each other, and also very familiar. Of course, we've known each other for a long time. Alice was originally a domineering Valkyrie, and she was still very strong on Chu Feng. She said the word very early with particular emphasis, as if she was declaring some sovereignty. Really? Chu Feng, why didn't I hear you mention Alice? When Claire heard the words, she looked directly at Alice and a fiery spark erupted. Claire regretted being separated from Chu Feng last time. For more than 2 months, she had secretly swore that if she could meet Chu Feng again, she would never let go again. She wants to boldly pursue her own happiness. So she felt very unhappy after Alice's sworn words of sovereignty, stared at Alice and asked Chu Feng. Say, talk about your sister, talk about it. Look at you, if you don't talk about it, you're already so angry and it's going to turn the world upside down. Isn't this uncomfortable? Chu Feng was about to scold his mother. Let him say. What did he say? If you don't say it, it's already incompatible, and if you say it, it won't turn the sky upside down. Cough cough. What about? Officer Jill. Why haven't I seen her for so long? Chu Feng is not stupid. Now that the second daughter is angry, everything he says is wrong. In this case, there is no other way but to use the method of diverting attention. Thinking of Jill, Chu Feng seemed to have found a life-saving straw and immediately changed the subject. Jill, she and LJ went into the Desert Boat Motel to investigate. Do you know Jill? Upon hearing this, Claire spoke subconsciously. Claire, who reacted after that, was a little suspicious. She was very puzzled. How did Chu Feng know the beauties in the team? This is not a good sign. Not good. There are lurkers in this hotel and Jill is in danger. When Chu Feng heard the words, he finally remembered. There are zombie lurkers in this motel. These zombies are very different from ordinary zombies. Generally, when a zombie sees a person, it basically pounces directly on it. But this kind of zombie will slowly approach and then look for opportunities to attack. According to the normal development of the plot, it should be the Special Forces Carlos and LJ who went in together. But Carlos died in Raccoon City, so not here for now. At this time, if it is Jill to go in, it is dangerous. After that, Chu Feng didn't hesitate, got back into the car and rushed towards the motel. Although Chu Feng felt that the person being attacked was most likely LJ, Chu Feng still directly regarded this as Jill's encounter. Because he really didn't want to face Alice and Claire's battlefield without gunpowder. Woman, it's really scary. Lurkers, how do you know that? Alice and Claire were stunned when they heard the words, but as expected, their attention was diverted and they immediately focused on the Jill crisis. Immediately followed, inside the motel. Although it is daytime, the passage is tightly closed, so it is very dark and it is almost difficult to see the scene ahead. But it was not difficult for Jill. She took out the flashlight directly from her pocket, turned it on, and continued to walk forward. Kakaka, not long after, Jill came to the door of the first room. Jill twisted the door handle but couldn't turn, so he ignored this room and continued to walk. There are many rooms in the motel, and after a while, Jill came to the door of another room. Squeak, 35. Jill gave a slight twist and the door opened. Apparently, the room was not locked. Jill opened the door carefully and began to probe. There was clearly a zombie behind the bed, but the zombie didn't rush up like a normal zombie. Instead, it was lurking with its body crawling, waiting for an opportunity. There are not many zombies with such a hint of wisdom, so Jill didn't think that the zombies would lie behind the bed waiting for a chance, so he thought the room was safe. Roar. Just when Jill breathed a sigh of relief, a zombie suddenly sprang out from the corridor behind her that was sure there were no zombies, pounced on her, opened her mouth and bit her neck. Yay, Tilda, Jill exclaimed and was knocked directly into the room. As expected of a police flower, Jill reacted very quickly and directly put his arm across the neck of the zombie, trying not to let the zombie's bloody mouth approach. Roar. However, this zombie was transformed by a soldier, and its strength is stronger than that of ordinary zombies. Jill couldn't even push him away. Jill had no choice but to fire at the zombie's feet. Bang bang bang. After several consecutive shots, the zombie's leg bone was finally broken. The zombie could not balance and finally fell down, and the half-coagulated blood splattered on the ground. Jill took the opportunity to shoot him. Jill finally let out a breath after killing the zombies and sat down on the bed. When the lurking female zombie saw it, she quietly and slowly stood up from Jill's back, preparing to sneak attack from behind when Jill was unprepared. When Chu Feng, who was driving, heard the gunshots, he knew that the battle in the hotel had begun. But it's hard to tell Jill's location from the sound of gunfire alone, but this can't stop Chu Feng. Chu Feng closed his eyes directly, and in an instant the real world disappeared. What he saw was a world composed of countless gravitational forces, electromagnetic waves, and various spectral energies. According to the human body heat radiation, Chu Feng quickly sensed Jill's position. Of course, zombies have no body temperature, so they cannot be sensed by heat. But it is precisely because of this that Chu Feng can identify zombies and humans. Chu Feng saw that there was a gravitational change behind Jill and quietly approached behind Jill. That thing only has gravitational fluctuations and no thermal energy radiation, so it must be a lurker. Boom boom boom, 35. Seeing that the lurker was approaching, but Jill didn't notice it, Chu Feng didn't have time to think about it. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, accelerated frantically, and rushed towards the lurker. Roar. The lurker saw that the opportunity was coming, and without hesitation, he rushed directly to Jill's back. Jill heard the voice behind him, and it was too late to turn back to defend. If you are attacked by this zombie, you will inevitably be bitten by the zombies frantically. Just at the time of Jill's crisis, the wall on the side suddenly burst open. A sports car directly slammed into the wall and window and slammed into the zombies that rushed up. The zombie didn't understand what was going on and was knocked into the wall in an instant, unable to move. Damn it, how is this possible? A car accident? 39. For a moment Jill was stunned, his mouth opened slightly, his beautiful eyes widened and his face was unbelievable. What just happened? Was she involved in a car accident? But this is a hotel in the desert. It's not on the side of the highway. Where did this sports car come from and it crashed into it? Could it be that this sports car drove more than a mile all the way from the highway and then crashed here? And the zombie that was going to attack her just hit the wall. At this moment, Jill didn't know how to thank the car accident for appearing in time and slammed the zombie into the wall. You should be thankful that you were lucky and didn't hit the wall in a car accident. What is the probability that a car accident can happen in a motel that is off the highway, and the car accident happens to hit a zombie that is going to attack her? It is estimated that the probability will not be greater than 0, which is exactly what she does not understand. Boom, the door was kicked open and a familiar figure walked out. Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng's familiar oriental face, Jill was stunned. She never thought that Chu Feng, who had been separated for a few months, would suddenly break through the wall and save her when she was most in danger. It is estimated that ordinary people will never have the opportunity to encounter such an experience in their lifetime. Looking at the familiar figure, I thought that Chu Feng had just hit the wall desperately in order to save her. At this moment, Jill's gaze towards Chu Feng was full of emotion. Boom, Chu Feng drew the gun and shot the lurker in the head. Then he turned around and smiled at Jill. Of course it's me, why don't you recognize me, Officer Jill? With the headshot of the zombie, a system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a lurker zombie and get 30 points. Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the prompt. He didn't expect this zombie to be so valuable, all caught up with the enhanced zombie dog. It seems that rare zombies are also better than rare zombies. If it has always been such a zombie, it will be 3 times easier for him to upgrade. But that can only be thought. Chu Feng, it's great that you're finally back. 35. Surprised Jill, seeing the real Chu Feng, wanted to come up to chat with Chu Feng. However, he just fired a lot of shots at the soldier's zombie feet, and the blood flowed to the ground, making the floor very slippery. Jill stepped on the blood, slipped, and fell directly to Chu Feng. This accident came too quickly. Chu Feng didn't expect it at all and subconsciously reached out to help. However, the result was that they both fell on the bed, and by coincidence the two just happened to kiss each other. Woo-woo 99. At this moment Jill was stunned, and Chu Feng was also stunned. The two looked at each other at such a close distance, their pupils dilated and their faces were unbelievable. Kissed by Chu Feng? No, I actually kissed Chu Feng. 35. My god, how could this be? Boom. For a moment, Jill's mind roared, as if countless thunders exploded in his mind. Although she is a 5'8" police flower, she has many suitors, but none of her outstanding ones are attracted to her. Coupled with her cold personality, concise and capable and strong strength, no one in the police station can overwhelm her, let alone chase her. So she doesn't even have a boyfriend at all, let alone being kissed. Now she actually took the initiative to kiss a man, which was unprecedented, causing her always cold brain to crash. Bang, 35. Officer Jill, didn't you? Just when the two were in a daze, the door was pushed open and Alice rushed in anxiously. I thought the two were fighting zombies, but when she saw the two kissing together, Alice was stunned. How is that possible? Why did Chu Feng kiss Jill? Could it be that they have feelings? 35. Also, if there is nothing between the two, how could Chu Feng care so much and even drive into the wall for her? Damn Chu Feng, how many things are you hiding from me? Alice only felt her mind roaring and all kinds of thoughts popped up in her mind crazily. What's wrong with you, Alice, Chu Feng, and the others? Claire came one step later than Alice, and she looked puzzled when she saw Alice standing blankly at the door. Looking up, the whole person is also stupid. She had just watched Alice react so much and thought Alice was a competitor. However, she never thought that this Jill was. Alice, Claire, would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Only then did Chu Feng react, and he turned to explain to Alice and Claire. This time it's really not that he wants to hide anything. In fact, he and Jill are really nothing. This is an accident. It's really an accident. It was indeed an accident. Woohoo 99. Jill also hurriedly stood up and wanted to explain. However, she seemed to have forgotten the zombie blood on the ground. The floor was already slippery, and she got up in panic again, but before she could finish explaining it, she slipped again and fell back again. Chu Feng looked at Jill, who kissed him again, felt the impact of Xing and wailed in his heart. It's over, there's no need to wash this wave. Hole. Sure enough, Alice and Claire scolded Chu Feng at the same time as a D and left angrily. We believe in you. It was an accident just now, what about this time? This Jill usually looks at Gao Ling and refuses people thousands of miles away, but in front of them he kisses Chu Feng again. Can there be anything more irritating than this? Boom boom boom. 99. After a while the convoy slowly drove into the motel. Does anyone need help? A black nurse walked in with a twisted waist and asked. This is the only doctor in the team, Betty. She heard the gunshot just now, and she also saw the car accident. According to her experience, this new Chu Feng must have been seriously injured, so she ran in carrying a medical bag. But when she saw Chu Feng's appearance, she was stunned, suspicious. What's the situation? The wall has been smashed through. Why does this person seem to be fine? It doesn't seem to even scratch the skin. This is simply a strange thing in the world. I'm fine, look how Jill is. Chu Feng can control metal and is protected by an electromagnetic force field. Not to mention hitting a wall, even if the entire car is hit into a ball, as long as it is metal, it will not hurt Chu Feng at all. On the contrary, Chu Feng was a little worried about Jill. Just a little thing. There was some blood on Jill's forehead, which was caused by the first soldier's zombie hitting the door, but it was only a small scratch, and she felt that it should not be a problem. Lean back and let me take a look. If the skin is broken, just disinfect it. 35. Betty is a doctor, so naturally she has some judgments and stepped forward to check Jill's injury. It was found that Jill was also scratched and there was nothing serious about 20. However, in order to prevent infection, Jill's wound was disinfected. While Betty disinfected Jill, she glanced at Chu Feng inadvertently. It seems that she is more interested in Chu Feng than Jill. Indeed, as a medical staff, she has seen too many wounded. But it was the first time she had seen her as weird as today. She couldn't understand in such a big car accident, Chu Feng in the driver's seat was fine, but Jill in the room was broken. Seeing that the wound was not hit by a car, it was even more strange. Could it be that the walls of this hotel are all paper, or is that car made of foam? Wow, look, this sports car is directly mounted on the wall. 35. Look at this zombie hit with precision. This car is so solid that it can smash through walls, so cool. Big brother, how did you hit the zombies with the sports car so accurately? It's so cool. I want to hit the zombies with the sports car too. There are quite a few children in the team. They are playful by nature. It is so big that Chu Feng hits zombies with his sports car. How could they not notice? No, just as the team stopped, a wave of children rushed over to watch the fun. Looking at the sports car that smashed through a wall and embedded a zombie into the wall, a group of children exclaimed one by one. Of course, their focus is different from that of adults. What they thought was not whether Chu Feng was injured or not, but that Chu Feng could precisely hit the zombies against the wall, which was simply too cool. There is even a child who imagines that one day he can be as cool as Chu Feng, driving a sports car into a wall. Go, go, you're still driving a sports car and hitting a wall. Can you get the gas pedal with your short legs? Betty is treating Jill's wound and the child is running around here. It's all dust. How can she wrap it up? Bad breath. Ha ha ha. The other children laughed when they heard this. Let's go, a group of children whistled out of the room, inside the umbrella base division. The lights in the laboratory were on, a needle was inserted into the neck of the zombie, and the drug was injected. After a while, the zombies who were struggling and roaring all the time actually settled down. Dr. Isaac stood furthest and winked at the experimenter. The experimenter understood and carefully pushed a mobile phone in front of the zombie. Crack! Unexpectedly at this moment, the zombie, who had no intelligence, actually opened the slide cover of the mobile phone and made an action to answer the phone. The meaning is obvious, that is, he knows what it is and what it is for. It's amazing he knows what it is. The experimenters were shocked when they saw this. It seems that the experiment is successful, the zombies have wisdom, then they can control the zombies. Camera, you try. 35. After Dr. Isaac made sure that the zombies would not attack people, he stepped forward and picked up a digital camera and handed it to the zombie. It's just a mobile phone, and it's impossible to judge that this zombie has really recovered its wisdom, and more experiments have to be done. Roar. After the zombie got the camera, he raised his head and aimed at the two experimenters, startling them, thinking that the zombies were about to explode. Although he knew that the zombies were locked and couldn't rush forward, he instinctively took a few steps back. Stand still, Doctor. Isaac was calm and ordered. Sure enough, as expected by Dr. Isaac, the zombie did not attack the experimenter but took a photo of the experimenter. God, 35, it's unbelievable. 35, the two experimenters went from being frightened to being surprised. Doctor. Isaac launched another cognition test cube, and the zombies actually started to check some cubes into their seats. He has intelligence and reasoning skills. It was a miracle that the serum worked and we domesticated it. You did it, congratulations, 99. Seeing this, the two experimenters finally relaxed completely, with a look of surprise and admiration on their faces. 3 consecutive tests were successful. It means that this zombie is controllable. The serum they studied was successful and they successfully domesticated the zombies. This is simply a major breakthrough. The two experimenters happily flattered Dr. Isaac, but did not find that the zombie's expression changed from docile to aggressive again. Without hesitation, Dr. Isaac stepped back quietly and decisively. Roar! Sure enough, the zombies quickly lost their minds. Moreover, this time the power of the zombies was stronger with a 10-fold increase, and even the chain broke free and rushed towards the flattering experimenter. Tilde. The experimenters thought they had successfully domesticated the zombies, but they did not expect that the docile zombies would suddenly erupt, and it was too late to hide. You can only scream in the mouth of the zombies. Seeing this, another experimenter knew that it was not good and turned around and ran away. However, Dr. Isaac was faster than him, exited the laboratory long ago and closed the experimental door very simply, locking them inside. No, doctor, please no, the experimenter kept begging, but Dr. Isaac had no intention of opening the door and letting him out. Tilde, the zombies rushed on and the last experimenter also fell down, making a huge scream. As night fell, the convoy began distributing food. There were long queues for the food takers, but they had very little food. One can only get one can. It's asparagus. 35. It was Otto who handed out the food because the cans were collected along the way and many were unlabeled and had no idea what was inside. But Otto had some tricks, just shaking it and listening to the sound he could hear what was inside the can. Thanks, the woman took the can and left. Another child stepped forward. Otto shook the can and said, cat food. The child was full of joy when he received the food, but when he heard that it was cat food, he was stunned. Looking at Otto with a pitiful look, hoping to give him a normal food. Just kidding, it's pork and beans. Otto looked at the child's pitiful appearance and then opened his mouth. Only then did the child turn from sadness to joy and happily took the food and left. At this time, Claire also walked over, and Otto directly picked up a can, shook it, and said, asparagus. Crack. Claire took the can and opened it directly and found that it was actually asparagus and said in surprise, it's really asparagus, Otto, how did you know? Ancestral craftsmanship, but I should be the last, 35. As Otto said, he turned his head and signaled to Claire that there was not much food left, and they would be starving within 2 days if they continued like this. No, it should be said that I am already hungry now. Food can only be divided into a small can, barely enough. Claire, who was originally happy, sank when she heard the words. How could she not know? But now there are zombies everywhere. There is food in the city, but it is too dangerous. Entering the city with so many children and women is simply courting death, and it is difficult to find food around, which makes her very embarrassed. Claire was angry, but she couldn't make Chu Feng hungry and handed the open can directly to Chu Feng. Still angry. Just a can, you want to starve me to death. 35. Chu Feng was stunned when he saw the can that Claire handed over and said. Chu Feng felt that this Claire was really angry, and he only gave him a can of food. Can this stuff give him half a cent full? Who is really hungry for you? Haven't you seen our food shortage? Everyone is a canned food now, and in a few days it is estimated that you will not even be able to eat canned food. If you have a canned food, you will be content. 35. Claire was already angry about today's events, but seeing Chu Feng was too little. Even more angry, he opened his mouth in annoyance. It's good to have food, but you don't like too much. Now let alone the zombies gathered in the city, it is the city, and now there is no such thing here. There is wasteland in a radius of 100 miles. Where can the supplies come from? Say early, I have a lot of food. Hearing Claire complain, Chu Feng said, say it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? He has the food. He has a large storage space and he brings a lot of food, and food such as food is also sold in the system mall, so he never thought about the problem of food shortage. Every meal is a big meal. Do you have food? Claire was stunned when she heard the words, looking at Chu Feng suspiciously. Obviously don't believe it. Can you have food just like you are empty-handed and driving a sports car? Even if you fill up your sports car, it won't be enough for a few people. Yeah. There's too much food, I can't finish it, and it's a pity to throw it away. I don't have a place to put my sports car, so I'm worried. Hearing Claire's question, Chu Feng sighed. He traveled through too many cities, and every time he passed by the supermarket and saw those 0 yuan purchases, his hands would itch and he couldn't help looting. There is no way out of Kyushu Seoul. The obsession with food is engraved in the genes. And Chu Feng, who inherits the fine traditions of Kyushu, resists food waste, and he can't do anything about throwing food away. The result is that it is a pity to throw it away and I can't finish eating it, and it also affects the storage of the sports car. It's really distressing. You have too much food, you can't finish it, and you want to throw it away. For a moment, Claire was completely dumbfounded. She opened her mouth and widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Chu Feng like a ghost. OMG. Their food shortages are all on demand. As a result, when I got to Chu Feng, it turned out that there was too much food to eat and it was thrown away and wasted. Can you go any further? 403 new brother, your name is Chu Feng, right? You're bragging about it, you have food and you still have a lot of it. You can't finish it and you're going to throw it away. Can your cowhide be bigger? How many are there? Can one person fill his stomach? Otto was distributing food and heard Chu Feng bragging to Claire over there that he had a lot of food. There was too much food, and I was angry when I thought about throwing it away. Brother, you are new here, let's give you canned food enough. Even if you don't thank you for taking the can, it's still too little. If you think it's too little, forget it, you still say that you have food, a lot, you can't finish it, and you're about to throw it away. Who are you fooling? Only your sports car can hold food? Can the cowhide be bigger? Ha ha ha, this brother seems to be madly hungry and has hallucinations. With the current situation, it is almost difficult to find food except in big cities. Where can a large amount of food come from? That's right. I can't bring out the food. I've seen an army drive into the city with tanks and in less than a day they're all dead. Brother, it's enough to have food, don't be content, you want more food, go to sleep. There is everything in a dream. Ha 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 39. The people around Seth, Betty, Matt, and others watched Chu Feng talk big and thought he was starving and bragging. They just laughed. The current situation is, food is available, but it is concentrated in big cities and zombies are also concentrated in cities. Some of them even saw an army enter the city, but none of them came out. Chu Feng has a lot of food, they don't believe it if they are killed. If you want food, dream. There is everything in a dream and there is anything you want. Chu Feng, do you really have a lot of food? Alice forgot to be angry when she heard that Chu Feng had a lot of food and looked at Chu Feng with glowing eyes. Others don't know, but she knows that Chu Feng has a storage space that can store items. What it was like in, what it was like out, and he passed through so many cities, maybe there really was one. Hurry up if you have food. I'm starving to death. Speaking of food, Jill was the first one who couldn't resist. She is a casualty. Without food, you will starve to death. What's the situation? The boss and the others seem to believe in this new Chu Feng. He doesn't really have a lot of food, right? Maybe he's been fooled. There's still a lot of food. Didn't you see him empty-handed and a sports car on the road? It's true, sports cars are not suitable for storing supplies in the first place, and if there are, there will not be many. The surrounding Seth, Betty, Kay, Matt, and others originally thought that Chu Feng was talking big, but when Alice, Jill, and Claire, who were in the lead, believed that Chu Feng was beginning to be suspicious. Could it be that Chu Feng really has a lot of food? But with his empty hands, it doesn't look like he has a lot of food. That's right, just that sports car, how much can it hold? Everyone give in. 35 Chu Feng didn't hesitate, jumped out of the car and asked everyone to move away. Survivors around were all puzzled, but since Chu Feng said that he could take out the food, he also let them go. If Chu Feng can really come up with food, they won't have to go hungry today. Soon, a space with a diameter of 2 meters was given up. It's too small, let it go. Chu Feng looked at the space and was a little speechless. What can you fit in such a small space? So he waved his hand again, signaling everyone to get out of the way. Are you still going to let it go? Okay, let's continue. I'll see how much food he can get out of his pocket. Everyone, get out of the way. Okay, this place can put a carload of food. How about you? You can put it out. Yes, let's see how much food you can't finish. The surrounding survivors were stunned when they heard the words, not understanding what Chu Feng wanted to do with such a big place. Otto, who was in charge of distributing food, felt dissatisfied that Chu Feng disliked one of his cans, so he directly took the lid to make way for a space, thinking of Chu Feng's jokes. The other survivors also watched the fun and did not think it was a big deal, and they stepped back another 2 meters. The diameter of this circle is 6 meters. How about it? It is wide enough. If you can fill this place, it's a truckload of food. Enough of that, the braggart, take it out. If you can't bring out the food, you'll be humiliated in public. Everyone thinks that this circle is big enough to hold a truckload of food. Logically speaking, even if Chu Feng can talk again, it should be enough. However, Chu Feng was still dissatisfied with this and continued to wave his hand. Not enough, stand back. Boy, are you joking enough? Just admit it. Without food, why are you teasing us like this? If you leave again, you will be out of the yard. Can your food be loaded into a truck? Everyone around retreated, but Otto did not retreat but glared at Chu Feng fiercely. Chu Feng asked them to retreat again and again, but the food he said was not brought out at all, and he was directly unhappy. You say you just those broken pockets put a few biscuits, it is estimated that the pockets will be full. What do you mean by letting them keep going back, teasing them? Can you have enough food to fill your yard? When he's an idiot, what's your name? Seeing that Otto didn't step back, Chu Feng said suspiciously. Otto Road. I have a lot of food and I'm afraid I'll hit you with it, so Mr. Otto, I suggest that you better step back. Chu Feng was worried that there was too much food, and if he took it out and smashed people, it would not be very good, so he kindly reminded him. What? Smashing people? Ha 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 ha, did you hear it? He said he had too much food and was afraid of taking it out and hurting people. 35, okay, Chu Feng is it? I'm standing here, you just pull out your food and smash me. 35. If you can smash me with food, even if you kill me, I'm willing, I'm happy, you can smash it hard. Let me see how talented you are to brag like that. Otto heard that Chu Feng was worried that the food would hurt him, so he stuck his neck. Otto used to work in dry food and was most familiar with food. Otherwise, it is impossible to pick up the can and shake it a few times to identify what is inside. How much food has he not seen? Now someone told him that because there was too much food, he was afraid of hurting him by taking it out. Isn't this a joke? This is the end, food is very precious, he still doesn't believe it. Can Chu Feng really take out a truckload of food? You can rest assured to take out the food. If you really had so much food, he would be willing to kill him. Okay, since that's the case, I'll take it out. 35 Chu Feng is helpless, there are still people in this world who ask for this. I still want him to kill him, I have never heard such a request in my life. Since people are not afraid of getting hurt, what else should he worry about? SHH, boom, 35 as soon as Chu Feng's thoughts moved, he took out the food in the storage space. In an instant, a large amount of food appeared out of thin air and fell down. What kind of instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, snacks, candy, chocolate? As long as they can be bought in the supermarket, almost all of them are poured out for Chu Feng. There are even apples, pineapples, Sydney, oranges, and other fruits. Hula la and go out. Otto, who was stalking his neck, was drowned before he could scream. He tried to get up, but was crazily crushed by the food that fell from the sky. After several times in a row, Otto could only desperately protect his head in the terrifying rain of food. He was completely stunned by the food. And this food seems to be endless and there is no intention to stop at all. It soon drowned him completely. Huh. It's amazing there really is food. Oh my god, food, ha ha ha, food, it's all food. Instant noodles, bread, compressed biscuits, snacks, candies, chocolates are so many foods. And canned food, lots of canned food, canned fruit, canned fish, canned meat, I can't count. There are even fruits, they look so fresh as if they were just picked. Oh my god, and drinks, beer, whiskey, cocktails, and wine so much. Damn it, there are even cigars and it's all high-end goods. My god, it's too much, I'm still going, this is enough for a car. What kind of car? It's a truck, no, it can't be loaded in a truck. My god, I have seen God, was Chu Feng sent by God to save us? God's messenger. He has come to save us. Watching the overwhelming amount of food fall that day, all the survivors on the scene were dumbfounded. Whether it was adults, children, men, and women, all of them opened their mouths and eyes wide, with shock and disbelief on their faces. Chu Feng said that he can take out food, but he can actually take out food. And there was so much food that it made their scalp feel numb. Where are you taking out food? It's just raining food. Many of these foods are high-calorie foods, such as chocolate, compressed cookies, everything. Forget it, there are all kinds of canned food, such as canned fruit, canned fish, canned meat, there are all kinds of canned food. If this is the case, the problem is that there are still fruits. There are all kinds of fruits, and what makes them even more incredible is that these fruits are actually fresh, as if they were just picked not long ago. But the end has come for 2 months, where are the fresh fruits? There are also all kinds of tobacco, alcohol, and cigars, and all kinds of high-end goods, which are simply not available in supermarkets. This is no longer a problem of not being able to fit a truck, and even a big truck may not be able to fit it. The problem is that there are already so many, and the sky seems to be falling endlessly. For a time, the people at the scene thought that Chu Feng was sent by God to save them. Otherwise, how can so many materials be conjured out of thin air? Those women even knelt down directly to Chu Feng with their children and worshipped, and the messenger of Shanhu came down. Mumble, this is the food that Chu Feng collected, this is too much. Claire looked at the huge mountain of food, her mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face was unbelievable. She never thought that Chu Feng actually had food. Even if there is food, there is so much more. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Feng would question the can she gave her. Compared with her canned food, Chu Feng is simply a sea of food. Whoever has so much food can't stand just one can. No, such a man can't let him run away, he has to act tonight. Chu Feng is really not a normal person, just this food. How many supermarkets and shopping malls have to be scraped? 35 Jill also looked at Chu Feng with a look of shock and disbelief. With so much food, how many supermarkets must be looted? How many malls? What did Chu Feng do during this time? Maybe I'll have to have an in-depth conversation with him later. God, Chu Feng has only been seen for 2 months. Has he become stronger again? How many secrets are hidden in him? Not to mention Jill and Claire, even Alice, who thought she knew Chu Feng best, was stunned in front of this mountain of food. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Feng with brilliance. She always felt that she knew Chu Feng very well. However, every time after a while, Chu Feng did something unexpected to her. Chu Feng is like a man like a fan, although every time Chu Feng says that he is an ordinary person, his ability is only so much. But every time he can play new tricks. Let's talk about this storage space. Last time he said it was only 27 cubic meters. Looking at the stock now, she believes it is 1,000 cubic meters. Alice can't wait to turn into Chu Feng's mind to see how many secrets he still hides from her. No, I have to find a chance to deal with him tonight. Claire, Jill, and Alice almost simultaneously had the idea of having an in-depth exchange with Chu Feng tonight. Some want to chase after Chu Feng, some want to know more about Chu Feng, and some even want to handle Chu Feng directly so as not to have too many dreams at night. Such a mysterious, powerful, and omnipotent good man would be at a loss if he was preempted. Of course, Alice's worry is not unnecessary. There are many women in the crowd looking at Chu Feng with glowing eyes. Especially for a young and beautiful girl like K-Mat, looking at Chu Feng's eyes seems to be able to see the stars twinkling. And the Black Doctor Betty looked at Chu Feng, wishing to dig him out and study it thoroughly. Of course, Chu Feng didn't know the thoughts of many women at the scene. He is still controlling the storage space to release food. Enough, enough, enough. Big boss Chu Feng, no, God, please accept the supernatural powers for God's sake. Otto, who was buried in the food, was smashed so that his forehead was bulging. He struggled to stick his head out from the food pile and begged Chu Feng loudly. He believed it, food can really kill people. I beg you, God, Chu Feng, don't put any more food. It's already enough. If it goes on like this, he will be crushed to death. You have a lot of great gods, don't care about him as a mortal, just accept the supernatural powers. Is it enough? Are there still many pigs, cattle, and sheep left? 35 Chu Feng was stunned when he heard the words. He still had a lot of raw pork, beef, steak, and other meats in it. There's still quite a lot in stock, you can't even eat it. Enough, enough, really enough. God forgive me. 35 When Otto heard this, Chu Feng even wanted to put pigs, cattle, and sheep. He thought it was a whole head. He immediately thought of pigs, and the cows crashed down, killing him alive. Frightened with cold sweat all over his back, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, begging Chu Feng to stop putting food. He knew it was wrong. I'll treat you tonight as long as you don't waste it. Everyone can eat as much as you want, and I'll treat you as much as you can. Chu Feng looked at all the survivors at the scene and spoke very generously. Ooh, yay, long live Chu Feng. Long live Chu Feng. The surrounding survivors smelled that there was no limit to what they could eat tonight, and everyone cheered. Makes a thunderous sound. 2 months after the Doomsday, they have already started to frugalize since the establishment of the base defense. Fourth is good. These few days, I have been taking a can of food every day and I almost fainted from hunger. Now that you can open your stomach to eat, don't be too happy, and cheered to Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's popularity among the survivors is higher than the 3 giants Alice, Jill, and Claire. Since the end of the day, everyone has rarely indulged, and it has become a small bonfire party. Seeing everyone singing and dancing in the field, Chu Feng was also very happy. However, Chu Feng was not used to this lively atmosphere, so he went to the roof of the car and sat down by himself after playing for a while. If it weren't for the endless wilderness around him, he really thought he had returned to the normal world. That, just as Chu Feng was sitting alone watching the happy crowd, a jerky and pleasant female voice sounded from behind Chu Feng. That voice sounded childish and timid. K-Mat Joe. When Chu Feng looked back, he was stunned when he saw the person coming and said subconsciously. He has some memories of this girl, and in Resident Evil 3, because of her sweet appearance, she has attracted much attention. In fact, there are many beautiful women and most people have seen it. But the beauty of this K-Mat is different from others. Her eyes are very charming, and her facial features are beautiful, and she can look very cute at the same time. The combination of the two is incredible, which makes people have a desire for protection. So Chu Feng was quite impressed with her, but she didn't expect her to come to him. Ah, Mr. Chu Feng, you know me. K-Mat also saw that Chu Feng was very mysterious, and he also possessed some magical abilities that ordinary people did not have. For this reason, she was timid and drank a few glasses of wine. and it took a long time to convince herself that she mustered up the courage to come and talk to Chu Feng. However, what she didn't expect was that Chu Feng just glanced at her and called out her name subconsciously, which made her stunned. I don't know, I heard someone call you that." Hearing that, Chu Feng knew that he had leaked his words and quickly found a reason to prevaricate. "Really, Mr. Chu Feng, are you from Kyushu?" Matt originally came to chat with Chu Feng, so he sat down directly next to Chu Feng, looked at Chu Feng's very oriental face and asked. Yes, Chu Feng did not hide and admit it directly. Chu Feng is proud of Kyushu people, so he will not deny anything. "I don't see many people from Kyushu. Hey, I heard that you people from Kyushu know how to cultivate mysterious immortals. Are you a member of that immortal clan?" Matt is a rather curious girl. She has been curious about Chu Feng since Chu Feng drove a sports car into a zombie. If a normal person hits a wall at full speed, he will be injured, but Chu Feng is not injured at all. What's even weirder is that he can accurately break through the wall and directly hit the zombies. This ability to see the zombies directly through the wall is not something ordinary people can have. What made her even more unexpected was that Chu Feng released a large amount of food out of thin air in public, which made her even more curious about Chu Feng. She didn't know much about the mysterious Oriental world, but she only heard that some Oriental people could cultivate immortals or something. Chu Feng can conjure food out of thin air, so he must be the fairy in legend. What did you do before the zombie outbreak? Chu Feng knew that Matt had misunderstood, so instead of answering Matt directly, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. I'm still in college and haven't graduated yet. Matt is very easygoing and quickly entered the state without concealing. He opened his mouth and said, I'm just an ordinary person, and like you, I'm also a student who didn't graduate from college. There's no difference between us. Chu Feng smiled. But I saw that you drove your car directly into the wall without being hurt, and you can conjure food out of thin air. How can you be an ordinary person? Matt did not believe the truth of Chu Feng, and the unwilling Matt continued to speak. Driving a sports car into a wall at full speed without hurting, and being able to conjure food, how could this be an ordinary person? I read a lot, don't lie to me. Let's put it this way. I'm a mutant with some special genes that can affect metals by controlling magnetic fields. 403 is like that. 99 in order to facilitate Matt's understanding, Chu Feng's thoughts moved, and the car they were sitting on floated directly. Matt didn't expect the car to suddenly float up and was taken aback. She was originally a timid girl, otherwise she wouldn't have spoken to Chu Feng and would have had to drink to strengthen herself. This fright actually made her like a frightened deer, instinctively hugging Chu Feng. Not to mention, the feeling of being held by this little beauty is really good. Looking at Matt's timid and cute appearance, for some reason, Chu Feng had an urge to protect her. It's okay, it's just a simple suspension. Seeing that Matt was scared, Chu Feng explained. It's so simple, such a heavy car can levitate. Is this a mutant? You're amazing. Matt looked at Chu Feng with brilliance in his eyes, and his eyes were full of admiration. The hand holding Chu Feng couldn't help but get bigger. He sincerely praised. Cough, cough. It seems that you are enjoying it. At this moment, a cough came from behind the two, and Alice's cold voice came slowly. Alice, why are you here? The moment Chu Feng looked back, he was stunned when he saw Alice, and quickly pushed Matt's little hand away, a little embarrassed. He never expected that Alice, who was still beside the bonfire just now, would suddenly appear behind him. Quickly put the cart back on the ground. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Matt was originally timid, and when he saw Alice coming, he was immediately frightened. Thinking of the scene where she was hugging Chu Feng just now and being caught by Alice, it was as if the frightened deer ran away. What, if I don't come, are you still going to hold her until dawn? Alice frowned and said angrily, Good you, Chu Feng. How long has she been gone? You actually hooked up with Matt and the team. What if she doesn't come, are you still going to hold her until dawn? It was an accident, I didn't hug her, she hugged me herself. Me too, woo woo woo. Chu Feng looked at Alice's murderous gaze, his heart trembled, and he felt that this wave was about to end. Why does such an accident always happen to him? He is also very innocent. Chu Feng was about to explain, but Alice grabbed Chu Feng's collar and dragged it over. Chu Feng thought she was going to be beaten by Alice looking at her scary look. However, what he never expected was that Alice kissed him directly. In an instant, all of Chu Feng's explanations turned into nothingness. No need to explain, I believe in you, go to your room later, you must dare to provoke other women again and know the consequences. 35. After a long time, the two separated. Alice seemed to drink a lot of wine, and Mei stared at Chu Feng and said, Alice understands that in the apocalypse, men like Chu Feng are destined to shine. like a huge light bulb attracting everyone's attention. There is only one best way, and that is to possess him before others. So she spoke very strongly, intending to completely surrender Chu Feng tonight. Didn't Chu Feng always want her? Tonight she will be entirely his. Say it. Alice turned to leave. Mumble. Chu Feng looked at Alice's leaving back, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes were full of light. Today Alice turned sexual, and she didn't blame him for the misunderstanding just now. She even went to his room. It was so obvious that if he couldn't hear it, he could just die. Needless to say, this is a great thing, finally got a chance to do it to her. Thinking of this, Chu Feng didn't bother to care about the bonfire party. He walked quickly to his room. La la la, Chu Feng took a bath happily, ready to wash away all the dust of the day and welcome Alice's arrival. Boom boom boom, Chu Feng had just finished taking a shower when he heard a knock on the door, which was Yixi. Unexpectedly, this Alice was even more anxious than him and came over so quickly. He quickly opened his mouth and said, "The door is not locked, come in quickly." After that, Chu Feng came out wearing pajamas. Forehead, Jill hadn't spoken yet. He didn't expect that Chu Feng would let her in directly, but he was stunned. But Jill didn't think too much, just pushed the door and walked in. Chu Feng, what happened today is really... ah. When Jill entered the door, she wanted to thank him for what happened today. After all, Chu Feng saved her life today, and she never said thank you to Chu Feng. As soon as I saw Chu Feng come back, I hurried over and wanted to thank Chu Feng. As soon as there was a knock on the door, Chu Feng let her in. She didn't expect Chu Feng to come out wearing pajamas just after taking a shower, and she was immediately stunned. Cover your eyes quickly. However, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but quietly look at Chu Feng through her fingers. Jill, why are you here? Chu Feng thought that the person who came was Alice, but he didn't expect it to be Jill. What the hell is going on? In the middle of the night, what are you doing as a policewoman running into his room without sleeping? I just want to thank you. Since you're inconvenient, I'll come back later. Jill thought that Chu Feng asked her to go in, so there must be no problem. Who knew that he even let her in like this, which made her very embarrassed and quickly wanted to open the door and go out. Boom boom boom. However, just as Jill was about to open the door, there was another knock at the door. Both were startled. Who? Chu Feng is worried that Alice is here, and if she sees her in this state with Jill in the room, it will be difficult not to misunderstand. It's me, Claire, 35. Claire's lively voice came from outside the door, but her voice was a little strange, as if she had been drinking a lot. Call. Chu Feng heard the words and let out a long breath, not Alice. In order to avoid misunderstanding and wronged Officer Jill, you should hide for a while and leave later. Claire had misunderstood Chu Feng and Jill at first, but now it would be a surprise to let her know that Jill is in his room and he still looks like this. So Chu Feng asked Jill to hurry to hide for a while, otherwise it would be bad to cause misunderstandings. Jill also understood that it was really difficult for him to appear in front of Claire now, looked left and right, and began to find a place to hide. Chu Feng, I'm coming in. Crack. Seeing that Chu Feng had not opened the door, Claire was a little unhappy. She twisted the door handle and found that the door was unlocked. Without any hesitation, she pushed the door and walked in. Chu Feng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Seeing that the situation was in critical condition, Jill didn't hesitate any longer and immediately turned over and hid under the bed. However, the cloth was not covered properly, so I could see under the bed. Seeing that Claire was about to come in, Chu Feng rushed over to cover the bedcloth. Chu Feng, what are you doing, Mamachi? Claire opened the door suspiciously as she entered. It's just that she was stunned before she finished speaking. Because Chu Feng was sitting beside the bed wearing only simple pajamas, as if playing with the bedcloth, and asked with a puzzled face. Cough, well, I'm making the bed. You've been drinking? Chu Feng was sweating on his forehead. Fortunately, Claire didn't seem to find Jill just now. Randomly found an excuse to prevaricate the past. He saw that Claire's appearance was not quite right, and he actually smelled of alcohol, as if he had drunk a lot, and asked in doubt. Hee. You can also see that today I not only drank, but also drank a lot. Claire was not surprised to see that she was drinking, but instead closed the door. He smiled and walked towards Chu Feng. Claire regretted the separation of the two last time, and swore that she would never let go of Chu Feng again. At this meeting, she noticed that Chu Feng and Alice were unusual, and today's misunderstanding between Chu Feng and Jill made her even more urgent. For Chu Feng, she also fought hard and even poured herself a bottle of wine, so she mustered up the courage to run over to find Chu Feng. Claire, you've been drinking too much, I'll take you back now. Chu Feng is not a fool. Claire came to him drunk on purpose. Of course he understood what it meant, but he could only pretend he didn't hear it and was ready to send Claire away. Damn Chu Feng, you are too upright. I drank on purpose and took the initiative to send it to the door, but you actually sent me away. For a moment, Claire was stunned. She knew that Chu Feng was upright, but she did not expect Chu Feng to be so upright. She had already drunk herself and took the initiative to send it to the door. Chu Feng didn't see her intentions, so he wanted to send her away. She thinks she looks good. At the airport, she also saw that Chu Feng was interested in her. How could he not see her mind? Chu Feng, I'm really drunk, I can't resist what you want to do. Claire had no choice but to give a more obvious hint when she gritted her teeth. He said with a drunk look. I've already made it so obvious, Chu Feng should understand my intention now. I know you're drunk, I'll take you back. 35 Chu Feng was dumbfounded when he heard Claire's words. He really wanted to do Claire, but he really couldn't do it today. If it was in normal times, then he would definitely not refuse when a big beauty came to the door. But the problem is not today. Not to mention that he has an appointment with Alice, but isn't there a Jill lying under this bed? How do you let him do it? He is mentally distressed. It's not that he doesn't want to eat it, it's that he can't eat it. After that, Chu Feng helped Claire and walked towards the door. Damn Chu Feng, you be *****D wooden man. Claire saw that she had made it so clear that this Chu Feng even insisted on sending her away, and she was going to curse her in her heart. She has met upright people, but she did not expect Chu Feng to be so upright. She didn't even hear her obvious prompt. Really did not offend her. Autumn, there's no way I'm fighting. Claire is a strong-willed girl. Since Chu Feng is so honest, she can only take the initiative. This wine cannot be drunk in vain, and this courage cannot be in vain. Oops. Claire staggered with both feet and fell directly. Chu Feng hurriedly supported her. However, Claire fell on purpose and the two fell directly. The two looked at each other at close range, inspiring a lot of Mars. At this moment, the two seemed to return to the airport. Claire didn't hold back this time and kissed directly. Boom! For a moment, Chu Feng only felt the roar of his mind as if there were countless thunders passing by. I'm sorry, Jill, I can't take it anymore. Chu Feng completely gave up resistance in his heart. He likes Claire and Claire likes him too. Now that Claire offered to send it, would he still be a man if he refused? Fight. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Chu Feng was about to lose his mind, there was a knock at the door. Who? Chu Feng, who was just about to lose his mind, was suddenly awakened by the knock on the door and asked suspiciously at the door. Alice. Alice's familiar voice came from outside the door. Boom. Chu Feng woke up suddenly when he heard the sound and quickly pushed Claire away to get up. What to do? It's Alice. Claire also woke up instantly, with a look of panic. She never thought that this Alice would come to find Chu Feng so late. Chu Feng, what are you dawdling at? I'll come in. 39 Alice saw the knock on the door for a long time and Chu Feng didn't open the door. She twisted the door handle and found that the door was unlocked, so she pushed the door and walked in. When Claire saw Alice pushing the door and came in, she was so anxious that she ducked behind the curtain. Crack! The door opened, and Alice was wearing a red cheongsam with high-heeled black silk showing her figure vividly. Even more exaggerated, she even had a small pistol tied with a belt on her leg, looking like a female agent attending a banquet. Apparently, for this date, she had put a lot of thought into designing herself to be very stylish, and she looked incredibly glamorous. Shou Chu Feng, the whole person stunned. Boom, the door was closed and Alice slowly walked towards Chu Feng. Does it look good? Alice slowly walked towards Chu Feng and smiled at Chu Feng. Her smile made all flowers pale. She knows that Chu Feng likes all kinds of uniforms, and Chu Feng is from Kyushu, so she guesses that Chu Feng will have a special love for cheongsam. So this wave actually played a cheongsam female agent directly, not to mention, it really resembles the classic agent image of King Ada. It tastes like that, giving people a special feeling. Pretty. Looking at this dressed Alice, Chu Feng's eyes glowed and he directly gave a like. I have to say that Alice is a female agent, and she is really a true agent when she plays the role. The cheongsam matches her Western face, which gives people a unique combination of Huxia and Western beauty. It seems that the beauty of the East and the beauty of the West are perfectly combined. Chu Feng was really pleasantly surprised by Alice's cosplay tonight and did not hesitate to praise her. Then you say it's beautiful people or beautiful clothes. Alice smiled slightly and asked Chu Feng with a smile. Clothes are beautiful, people are more beautiful, Chu Feng praised. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start. Alice was very satisfied when she saw Chu Feng's reaction and pushed Chu Feng down directly and domineeringly. Just ready to start. That Alice, my room is a little messy, why don't we go to yours? Chu Feng was pushed down. He glanced at the curtain next to him, then under the bed, his forehead sweating. Crazy, looking for reasons to get out of here. Thinking of Jill under the bed and Claire behind the curtain, Chu Feng has never suffered so much. Where is this room? It is simply a gunpowder storehouse or a gunpowder storehouse that will explode at any time. Once it exploded, it would blow him to pieces. He doesn't want to stay here for a moment, and he can't wait to escape from here immediately, said to want to escape. It's okay, the room is going to be a mess sooner or later. 55. Alice didn't care about this at all and directly pulled Chu Feng back, who was about to escape. No matter how well it was organized, it would be messed up anyway. Chaos in the morning and evening is chaos, clean up later. After saying that, Alice kissed directly. Well, Alice, now is really not the time. 5. Chu Feng hurriedly blocked Alice's kiss and said, there are so many people watching, how to let him play with Alice, now is really not the time. Although he wanted to, Chu Feng had to push Alice away. Forehead. Alice was pushed away and was stunned. She didn't expect that she put so much thought into dressing herself up as Chu Feng's favorite image. To this end, role-playing was also performed, but at the critical moment Chu Feng pushed her away. Oh, I see, you're worried about being seen. It's okay, just close the curtains. Alice didn't understand why Chu Feng would say that now is not the time. However, she was quickly attracted by the window and thought she understood what Chu Feng meant. I think Chu Feng is worried about being seen at night. It's so easy, just close the curtains. After saying that, Alice went straight to the floor-to-ceiling curtain. No, Chu Feng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Crack, the curtain was drawn, revealing Claire hiding behind the curtain. Yay, tilde, this time Alice was taken aback. She thought that she and Chu Feng were the only ones in the room, so she kept it open, but she didn't expect that there was a person hiding behind the curtain. This person is none other than Claire. At this moment, she finally understood why Chu Feng would say that it was inappropriate now. Standing next to a suitable person is really a ghost. He. Alice, hello. Claire was spotted by Alice and waved her little hand, greeted Alice, and showed an embarrassed but polite smile. Chu Feng, what's going on? You explain it to me. Alice's brows wrinkled. She turned around abruptly, looked at Chu Feng murderously and said, what about the world of two people? What do you mean by hiding a beautiful woman behind a curtain? She felt that there was something wrong with the two of them, and now she finally showed the fox's tail. Boom! The angry Alice's body trembled and her mind power unexpectedly oscillated with her emotions. That. Alice, do you believe me when I say this is a misunderstanding? Chu Feng covered his face. This is really a misunderstanding. How did he know that Claire would drink and run over to find him? He was really defenseless at all. He also just wanted to send Claire out when you came here. What a misunderstanding. Autumn. However, at this moment Jill, who was hiding under the bed, did not expect a small wind to blow suddenly. The dust kicked up made her nose very itchy and she couldn't hold back and sneezed. She quickly covered her mouth and nose, yet it was too late. Drink. Alice glared at the bed when she heard the coughing sound and her terrifying thought force activated and even lifted the whole bed up, showing Jill covering his mouth and nose and coughing. Jill. For a moment, Alice and Claire exclaimed almost simultaneously. They never thought that besides them there was a fourth person in this room, and this fourth person was Officer Jill. That Alice, Claire, I can attest to that, it's really a misunderstanding. Jill also gave Alice and Claire an awkward but polite smile. What she said was true, and she participated in the whole process of misunderstanding. She could guarantee that it was definitely a misunderstanding. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chu Feng quietly retreated to the door. Sure enough, Alice and Claire looked at Chu Feng almost at the same time. Chu Feng, this is also a misunderstanding. Alice gritted her teeth murderously at Chu Feng. One Claire hides from the curtains and one hides under the bed. Are you telling me this is a misunderstanding? How about cheating? You can't believe a liar. What a misunderstanding. Chu Feng simply nodded. Chu Feng, explain to me what's the matter with you and Jill. Claire also shouted at Chu Feng angrily. She said that Chu Feng tonight was weird. She packaged it up and delivered it to her door, but he wasn't tempted. It turned out that there was one hidden in the room. This is too much. Without any hesitation, Chu Feng opened the door, rushed out and ran for his life. Explain, I explain it. I said I misunderstood you, do you believe it? Chu Feng felt like a thunderbolt and he explained it to a ghost. Didn't you listen to Jill's explanation? This is really a misunderstanding. How did he know that suddenly a bunch of people confessed to him and they crashed so badly that they all came together? Can this be blamed on him? He didn't touch a single one. Chu Feng, you stop. The door of the room was directly slammed open by the thought force. Alice's angry roar sounded from the aisle, the terrifying thought force oscillated out and the entire motel shook violently. Umbrella base branch. Dr. Isaac, the image of the White Queen suddenly appeared and said, "What's the matter?" Dr. Isaac was staying up late to study and asked, "I sense strong thought fluctuations. Alpha brain waves and beta brain waves have very strong responses." Did number 87 do it? Dr. Isaac guessed. He's been getting a lot of Alice clones these days. It is estimated which clone activated the power of thought. No, it doesn't come from any clone, it comes from the outside world. This is impossible. Dr. Isaac turned his head back when he heard the words with a look of surprise on his face. Now that the entire lighthouse country has fallen, how can there be fluctuations in the mind power outside? My senses are very clear. A large amount of psychic power was detected 15 minutes ago, from a desert location, early morning. A ray of sunlight fell on the earth and fell around the desert, reflecting the entire desert into a golden color which looked very beautiful. In each car, everyone was still asleep. Alice was so angry with Chu Feng last night that when she was chasing Chu Feng, a burst of thought power was out of control, and the entire motel collapsed. Fortunately, the bonfire party was open late last night, and no one went back to sleep, otherwise this wave would have suffered heavy losses. However, this also resulted in a huge motel where no one could stay, only crowded overnight in cramped cars. But fortunately, in order not to affect the journey, Chu Feng received a small car as a spare. Although the sports car was damaged, there were still cars lying around overnight. But the car is so small that I can't stretch my legs straight and it's impossible to sleep well. He barely closed his eyes until it was almost dawn. Beep beep, 35. As soon as Chu Feng fell asleep, he heard the sound of something pecking at the roof of the car. Chu Feng didn't care and continued to sleep, trying to make up for the night lost last night. Doo-doo-doo-doo. 9. However, the annoying sound kept on hitting the roof like an annoying alarm clock. 0 flowers. Damn, who is it? Chu Feng was speechless, who came to knock on the roof of his car this early in the morning. It's just that when he got up he looked around the car but there was no one there. No one? Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Chu Feng looked puzzled, looked at Alice sleeping in the back seat of the car and thought he had heard it wrong. Crack. At this time the door of the car in front opened. Matt also seemed to be woken up by some sound, opened the door with a puzzled expression and looked around. Found no one around. Why is there a knocking sound on the roof? Matt looked at the roof with a puzzled look on his face. Gah. However, it was fine that she didn't look at it. This time she directly bumped into a crow. The crow suddenly opened its huge beak at Matt. Ah tilde. Matt was originally timid and was frightened by the crow at close range, so he screamed and hid back into the car. What's wrong? Claire in the car looked puzzled, didn't understand what happened to Matt, suddenly screamed. Beep beep. At the same time, a harsh siren sounded directly in the communication car. The sleeping correspondent Mackie was suddenly awakened, and one got up and hit the roof of the car. Despite this, he didn't care about the headache and quickly went down to the monitoring station to see what was going on. A large number of reconnaissance nets are set up around, otherwise it is impossible to mess around. Under normal circumstances, zombies should attack, but the place they chose this time is in the desert. There should be no zombies. Why are so many warnings suddenly sounded? 0. However, as soon as he opened the display monitor screen, the whole person was stupid. There were a lot of crows parked around here at some point in time. These crows had blood-red eyes and appeared to be infected with the T-virus. Damn it, 35. On the other side, Jill in the driver's seat also heard the movement outside and was stunned when he saw the crowd of crows around him through the glass window. On the roof of the car, on the wires, there are all crows. What the hell is this? Even she has been a police officer for many years and she has never seen such a strange thing. Oh God, what is this? Zombie crow. Betty, the black doctor in the passenger seat, was also stupid. Looking at the overwhelming darkness outside, he was stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. She wouldn't be so shocked if it was a crow. The problem is the crow's eyes. No, could it be that crows can also mutate, become a zombie crow? This is too much. Jill. Claire picked up the walkie-talkie and said, I see, everyone stay in the car and don't move. 55. Jill picked up the walkie-talkie and said she had seen the situation. However, the situation is unclear now and the crow's appearance is not right. It is best for everyone to stay in the car and stay in the car. What happened? Seth, Otto and others in the other cars were also awakened by the sound of the walkie-talkie, puzzled and didn't understand what happened. Everyone stayed in the car, rolled up the windows and kept quiet. Claire, who was immortal, came out of Raccoon City all the way with rich experience and gave the order directly. Click, bang bang bang. Everyone in the car heard the reminder and closed the windows one after another. Chu Feng, what's wrong? Alice also heard Matt scream and suddenly sat up from the back seat of the car, wondering. In order to monitor the B*** D Chu Feng and prevent him from provoking women everywhere, Alice also fought hard and slept in the car with Chu Feng all night. So she didn't bring the walkie-talkie and didn't know what was going on. For fear that Chu Feng will cause trouble again. Boom! While Alice was wondering, a crow fell directly behind the car. Alice turned her head just looking at the zombie crow. Do not move. Seeing this, Chu Feng opened his mouth and reminded. As Chu Feng, who knows the plot, he is not surprised by the zombie crows around him. After the apocalypse, people will become zombies when bitten by zombies. Dogs eat zombies and become zombie dogs, and crows eat zombies and become zombie crows. It looks like the team is in trouble this time. Alice heard the words and did not dare to move. But if they don't disturb the zombie crow, it doesn't mean that other people in the car won't be disturbed. Inside the school bus, a sleeping little girl slept with a large amount of food in her arms. She fell asleep while eating. Now that I woke up when I let go, those snacks and drinks fell to the ground. Quack, quack. The zombie crow in front of the car window heard the sound and quaked directly. Boom! In an instant, all the zombie crows around heard the cries and flew up one after another and began to circle wildly in the air. Start the car and let's get out of here. Seeing the zombie crows circling frantically in the sky, Claire directly gave the order to leave. No matter what happened to these zombie crows, it's safest to leave here. Now that Alice doesn't have a walkie-talkie, she, who survives the most, gives orders directly. This is a good idea, Seth ordered and started the car directly. Chu Feng, Alice, let's go. Jill faced Chu Feng and Alice in the car behind through the glass window and made a gesture to start the car and leave here. Chu Feng gave Jill an understanding gesture, exited the driver's seat directly and said to Alice, Alice, you come and drive. Alice had a wave of psychic power last night and destroyed the hotel. If she uses it again, it is estimated that she will faint. So let her drive. Chu Feng to deal with the zombie crow is the best way. Clear. Alice also knows that now is not the time to be brave, and in terms of instant combat power, she is not weak. But in terms of lasting combat power, she and Chu Feng are not on the same level at all. That's the downside of not having system assistance. Boom, boom, boom. The cars of the convoy started one after another, Claire's car leading the way and Jill's car following closely behind. The others also started their cars and left. Wait a minute, LJ might have an accident, will be the last to leave. Chu Feng didn't let Alice drive first because he knew that someone behind would have a problem. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, the hippie LJ's car got stuck and the tires got stuck in the sand. Can't get it out. It's over, damn it, where's my luck, why not? LJ watched the team keep leaving and his car got stuck in the critical juncture. He was about to cry. He is usually lucky. What, this wave didn't work. Quack 403 quack. In the sky, the black zombie crows almost covered the sky and the earth. The originally bright sky was directly darkened, and it actually gave people a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city. Those zombie crows also seemed to see that LJ's car didn't leave, and they even directly divided one and rushed towards LJ's side. There are so many zombie crows, it is estimated that a wave of charges can break through the glass of the car. Damn, come out, come out. There's no other way but to go up in a big car, 35. Seeing that the tire was stuck in the sand, LJ couldn't get out anyway, and a large number of zombie crows swarmed and he was immediately desperate. Seeing that the convoy was getting farther and farther away, if even the big car left, then he was really abandoned by the world. Buzz. Chu Feng's Magneto Gene vibrated, the electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, and he pushed LJ's car in the bunker from the air. Crack, boom. The car that had been stuck in the sand suddenly rushed out, just avoided the impact of the wave of zombie crows. Oi, it's great, my LJ's luck really. It's Chu Feng, thank you brother, 35. When LJ was desperate to get out of the car and rushed towards the car suddenly rushed out of the bunker and LJ was yixy. I was about to compliment myself on my luck. As a result, he saw Chu Feng's outstretched hand through the rearview mirror. He also followed Chu Feng all the way out of Raccoon City. Seeing this, he immediately realized that Chu Feng had just rescued him. Without hesitation, he thanked Chu Feng and drove away quickly. Chu Feng, how do you know that LJ will have problems? You don't have the ability to foresee the future. 35. Alice looked at Chu Feng, her beautiful eyes widened and she was shocked. Obviously, if they just left here, then there is no doubt that the LJ car is stuck and must rush out of the car. At that time, it was absolutely unpredictable. However, Chu Feng said that he might have an accident, so let her not go first, which just gave Chu Feng a chance to save LJ. It was as if he knew early on that LJ was going to have problems. But it doesn't make sense. How did Chu Feng know that something would happen to LJ? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future? I don't have the ability to predict the future, I just got lucky and guessed right. Chu Feng said modestly. Indeed, although he knows the plot, he can't 100% judge what will happen next. After all, his participation is the biggest influence on the plot itself. He could only say that he was estimating what was going to happen, but if you can't get out, it depends on the situation. As for foreseeing the future, he really does not have the ability. That's okay too. Alice didn't expect that Chu Feng would say that she was lucky, and the corners of her mouth twitched with disbelief. You are so good at guessing, then guess again. What will happen next? Drink. Chu Feng watched that the zombie crows did not attack LJ in one wave and circled in the sky, forming a larger wave of crows crashing down. Chu Feng remembered that the cart would lose control and hit the lamp. So without hesitation, he directly unfolded the electromagnetic force field and waved at the metal lamp post in front. The lamp tube embedded in the ground directly connected with the cement below and was pulled out and thrown away by Chu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, the massive wave of crow zombies crashed down and slammed into the windshield of the cart, so that Otto, who was driving inside, could not see the road at all, and slammed directly into the street light tube. However, with Chu Feng's pre-control, the cart did not hit it this time, just missed with that unplugged lamp. Let the people above dodge it. Murmur, Chu Feng, don't tell me this time you were lucky, just admit it, you can foresee the future. Alice saw that Chu Feng had avoided the danger of the team's vehicles in advance again, opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes widened, and looked at Chu Feng's face with shock and disbelief. This time she saw it for real. When Chu Feng pulled out the streetlight, the cart didn't hit the street light at all. After the zombie crow fell, the car lost control, and it temporarily turned to hit the street light. If Chu Feng didn't know, why did he unplug the street light that didn't seem to have any connection with the cart in advance? Stop hiding, you can see the future. I really can't see the future. Chu Feng is a little helpless. How come no one believes this, to be honest? He does know the plot, but he doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Just after watching the zombie crow press down, he thought that it might happen, so he pulled out the light tube. He really didn't have the ability to foresee the future. Alice directly rolled her eyes at Chu Feng. The meaning was obvious, I believe you. Bang, bang, bang. Although Chu Feng pulled out the light tube ahead of time, the zombie crow was not afraid of death and rammed the car wildly. A crow was directly involved in the engine, jamming the cart. Kakaka, 55, the engine of the big car stopped directly and it couldn't start. Claire. 99, Matt K and the team in front was already timid, so he looked around and soon found that the car behind was stalled, so he quickly reminded him. Damn it, Mackie Jill, the truck has stalled and we have to get those people out. After hearing the words, Claire looked at the rearview mirror and found that the truck had stalled and was besieged by a large number of zombie crows. Turn the front of the car directly and speak to the walkie-talkie. There were many children and old people on the cart and they couldn't be left behind. Receive. When Jill heard Claire's words, she did not hesitate and turned around decisively. Although she is no longer a policewoman, her sense of justice is still there. This made her go back to rescue without any hesitation when she learned that the cart was trapped. Mackie ordered and quickly turned the car back to rescue. There is a quick rescue over there, but the cart has become very bad here. A large number of zombie crows slammed into the car window frantically and even knocked the windshield open. Otto hurriedly pressed the windshield with the people in the car to prevent the zombie crow from turning in. Crack. Seeing this, Alice was ready to get out of the car to help. Your body hasn't recovered yet and it's not suitable for continuous use of power. I'll solve this matter. 35, seeing that Alice wanted to get out of the car to help, Chu Feng hurriedly stopped Alice. Alice had just used her mental power last night, and using it again would put a heavy load on her body. Some zombie crows are nothing more than him. After that, Chu Feng opened the door and walked towards the cart. Ding, ding, ding. However, seeing that these zombie crows could not hit the windshield, they began to peck at the windshield frantically. The crow's beak seems to have been strengthened by the T-virus and has become sharper. The heavy windshield was pecked by the zombie crow, and a lot of cracks appeared. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the zombie crow broke through the windshield and rushed into the car. Once such a thing happens, all the people in the car, young and old, men and women, will all die. Chu Feng, what is he doing? Just when Otto could no longer support it, when he turned around, he found that Chu Feng had actually left the car and came towards them, and he was stunned. Don't come here, it's dangerous. Although Otto had some conflicts with Chu Feng at first, he was not the kind of cautious person. Seeing that Chu Feng ran over by himself, he hurriedly shouted a reminder and told Chu Feng not to come over. Just kidding, this crow has mutated and can even peck out the cracks in bulletproof glass. Isn't it courting death when you come here as an ordinary person? However, in the face of Otto's kind reminder, Chu Feng did not flinch but directly drew his pistol and aimed at the zombie crow at the front of the car. Hell, is he crazy? Is he trying to take a small pistol on a zombie crow? 35. For a moment, Otto felt that Chu Feng was crazy, holding a small pistol and even daring to rush towards the hundreds of zombie crows at the front of the car. Even if your pistol is powerful, how many heads can you kill? And once the shot is fired, it will definitely attract the attention of the zombie crow. Just because some of them dropped food and drinks, they were besieged by zombie crows. If you shoot there, you will inevitably attract a large number of zombie crows to besiege. Are you crazy? If there is a car, don't hide, come out and die. Not only Otto, but also the men, women, and children in the car were all worried. In their hearts, Chu Feng is the food for Doomsday survival. 0. He can conjure food as long as he lives, then their future food will be worry-free. Doomsday survival is also guaranteed. But I didn't expect that this Chu Feng would be so fierce, that one person would dare to get out of the car and kill the zombie crows. This is simply insane. With a small pistol you will only get 16 bullets and there are hundreds of zombie crows attacking the front of the car. How to spell? And after being infected you can't kill them without a headshot. Chu Feng came up to deliver meals to the zombie crows. Dang, 99 when Otto and the people in the car were worried about Chu Feng, the windshield finally couldn't support it completely and was broken by the zombie crow. Quack quack. In an instant, the hundreds of zombie crows at the front of the car made an excited cry, opened their ferocious beaks, circled in a circle, and directly accelerated towards the car. If you let them rush in this wave, the people in the car will be finished. Everyone in the car screamed in despair. However, when everyone in the car was desperate, Chu Feng finally pulled the trigger. Boom, the gunshot sounded and a bullet was sent directly from the muzzle spinning towards the zombie crow. Puff. A zombie crow who was about to rush into the cart didn't understand what was going on and was instantly headshot. At the same time, Chu Feng's mind sounded the system's kill reward prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a zombie crow and get 5 points. After the bullet passed through the first zombie crow, it did not stop and continued to move forward. Puff. The bullet directly shot the second zombie crow in the head and the trend continued to fly. Puff puff. Ordinary people, no matter how accurate their marksmanship is, they can only stare blankly when facing the small head of the zombie crow. However, Chu Feng is different. His Magneto Gene has been upgraded to rank 3. After a long period of training, he has been able to achieve the ultimate precision. Under his control, the bullet was able to accurately headshot each time and then continued to eject. Every ejection is the death of a zombie crow. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill a zombie crow and get 5 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 10 zombie crows, get 50 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 50 zombie crows and get 250 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host, kill 100 zombie crows and get 500 points. As the bullets bounced and turned, one by one the zombie crows were madly killed. Because the zombie crow is relatively small, Chu Feng still controls the bullet so precisely, so the headshot speed is somewhat unsatisfactory. However, as one zombie crow was killed, Chu Feng's control became smoother and smoother. Those zombie crows fell down in pieces. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of charging zombie crows at the front of the car were all cleaned up by Chu Feng. And the 2,000 points for killing the zombie crows are also directly credited to the account. Chu Feng is one step closer to the 100,000 points for upgrading to the 4th level. Huh. Incredible, Chu Feng actually killed a carload of zombie crows with one shot. Impossible one shot, how can one shot kill so many zombie crows? Can his bullets turn? 355.8 damn the bullet turns, this is too awesome. More than that, look at those zombie crow corpses, they were all headshots. Suck, it's impossible. Such a small crow's head, even if it doesn't move, it's hard to hit. All headshots, what marksmanship is this? God, look at the number, let's say there are 400 at least. One shot is a second. It's terrible, it's really terrible, what kind of magic spear art is this? Oh my god, it's crazy. It's impossible, how can humans kill 400 zombie crows with one shot or just headshots? God, am I crazy? Or is the world crazy, or are we all crazy? At the moment when Chu Feng killed all the 400 zombie crows besieging the front of the car with one shot, everyone in the car, men, women, old people and children, were all stupid. All of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened with shock and disbelief on their faces. 400 zombie crows, Chu Feng solved it with one shot. Could it be that Chu Feng's bullets can still turn? All right. Even if your Chu Feng's bullets can turn, what happens to all the zombie crows' headshots? That's a zombie crow. The head is not much bigger than the thumb, and with such crows, even if they stand still and let them shoot, they will not be able to shoot. And Chu Feng is not only headshot with one shot, but also capable of crazy headshots with one shot in a row or hundreds of headshots. This marksmanship can no longer be described as bizarre. How did Chu Feng do it? Strong, simply too strong, incredibly strong, incredibly strong. Is this Chu Feng still human? Are they crazy, or is the world crazy, or everything is crazy? This Chu Feng is not human. Not only the people in the car, but also Claire, Jill, Matt, Mackie, and others who came to support them were stunned. The car I was driving almost collided with one another. No, Chu Feng has become stronger again. How can this guy grow so fast? 9 maybe, I should really have something to do with him. Wait a minute, how could I have such a strange thought? Jill, who rushed back to support, watched Chu Feng kill hundreds of zombie crows with one shot, and his eyes were full of brilliance. The last time Jill was in Raccoon City, Jill remembered it well. Although Chu Feng is very powerful, it is only the ballistic change on the bullet. He can control a lot of firearms at the same time to give zombie headshots, but that's all. Although it seems that the headshot of the gun is very powerful, it requires a lot of firearm support after all. However, when I saw Chu Feng this time, it was completely different. He doesn't need to show that exaggerated gun formation at all. As long as a small pistol looks ordinary, he can control the bullets to kill zombie crows infinitely. Give her a sense of going back to basics. It doesn't seem so cool anymore, but in fact it's sharp and restrained and its combat power has doubled. Maybe I should really have something to do with him. Wait, why do I have this thought? Jill had the idea of what to do with Chu Feng and felt very embarrassed for this and quickly shook his head to shake off those strange thoughts. As expected of Chu Feng, he is still as powerful as ever. Claire looked at the excitement on Chu Feng's face. She was proud of Chu Feng. She has never seen the ceiling of Chu Feng's combat power and she doesn't know how strong Chu Feng is. But one thing she knew was that Chu Feng was awesome. Mumbling, my god. So Chu Feng is not only a support-type boss but also a great fighting man. With a small pistol he turned over a wave of zombie crows. He is so handsome and powerful. He is my idol. 99K Matt has a lovely face full of adoration. Originally, Chu Feng summoned food. Although she felt that Chu Feng was very good, that is, he was very good at getting food, and occasionally suspended the vehicle to protect himself. This ability does not have any attack power at 20, so she defined Chu Feng as an auxiliary ability. However, it now seems that she has no understanding of Chu Feng's ability at all. This Chu Feng, holding a small pistol, was able to turn over a wave of zombie crows, which was outrageous. So handsome, so cool. Wow. The sports car rammed the zombies through the wall, conjured food out of thin air, and now they still show such unpredictable spear skills. Are all Orientals so strong? I really want to study him thoroughly. Dr. Betty looked at Chu Feng curiously. This Chu Feng showed miracles beyond her understanding time and time again, which made her curious about Chu Feng. As a doctor, she can't wait to close the door and study Chu Feng thoroughly. My god, the captain destroyed the hotel last night with a thought force, and today this Chu Feng shot and killed hundreds of zombie crows. As expected of the captain, even the people he knows are not ordinary people. Mackie looked excited. He thought it was the end and everyone was normal. However, he found that many of the apocalyptic people are not normal people. Especially their captain Alice, a thought ruined the inn, and Chu Feng was even more extreme, shooting hundreds of zombie crows with one shot. In the past, he heard that people are gathered together by similar things, but he still didn't believe it, but now he believes it. Sure enough, the big bosses are surrounded by big bosses. Good marksmanship, good marksmanship. I thought that among the people here my marksmanship was the best, but after seeing Chu Feng I realized how ignorant I was. He is the real gun god. Seth looked at Chu Feng with respect. He was a cowboy. As a sniper in the team, his marksmanship was undoubtedly very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 100 steps to where Yang. However, even if he wanted to accurately hit the head of the zombie crow, it was very difficult. However, Chu Feng was able to headshot a zombie crow with a small pistol, and it was still a large wave of zombie crow headshots. For such a god, Seth can say, "Take my knee, gun god." The same is true for the others, watching Chu Feng astonished. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and save people. 35 After Chu Feng killed the zombie crows with one shot, he thought that everyone would seize the opportunity to save people. As a result, when he turned around, he found that a group of people were staring at him in a daze and quickly reminded him. Oh, yes, to save people, quickly save people. Claire was reminded by Chu Feng, so she reacted and said, "McKay, drive your car over, everyone in the cart is ready to get in." Jill also began to instruct his men to back up the car to the door of the cart and let everyone get in the car. Clear. Mackie ordered and hurriedly backed the car to the door of the cart. Others helped to build the steel plate with the steel plate. Not long after, the back door of the cart was directly connected to Mackie's car. Go, go, go. Jill kept shouting at the people in the car. The women in the car covered the child to go first, and the others followed closely behind and evacuated to Mackie's vehicle one after another. Boom, 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 Claire, Jill, Mackie, and others shot for cover next to him. From time to time, zombie crows are shot down by them, but it was shot down. Those zombie crows were still not completely dead after being blasted and they kept jumping on the ground. Quack quack, another wave of zombie crows roared past. Ah tilde. A woman was walking while protecting the child when she was suddenly swept out of the bridge by the zombie crow. You can imagine how powerful these zombie crows are. A gang stepped forward and could almost take an adult away. When the zombie crows saw her falling to the ground, they rushed towards her. If this wave is pounced, it will inevitably be pecked to death. In the face of such an attack, other people simply did not dare to shoot to rescue. After all, the zombie crow was not big at first and they all jumped on her. Once the gun was fired, whether the zombie crow could kill it or not, the woman was killed first. The woman looked desperate at the zombie crow who rushed up. Boom. However, at this moment a gunshot sounded and a bullet was ejected frantically. In a blink of an eye, the zombie crow in front of the woman had been cleaned up. A pile of crow feathers fell on her. The system reward prompt sound also sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill 13 zombie crows, get 65 points. It's all right, Chu Feng was very fond of this woman for protecting the child and said, I'm fine, thank you. When the woman saw Chu Feng, she came back to her senses with lingering fears on her face and hurriedly thanked her sincerely. Chu Feng nodded, then ignored the woman and continued to be vigilant. Quack quack. A large number of zombie crows circled wildly in the sky, and when they found an opportunity, they immediately swooped down. Although Chu Feng can protect the safety of everyone, but seeing so many zombie crows, Chu Feng will drool. In the eyes of others, this is a terrifying zombie crow. But in Chu Feng's eyes, this is not a terrifying zombie crow, this is his upgrade points. Although a crow's points are half less than that of a zombie, it can't stand much. The current Chu Feng points are about 70,000 and the upgrade is still 30,000. If it is normal, I don't know how to kill the year of the monkey and the month of the horse, but it's different now. There are at least 8,000 zombie crows, maybe tens of thousands. Even if it is only 8,000, it is still 40,000 points, which is more than enough to upgrade. He really didn't want to miss such an opportunity. But the problem is, don't look at his pistol can kill accurately. It looks very awesome, killing hundreds of people with one shot. The problem is, with so many zombie crows, he doesn't know how many times to use his abilities. What's worse is that the zombie crows are fine when they are close, but once they are far away, the precision of his control of bullets becomes smaller. There is no problem dealing with zombies, but it is troublesome to deal with zombie crows. For example, the head of a zombie crow is bigger than the thumb. You can still see it from a few meters away, and it is not too difficult to kill. But when it flies in the air, it is more than 10 meters away from people, even 20 or 30 meters. That is a small point, even the best eyesight can't see it, not to mention headshots. It's too passive to wait for them to take the initiative. Have to find a way to attack in a large area. 35. How can we hunt and kill zombie crows on a large scale? Wait a minute, since I can magnetize my body, why can't I magnetize the zombie crow? Sure enough, greed is the greatest driving force of human progress. Normally, when killing zombies, Chu Feng felt that his precise control was enough. Now facing the pressure of zombie crows, he quickly thought of a large-scale ultimate move to kill those zombie crows collectively. That is magnetized non-metallic bodies. The way Chu Feng is able to levitate and fly is that he can generate a very strong magnetic field, enough to essentially temporarily polarize the magnetic field of the atoms inside the diamagnet. By controlling the magnetic force, he turned himself and other substances into magnetic substances and lifted the object through the repulsion between the magnetic fields. Whether it is a ferromagnet, a paramagnet, or a diamagnet, nothing in nature can escape Chu Feng's palm. Since he can temporarily turn himself into a magnetic substance, why can't he also turn the zombie crow into a magnetic substance? Once the zombie crow in the sky has turned into a magnetic substance, it is not up to him how to kill it. As soon as he thought about it, Chu Feng no longer hesitated and did what he said. Buzz. The Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body vibrated wildly, controlled the magnetic force, directly turned himself into a magnetic object, and then suspended himself through the repulsion between the magnetic fields. Look, Chu Feng is flying. My God, he can still fly. Is he a Superman? My God, I saw God today. But flying alone can't deal with so many zombie crows. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to use a small pistol to fight the zombie crows in the sky? What little pistol? He even put away the pistol. Damn it, crazy. Is Chu Feng crazy? He wants to deal with thousands of zombie crows with his bare hands. Mumble, no, it's impossible. There's no way anyone in this world can deal with so many zombie crows with their bare hands. What if he did succeed? Then he is definitely a god, nothing to say. Watching Chu Feng suddenly float up and fly into the air, K. Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, Mackie, and other members were all dumbfounded. They all looked up at the sky, their mouths wide open, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. I thought that Chu Feng could control the bullets already very awesome. As a result, Chu Feng can still fly. It's still floating out of thin air that doesn't conform to fluid mechanics at all. Such an ability makes it difficult for them to imagine how Chu Feng did it. If Chu Feng is just suspended, the problem is that he is still flying like that overwhelming zombie crow. Could it be that he wants to fight thousands of zombie crows with a small pistol? Even if he could kill hundreds of them with one shot, he would have to hate him in the face of such a huge number of 403. A small pistol against thousands of zombie crows is enough pride. In the end, this guy didn't know what went crazy and even threw the pistol. What is he going to do? Think the pistol is too powerful to deal with the zombie crow with bare hands. Crazy? They feel that Chu Feng must be crazy. Otherwise, how could such a crazy thing be done? Although no one thinks that Chu Feng can do something that is absolutely impossible for human beings. But Chu Feng has created several miracles before. What if he really did it? When they think that Chu Feng might succeed, everyone's blood is boiling. If Chu Feng can really fight against tens of thousands of enemies with his bare hands, they will undoubtedly see the birth of a god. Such deeds are enough for them to brag about for a lifetime. Chu Feng, what is he doing? Why is he going up? Could it be that he wants to directly smash thousands of zombie crows? Looks like he's really going to do it. But isn't he only able to control the electromagnetic force? The zombie crow has no metal for him to control at all. I don't know, no matter what he's going to do, it must be an earth-shattering event. Chu Feng, Chu Feng, Chu Feng. Claire, Alice, and Jill looked up at Chu Feng, all with doubts in their eyes, worry, and vague expectations. The doubt is that they all know about Chu Feng's ability. Chu Feng seems to be able to control metal, but it is not. What he can control is the electromagnetic force, and the metal has the best magnetic permeability, so it is the easiest to control. What is he doing in the air at this time? There is no metal in the air, and it is a battlefield that is very unfavorable to him. This made them all very worried. The expectation is that Chu Feng has been creating myths all the time. Maybe he can create myths this time. Excited just thinking about it. What is he going to do? This question affected the minds of everyone on the earth, and Chu Feng at this time directly became the focus of attention. Not only the people on the ground, but even the zombie crows who were constantly walking and attacking the ground were attracted by Chu Feng, and they flew back into the air one after another. Quack, quack. At this moment, thousands of zombie crows seemed to be provoked by Chu Feng's provocative behavior, and they roared sharply in the sky. It actually circled wildly in the air, accelerated, and finally converged into a torrent of death that covered the sky, killing Chu Feng with a bang. The eyes of all their zombie crows are blood red, like demons from hell, swearing to kill the little humans who dare to challenge their authority in front of them. Under such terrifying waves of zombies and crows, let alone humans, even a tall building can instantly collapse and annihilate. However, in the face of such a terrifying death crow wave, Chu Feng was not afraid and directly greeted it. Buzz. The Magneto Gene in Chu Feng's body boiled, and the terrifying electromagnetic force field unfolded directly, shaking wildly. Zombie crows collided with Chu Feng's electromagnetic force field, as if falling into a quagmire. Chu Feng began to vibrate the electromagnetic force field to recharge the electrons in the crow's body. The closer to Chu Feng, the more energy the electrons on the atoms in their body gained, and the more serious the magnetization they received. When they were about to rush in front of Chu Feng, they were finally completely magnetized and turned into temporary magnetic objects. And Chu Feng's control over them has also become absolute control. Chu Feng moved his hands to the sides and directly controlled the fully magnetized zombie crows to one side to prevent them from affecting his magnetization of more zombie crows. So everyone in the sky saw a strange and shocking scene. The torrent of crows composed of tens of thousands of zombie crows rushed towards Chu Feng frantically. The momentum was overwhelming, as if it could wash away everything. However, Chu Feng was just suspended in the sky motionless, and the speed of the torrent of zombie crows was getting slower and slower. When they rushed to Chu Feng, they were completely unable to move and they couldn't even flap their wings. Under the control of Chu Feng's hands, the puppies who seemed to be obedient all circled behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng's body actually formed a circular vacuum in the torrent of zombie crows. It seemed as if all the zombie crows were afraid of him and avoided him on purpose. The sky is like a quagmire. Those zombie crows are actually slowing down to avoid Chu Feng. My god, he really deterred tens of thousands of zombie crows with the power of one person. It's awesome, it's really awesome. Can it deter even an irrational zombie crow? It's too strong. It's not just slowing down and bypassing Chu Feng, it simply stopped. It didn't stop, still bypassing Chu Feng. Yes, they are still flying, but you look at their wings. What's wrong with the wings? They suck. My god, those zombie crows are still flying, but their wings aren't moving. What the hell is going on? Yeah, who can tell me what's going on? Why did the zombie crow run up to Chu Feng and stop moving, and then pan around to avoid Chu Feng? If the wings don't move, shouldn't it just fall to the ground? Damn, what about Newton's gravitational force? It's not scientific. It's crazy, I must have hallucinations, you pinch me. Oh. It hurts so much, this is not a hallucination, this is true. The zombie crow really violates gravity. 99 God, he is God, he is God. Only God can have such great power. Looking at Chu Feng's magnetized zombie crow in the sky, he split to both sides. Matt, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, and Mackie and all the survivors are all dumb. They all opened their mouths and eyes wide, looking at Chu Feng in the sky with shock and disbelief. They never thought that the death torrent of the aggressive zombie crow would start to separate before it hit Chu Feng. What made them even more unbelievable was that the zombie crows that had been pushed aside didn't even flap their wings, yet they were still suspended in the air. This scene is simply completely contrary to scientific common sense. All objects on the blue star, whether biological or non-biological, as long as they are on the Earth, they will fall under the action of the Earth's gravity. Birds can fly because they have wings, and flapping the wings gives them an upward force. But the problem is now those zombie crows are no longer flapping their wings, but they can still levitate, which is too much. This kind of anti-gravity situation, it is estimated that Newton would have to deceive the corpse if he knew it. Some people even thought that they had hallucinations and quickly asked the people next to them to pinch them. But the result was that the people next to them were also dumbfounded, and they simply forgot to control their strength. He was directly pinched and screamed, only to be sure that he did not have hallucinations. This is all true. Chu Feng can not only control his own flight but also control the zombie crow. This is no longer possible for human beings who cannot think of any possible explanation except for God. Many people turned into fanatical believers and knelt down directly to Chu Feng, thinking that God had appeared. How is this possible? Isn't Chu Feng only able to control metal? Why can even zombie crows control it? 35, you seem to have misunderstood it. Chu Feng's ability is to control the electromagnetic force, and metal is only magnetic, so it has become the object that Chu Feng controls most often. I know this, but even if he controls the electromagnetic force, but the zombie crow is an anti-magnet, how can he control it? This is unscientific. Is his ability mutated? 35, no, it's not that his ability has mutated, he is still his original ability. It's impossible. How could Chu Feng, who controls the electromagnetic force, control the zombie crow? No, it's really possible. Electromagnetic force is the general term for the forces that electric charges and currents experience in an electromagnetic field. It is also called the force of the current-carrying conductor in the magnetic field as the electromagnetic force, and the force of the static charge in the electrostatic field is called the electrostatic force. If Chu Feng's ability is strong enough, it can theoretically be powered by a magnetic field, expanding the electrostatic force to make all non-magnetic objects temporarily have magnetism, and then controlling it. 99 suck. What do you mean? Chu Feng can't only control metals, but everything can be controlled. Then doesn't he become Magneto? He is Magneto, not to mention the survivors around, even Claire, Alice, and Jill, who knew Chu Feng best, were stunned. One by one, Chu Feng, who stared at the sky with wide-open eyes, looked in shock and disbelief. They were more shocked by the ability that Chu Feng showed than others. Others don't know Chu Feng's ability, but they do. Chu Feng's ability is to control the electromagnetic force, so as to use the electromagnetic force to control the metal. In other words, he has absolute control over the metal, but he has almost no influence on the non-metal. But the problem is that what happened in the sky shocked them deeply. For the first time, they discovered that Chu Feng could even control non-metal objects. But the question is Chu Feng's ability mutated? Why can even an anti-magnet zombie crow control it? In the end, it was Claire, a college student, who saw the mystery. That is, Chu Feng's ability has not changed, and he can only control magnetic objects. However, being able to control magnetic objects does not mean that he cannot magnetize objects. Electromagnetic force is the general term for the force exerted by electric charge and current in the electromagnetic field. It is also called the force of the current-carrying conductor in the magnetic field as the electromagnetic force, and the force of the static charge in the electrostatic field is called the electrostatic force. If Chu Feng's ability is strong enough, using the electromagnetic force field to continuously charge the electrons and increase the electrostatic force, theoretically, all non-magnetic objects can have magnetism for a short time, and then they can be controlled. This is like in winter, rubbing clothes can form electrostatic force to attract paper. It is not that the paper becomes metal, but that the paper is temporarily magnetized. After listening to Claire's explanation, Alice and Jill were stunned. They could still be magnetized. Does that mean that if Chu Feng wanted to, he could control everything on Earth? Isn't he a veritable Magneto? But it seems that Chu Feng has always been Magneto just because he controls more metals, making them subconsciously think that he can only control metals. 35. Just when everyone was shocked, Chu Feng's magnetization in the sky finally came to an end. All the zombie crows bypassed Chu Feng and suspended behind Chu Feng. Although those zombie crows resisted desperately, they were completely useless. Of course, Chu Feng's state is not very good. Under normal circumstances, he only needs to expand the electromagnetic force field to control the metal. But to control the zombie crow, he must first vibrate the electromagnetic force field, charge the electrons in the zombie crow's body, and turn them into static magnets before they can be controlled. Just charging the electrons in the zombie crow's body is a huge project, and his mental power has been consumed by more than half. If he wants to continue to maintain this state, he will continue to oscillate the electromagnetic force field to continuously charge the electrons in the zombie crow's body. At this moment, he finally understood why Lao Wan in the movie likes to control metal the most. Compared with controlling non-metal, this is simply manual work. The fight has to be over quickly. Today, let you see the true power of my Doomsday Magneto, give me death. 35. Chu Feng's eyes widened, the veins on his forehead burst out and he squeezed hard. The Magneto Gene all over his body vibrated wildly, and the electromagnetic force field began to squeeze inward. Boom bang bang. In an instant, under the action of the terrifying electromagnetic force, all the zombie crows in the sky were forced inward and squeezed crazily. In the end, the bones of those zombie crows finally couldn't bear the squeeze of the terrifying force and they all collapsed. In the sky, tens of thousands of zombie crows died collectively in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill a zombie crow and get 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 10 zombie crows, get 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 50 zombie crows and get 250 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 100 zombie crows and get 500 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 1,000 zombie crows and get 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 2,000 zombie crows and get 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 4,000 zombie crows and get 20,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill 6,000 zombie crows and get 30,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 points. Magneto's gene level can be upgraded to the 4th level, whether to upgrade now. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing 7,000 zombie crows and earning 35,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing 8,000 zombie crows and earning 40,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, killing 9,000 zombie crows and earning 45,000 points. As Chu Feng pinched all the zombie crows to death, in an instant, the system reward prompt sounded wildly in Chu Feng's mind. These prompts are directly continuous, and the previous ones have not finished broadcasting, and the latter ones have already started to superimpose broadcasting. Chu Feng's points skyrocketed and soon 30,000 points have been credited. The system prompts to accumulate 100,000 points whether to upgrade. Chu Feng hasn't responded yet and the system prompt continues to rise. 105,000, 110,000, 115,000. It didn't stop until Chu Feng accumulated 120,000 points. After deducting the original 70,000 points, this wave of Chu Feng's points has directly increased by 50,000 points. In other words, this wave of zombie crows is actually more than 10,000. Listening to the system's broadcast, although Chu Feng is very tired, his heart is directly happy. I didn't expect that I would be able to upgrade so soon, and I got 20,000 extra points. What a cool word. It's worth it to spend so much power to amplify the move. F*** K bang 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 bang. Chu Feng directly retracted the electromagnetic force field, and the zombie crows all fell down. At this moment, a black bird rain seemed to fall in the sky which shocked everyone. Dead, dead, how is this possible? Chu Feng actually pinched tens of thousands of zombie crows, and all the zombie crows were squeezed to death. Look, that crow's head is all sunken inward. Not only the head but also the body, as if squeezed inward by terrifying pressure. No wonder they all stopped moving, their bones were all shattered. 99 suck. At the same time, crush all the zombie crows together with their bones or crush them in the air. Is this still a human? What a terrifying ability, it is a god. If this cannot be called a god, then there is no god in this world, and I would like to call him the strongest. God appeared, all the zombie crows are dead, we are saved. Ha 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 ha, long live Chu Feng, long live Chu Feng, Wu Wei 9. At the moment when Chu Feng squeezed all the zombie crows to death, the scene was dead silent. Matt K, Betty, LJ, Otto, Seth, and Mackie, as well as all the survivors, all stared blankly at Chu Feng with shocked expressions on their faces. They didn't react until Chu Feng retracted the electromagnetic force field and the countless zombie crows fell, shouting loudly in shock. They never thought that this almost impossible zombie crow would be solved by Chu Feng alone. The corpse of the zombie crow fell, and they discovered that all the zombie crows had been crushed, and even the bones were shattered. They don't know how powerful it is to crush thousands of zombie crows at the same time, but it is absolutely terrifying. That is the power of God. If such a mighty force cannot be regarded as a god, then it is estimated that there is no god in this world. Everyone cheers and worships Chu Feng as a god. Many people even knelt down directly to Chu Feng, thinking that it was God who appeared and sent the gods to come down and save them. Okay, so strong, is this the true power of Chu Feng? It's unbelievable. 35, is he already that strong, as expected of Chu Feng? I remember when I first met him, he could only change the bullet trajectory and control the small dagger. I didn't expect that in just a few months he was going to be consecrated and killed thousands of zombie crows. The rate of growth is simply incredible. Not only the people around, but also Claire, Alice, and Jill were deeply shocked by Chu Feng. Looking at the sky full of zombies and crows, they were all excited and unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng, who could only kill enemies by changing bullet ballistics, was able to kill thousands of zombie crows with one hand after a few months. This growth rate can put anyone to shame. Inside the Umbrella Base Division, Dr. Isaac. Another spike in alpha and beta brainwaves detected. The voice of the White Queen sounded, and a projection of a child appeared behind Dr. Isaac. Alice itself again? Dr. Isaac asked suspiciously. No, the fluctuation this time exceeded Alice's fluctuation. Joe, could it be that Chu Feng's? Triangulate to find his location. Isaac was shocked when he heard this. In this world, besides Alice, who else can have more energy fluctuations than Alice? In an instant, he thought of a person, that is Chu Feng. It's not hard for them to get Alice's genes. After all, Alice once worked for the Umbrella Company and her blood still exists. But Chu Feng's is different. Until now, they have never obtained his genes. The discovery of such huge electromagnetic force field fluctuations this time is simply the best chance to find Chu Feng. The relationship between Chu Feng and Alice has always been close. Since Alice's energy fluctuates again, Chu Feng's energy fluctuates again, indicating that the two may have reunited. That being the case, by directly triangulating the energy fluctuations twice, wouldn't it be possible to accurately find Chu Feng's position? Sure enough, the two positioning results were the desert. After calibration, they quickly found Chu Feng's desert boat motel through satellite. What a surprise! If it were him, he'd improved so much his genes had to be acquired. Dr. Isaac's eyes were firm. The energy fluctuation this time is too great, more than 10 times larger than the fluctuation of Will Company last time. He became more and more interested in Chu Feng. If Chu Feng's genes could be obtained, then Alice's project might be abandoned. Boom. The door was opened, and a young man in a suit stepped in angrily. In 24 hours, you sent 10 groups of people on the ground, all without authorization. 35, any team that goes to the ground, especially to collect clones, will put my people at risk. Why do you want so many people all of a sudden? Isaac, Slater was the main person in charge of Dr. Isaac's experiments. Logically, Dr. Isaac's actions should be discussed with him. At least tell him. However, in the past period of time, Dr. Isaac sent several teams to the desert to search for something. When so many people were mobilized, they didn't even tell him beforehand, and they simply ignored him. My research is at a critical stage. Isaac was annoyed by Slater's question and directly entered a few passwords on the controller, and the originally opaque glass became transparent directly. Roar! The violently enhanced zombies transformed by Alice's blood rushed towards Slater one after another. Slater was startled. Fortunately, with the protection of tempered glass, these monsters can't rush out even if they pour 403. Don't worry, they are absolutely safe. Seeing that Slater was frightened, Dr. Isaac was a little proud and comforted. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. However, despite what Dr. Isaac said, those rampant enhanced zombies picked up chairs and banged on the glass frantically, and it was hard to make people hook up with safety. You should have tamed them. 99 Slater felt that Dr. Isaac was crazy. The task he got was to supervise the progress of Dr. Isaac's experiment, and the content of the experiment was to create obedient zombies. What does Isaac mean now? Cross with these crazy zombies? This made him very dissatisfied. Sometimes aggression has its uses. 35 Dr. Isaac did not speak directly but raised the corner of his mouth. What do you want these monsters for? Slater looked puzzled. This guy is really crazy. What is the use of uncontrollable zombies? No matter how powerful they are, what they need are zombies that they can control. Dr. Isaac, Clone 87 is ready for experimentation. The voice of the White Queen came over. Very good, turn her picture over. 35 Dr. Isaac ordered, and the White Queen transferred the experimental scene directly. In the picture, an Alice clone carefully walked through the knife array in the corridor and continued to move forward. Good boy. Dr. Isaac couldn't help but admire the Alice clone's avoidance. However, in the next moment, an enhanced zombie rushed towards her and strangled her to death quickly. Does Wesker know about this? Slater saw that Dr. Isaac ignored him, still brooding about what had just happened, and said, "He already knows what he needs to know," said Dr. Isaac. "You're playing with fire." 35 Slater Road. "My research will change everything," Dr. Isaac said triumphantly. Humph. Slater saw that Dr. Isaac was not going to give him an explanation and turned to leave. He had already recorded this event in his mind. You wait, it won't be so easy, and let it go. Let's see who can have the last laugh. If you're going to pick sides, make sure you pick the right side. Isaac knew that Slater was going to make small moves, but he believed that his experiment was the future, and the Umbrella Company could not fire him. As long as he can get Chu Feng's genes, he is the winner. If you want Kaffee to have vision, then it is best to choose your own position. If on his opposite when he wins, don't blame him for being ruthless. Slater was non-committal, turned and left. Desert Boat Motel. Betty, take care of all the wounded. Alice ordered to Betty. Clear. Betty took the lead and walked quickly to the wounded with a medical kit. Seth, you go to the heights to keep watch and be alert at any time if there is a situation. Alice continued to assign tasks. It seems safe now, but in the end, how can there be a real safe place? It was safe here last night. Look at it now, it's a mess. Yes, Captain. Seth took the lead and climbed to the top of the car to watch. Kakaka. In space, a satellite passes over the desert and scans images directly on the ground. It didn't take long to find the team that was being trimmed. Chu Feng can sense spectral energy and seems to feel it, and suddenly looks up to the sky. Although Chu Feng couldn't see the satellites above through the atmosphere, Chu Feng could still sense the feeling of being watched. Dr. Isaac, looks like it's time for an escalation. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered, "How are you? Are you all right?" After dealing with the affairs of the team, Alice came directly to Chu Feng and asked with concern, "I need to upgrade and protect me." Chu Feng said to Alice, "When he upgrades, he must fall asleep. At this time, he has no resistance and needs someone to protect him. Among the people here, Alice, Claire, and Jill are all trustworthy, and Alice is the strongest in combat. She guards Chu Feng, rest assured." "Okay, I'll hand the team over to Claire." Alice also understood what Chu Feng meant by the upgrade. Every time Chu Feng kills enough zombies, he will improve his combat power by sleeping, which he has long been used to. So she nodded directly and said to Claire, "Claire, what's wrong?" Claire came over with a puzzled look on her face. "You are responsible for the team's affairs." 99 Alice Road. "How about you?" Claire was overjoyed when she heard the words, but she said with some doubts, "She's here to command, so why are you the captain?" "I sleep with Chu Feng." After Alice said that, she pushed open the car door and walked in. Claire was still very happy, but when she heard Alice actually say that she was sleeping with Chu Feng, her whole face sank and her cheeks were bulging. "Sleep? Are you still in the mood to sleep at this time? What's even more hateful is that it's too much to be with Chu Feng." If she hadn't known that Alice's psychic power was terrifying, she would have wanted to rush to fight with her. Alice ignored the angry Claire, opened the door directly and turned in. "Have you dealt with it?" Chu Feng asked. "All right," Alice nodded. "System, I want to upgrade Magneto's gene to Tier 4. Seeing that Alice was ready, Chu Feng spoke directly to the system in his mind. Ding, detected that the host points are sufficient. Start to upgrade. Upgrading takes time. Please ensure your personal safety. During upgrade, crack. 35 Chu Feng's eyes darkened, his head tilted, and he fell directly into Alice's arms, falling into a deep sleep. And his genes are constantly being unraveled and further fused with Magneto's genes. Inside the Umbrella Base Branch Laboratory. The satellite directly took a picture of Chu Feng looking up at the sky. The White Queen directly compared the pictures taken by the satellite with the past images. Although the satellite pictures are very blurry, the White Queen analyzed data from various aspects and found that the person in the desert boat has a 62% probability of being Chu Feng. Finally found you. Although the data compared by the system is only 62%, it is combined with Alice's psychic power fluctuations last night and today's magnetic field energy fluctuations. Dr. Isaac is absolutely certain that this is Chu Feng. Dr. Isaac did not hesitate and went directly to the conference room. "Are you sure it's him?" 35 in the conference room, Wesker was wearing sunglasses and said with a cold face. "For this Chu Feng, the top management of the Umbrella is very interested." However, the surveillance system throughout the hive could not find how he appeared. With a flash of white light on the monitor, he has already appeared in Restaurant B. The ability of this person is also a mystery, not acquired by infection with the T virus. What's even more strange is that everything about Chu Feng, all the borders of the entire lighthouse country, everything, there is no record of Chu Feng's entry. It seems that this person really came to this hive with a swish, also with a mysterious metal control ability. Are their particular focus? It's just that Chu Feng seems to be able to sense the surveillance of the camera, especially hiding, and they have never had a chance to find an opportunity to catch him. It would be great if it was really him this time. The 62% chance is a great opportunity not to be missed. I can have the commandos on standby within an hour. Dr. Isaac continued to persuade. No, we have to confirm his identity first, 100%. Despite Dr. Isaac's assertion, Wesker was not entirely convinced. For him, a 62% chance isn't enough. Chu Feng is an extremely dangerous special human, and to deal with him, a lot of manpower needs to be prepared. Now that the T virus is out of control, and the entire lighthouse country has been captured by zombies, he doesn't want to send a large number of people under uncertain circumstances. We've detected a lot of electromagnetic responses, and I'm pretty sure that's him. He may be another time traveler, you don't understand what that means. As long as we can get his genes, we know the key to his ability to skip the T virus, which is crucial to our research and the key to giving ordinary people superpowers. Seeing that Wesker did not agree, Dr. Isaac continued to analyze and persuade. The probability of 62% is not low. For Chu Feng, it is worth taking this risk. Chu Feng's appearance is too bizarre, he may not be a person from this time and space. If you can get his experimental sample, you can study the source of his ability. Although the T virus can fuse, it can only fuse with Alice's gene, but Chu Feng is different. He is not a product of T virus. If he can research the source of his ability, anyone can have the ability to control all metals. That's just your guess, his origin, we have never proven. I can't take this risk. 99, the decision is not in your hands until the next regular meeting to discuss this matter. You can't take any action, and, Doctor, this is an order. Wesker finally refused directly and issued an order not to let Dr. Isaac act. Isaac said as if he could get a very big breakthrough if he got Chu Feng to do research. It may be able to crack the mystery of the parallel universe, and it may be possible for ordinary people to gain Chu Feng's abilities. However, none of this has been confirmed. He couldn't take a risk just for a guess. So he forbids Isaac to take any action until he proves that it is Chu Feng. Crack! Wesker's image immediately disappeared. Hearing Wesker's order, most people must have stopped. But how could a mogul like Dr. Isaac be restrained by order? He directly recorded Wesker's words just now, took it to the laboratory, and directly extracted Wesker's voice and simulated it with a machine. Speech parsing succeeded. After a while, a successful parsing prompt pops up in front of the computer. Dr. Isaac worked directly in front of the computer and entered his commands into the computer. Not long after, a computer-synthesized Wesker voice sounded. The committee authorizes immediate action. All vehicles and personnel obey Dr. Isaac's command. This is an order, Doctor. Isaac listened to the synthetic Wesker's orders and the corners of his mouth rose. Desert Boat Motel. Alice thought that Chu Feng would be able to complete the upgrade after sleeping for half an hour as before. However, she was wrong. After more than 2 hours, it was already afternoon, but Chu Feng still did not show any signs of waking up. We saw zombie crows gather again in the desert. What should we do? Are we going to wait here for Chu Feng to wake up? Seth, who was in charge of vigilance, asked. The death of these zombie crows seems to attract more zombie crows. Zombie crows appeared one after another around, although not many. But if it continues, maybe at night or tomorrow they will have to face another wave of zombie crows. This is not a good sign. I'll go ask Alice. Claire also had a very bad headache. She hadn't smelled Raccoon City with Chu Feng, so she didn't know what happened to Chu Feng. I don't know how long he will sleep, so I have to ask Alice about this matter. Drive, get out of here first. Alice's voice came from behind everyone. Alice had a hunch that it would take a very long time for Chu Feng to advance this time. In Raccoon City, Chu Feng succeeded in the advanced steps while driving. As long as he drives smoothly, he should be fine, so she still decided to leave here first, otherwise it would be a bad night. Where? Claire asked suspiciously. Casino. Alice spread out the map and pointed to a location for sure. It is difficult for them to survive in the apocalypse with a group of young and old, so wandering is not the way. It is time to find other survivor camps.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.